This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 257 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. After being reborn to the Shinobi world and binding the villain system, Uchiha Kanza discovers he can gain rewards simply by committing evil deeds. And in Fufufu evil deeds? That means I am a villain. Isn't this interesting? It does seem to fit my personality a bit. And in NAS, one of the 2 contenders for the position of Uchiha Patriarch, Kanza looked at the graceful and poised Uchiha Makoto with a smirk. And in Makoto-san, as Fugaku's fiancé, you wouldn't want to see him lose the chance to become the Patriarch, would you? And after imprisoning Namikaze Minato at the Uchiha police station in Kushina-chan, you would want to watch Minato-kun lose his mini-toe for the crimes he is suspected of or die, would you? And after murdering the husband of the pregnant Inuzuka well, isn't this Inuzuka Tsum-chan? You wouldn't want the little Hana-chan in your womb to not have the chance of being born, right? At the Akatsuki headquarters, stomping on Nagato's head and holding Ihiko by the neck. My dear Conan, you wouldn't want to see your 2 precious friends die before your very eyes, would you? Chapter 1. The system is finally here in a small courtyard within the Uchiha compound. A young shinobi wearing the forehead protector of Konohagakure and dressed in a battle uniform bearing the clan's emblem stepped out. The name of the young man is Uchiha Kanzu. Kanza-sama, good morning. Deputy Captain, good morning. The Uchiha clansmen who saw him passing by greeted him respectfully. Though Kanzu was only 17 years old, in this world, age held little weight, strength commanded respect. And while the Uchiha were known for their arrogance, they revered strength, especially when it came from one of their own. After spending 17 years in this world since his transmigration, Kanzu had relied on his exceptional talent to rise through the ranks. Today, he stood as the strongest member of the Uchiha clan. Did this transmigrated thing really not come with cheats? He mused, heading toward the training ground. His quasi-Kaga level strength now made him not only the top expert within the Uchiha, but also one of the most powerful shinobi in all of Konoha. There were only a handful in the entire village who could claim to be stronger than Uchiha Kanzu, but transmigrated in this dog-eat-dog world without any cheats. Kanzu could only aim for Kaga level at best, although Kaga level was seen as the pinnacle of strength by most people. To Kanzu, who knew the future, it was far from enough. For now, that might be sufficient before the 3rd Great Ninja War, but once the 4th Great Shinobi War begins, a mere Kaga-level shinobi would be nothing more than a grasshopper in a storm. And this problem plagues his heart. I don't know what I should do, he thought to himself with a sigh. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Had he not known the future, he could have lived peacefully. Well, only as peacefully as a Uchiha is allowed to live in Konoha. It's a pity that such a life was not for him. On the training ground, just as Kanzu arrived, Uchiha Suda leaned in and whispered quietly, "Kanzu-sama, half the Uchiha clan already supports you. Looks like you're the next patriarch." Uchiha Suda was one of Kanzu's most loyal followers. As an elite genin, he was considered a high-level combat power within the clan. Currently, the Uchiha Patriarch was preparing to step down. While he intended to pass the position to Uchiha Fugaku, the decision hadn't been accepted by everyone in the clan. A large portion of the clan believed Kanzu was the better choice, especially since his strength far surpassed Fugaku's. In the Uchiha clan, strength was everything. Whoever had the bigger fists made the rules. But I suppose that's the case for the entire shinobi world. Turning to Suda, Kanza murmured, "When did I ever say I wanted to be the patriarch?" As a transmigrator, Kanzu was well aware that the Uchiha clan was a complete mess, a thorn in the side of both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dan's. Worse still, their relationship with the other clans in Konoha was abysmal. They had no allies, only enemies. In Kanza's eyes, the position of clan head was a thankless burden. So naturally, He had little interest in becoming the Uchiha Patriarch. Kanzu-sama, only by becoming Patriarch can you lead our Uchiha clan to greatness, said Suda earnestly. Kanzu glanced at the man while complaining inwardly, "You're overestimating me." To the top? I can't even stop the future Uchiha massacre. Ding. Villain system loading. 10, 30, 100. Load complete. The mechanical voice made Kanzu's eyes widen. That wasn't a Jinjutsu. Even a Kaga-level ninja can't put me under a Jinjutsu unnoticed. And villain system? That's what the mechanical voice said, right? Could it be the cheat I've been dreaming about day and night has finally arrived? Kanzu had no interest in continuing the conversation about taking reins of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, he used the body flicker technique and returned straight to his home. System, he called out silently in his heart. Greetings, Transmigrator. Welcome to the villain system. Ha ha ha, so I wasn't mistaken. There really is a system. Kanzu laughed excitedly. You couldn't blame Kanzu for being so excited. Without a cheat, even if he managed to survive until the Fourth Great Ninja War, he'd be nothing more than a bystander completely irrelevant to the main events. A transmigrator reduced to just watching from the sidelines? Unacceptable. And even that was only the possibility once had survived the Uchiha clan massacre, the chances of which are abysmal. Maybe not if I were to ensure that Uchiha Itachi is never born. Kanzu thought to himself. There were two easy methods of ensuring that Uchiha Itachi isn't born. The first is to cut off the source of seeds. The second was to ensure that the field doesn't get plowed by the original farmer. It's just that Kanzu wasn't certain if that would really result in a change of outcomes. After all, Itachi was only the executioner. There were many minds involved in the massacre. Even if Itachi doesn't exist, someone else might pick up the butcher knife in his place. It's really troublesome. Forget about it. Let's focus on understanding this system first. System, explain your functions. Host, this system is called the villain system. As long as you commit evil deeds, you will receive rewards, depending on the type and impact of the bad deeds committed. You will earn either evil points or direct item rewards. Evil points can be used in the Evil Value Mall. Mangeki Sharingan, 300,000 evil points. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 1 million evil points. Perfect Sage Body, 1 million evil points. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, 10,000. 000 evil points. Doing evil things makes me stronger? Kanzu glanced through the items in the mall. Without a shred of hesitation, he wasn't exactly a saint to begin with. Any transmigrator with the morals of the modern era, who can grow up to be an adult in this world while adopting the occupation of a shinobi, is not going to remain a morally good person. Mass killings, murder, kidnapping, assassination, extortion, and torture, you name it, he has both seen and done it. Whether as part of the mission or for the sake of getting rid of all that emotional burden that came with the first times, wars and conflicts. After all, men raised on modern Earth are more often than not morally good people, and when such men are forced to watch or participate in such things, there's a lot of trauma left. There are a lot of things that a traumatized person can do. Kanzu was no different in that regard. At this point, he was no longer a normal human restricted by morals or shit like that, so he didn't care about the system before him being villain system, and that he'd have to do bad deeds to earn rewards in order to become stronger. All he cared about was whether this system was going to be of any use to him and whether it would help him survive. Because ensuring the continuance of his existence was the most important thing. System, is there a novice gift package? There's no novice gift package. But there is a compensation package for delayed awakening. Would the host like to activate it? You do seem to have come conscience, thought Kanzu with a snort. The system had been with him since the day he transmigrated, but it had taken 17 long years to activate. The compensation package was the system's way of making up for the delay. Activate it. Right now. Opening compensation package. The compensation package is successfully opened. Congratulations to the host. You have received Zampakit, Raijin Jaka 100, 000 evil points. In Kanzu's hand appeared a plain long katana with a red scabbard. Both the scabbard and the blade looked incredibly ordinary, but Kanzu knew better. He knew the terrifying power sealed within this seemingly ordinary-looking blade. This was one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, Zanpakuto in all of Seoul society. Holding such a powerful weapon in his hand excited Kanzu. But at the same time, he couldn't hide his skepticism. System, are you sure I can actually use this? Zanpakuto are exclusive to Shinigami. Shinigami are spiritual beings, and wielding a Zanpakuto requires Ryatsu. Their entire power system is fundamentally different from that of a Shinobi. Items granted by the system are automatically adapted for the host body. You can use them perfectly. The energy requirement has been changed to chakra from Ryatsu. Although Kanzu could now wield the said Zanpakuto properly, he was still unable to activate its Shurkai, Raijin Jaka. To unlock Shurkai, at the very least, one needed to have the chakra reserves of a Kaga-level ninja, which in itself is a very broad tier. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't even at the start of it. There was another problem with using the blade. He didn't have much understanding of Kenjutsu. He'll have to start learning Kenjutsu, Kanzu muttered. Until now, he had never seriously trained in swordplay. Had only used standard Shinobi short blades for basic slashes and deflections. But now that he had this legendary Zanpakuto, neglecting Kenjutsu would be a complete waste of its potential. Of course, he could instantly master Kenjutsu by spending some evil points, but he didn't dare touch the 100,000 evil points had just earned. For now, there was no urgent need to purchase ninjutsu. He had more than enough techniques already from self-learning. It made more sense to save up and aim for the Manjiki Sharingan. Although Kanzu was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and had already awakened the fully matured 3-Tomo Sharingan, he had yet to unlock the Manjiki. Unlocking the Manjiki wasn't just about talent, it required experience. Not the experience that comes with age, but the experience that comes with experiencing tragedy. Painful and tragic experience. Aside from losing both his parents at a young age, which helped him awaken his Sharingan, Kanzu's life had been relatively smooth because of his mature outlook. He had never experienced the death of close friends or relatives, not because nobody around him died, but more so because he had ensured to never develop emotional attachment to them as a self-preservation mechanism since his parents' death. Moreover, he also never faced a real life-or-death crisis because of his cautious nature. Without such emotional trauma, how could he possibly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? If the system hadn't finally activated, someone like Kanzu, detached and emotionally indifferent, might never even have the opportunity to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan at all. Fortunately, the system appeared, and now he had a chance. Feeling better, he tied the newly obtained blade at his waist before heading toward the Konoha military police headquarters. At present, he wasn't just an elite genin of the village, he also held the title of deputy captain of the Konoha military police force. When Kanzu arrived at the Konoha military police force headquarters, the first thing he saw was Uchiha Fugaku's stern, expressionless face at the entrance. Great, just what I needed, he murmured, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Fugaku narrowed his eyes at him. Uchiha Kanzu, late again. This makes it the 17th time this month. Kanzu was the deputy captain of the police force, while Uchiha Fugaku held the position of captain. In fact, going by strength and merits, Kanzu should have been the captain. But since Fugaku's father was the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the role had naturally been handed to him instead. You know, nepotism, this choice of the patriarch didn't come without any consequences. The relationship between Kanzu and Fugaku was greatly affected. Although it wasn't exactly hostile, it was far from being friendly. Tension always lingered between them and their faction members, because at the heart of it was the looming matter of succession, the position of the Uchiha clan's patriarch. Truth be told, Kanzu had never seriously considered becoming the patriarch. But even if that was the case, Fugaku and his aides have long seen Kanzu's existence as a threat, hence the conflict. As a result, Kanzu, the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, was frequently at odds with Fugaku, the patriarch's son. Strangely enough, many within Konoha's leadership were pleased by this rivalry. The higher-ups didn't want to see a united Uchiha clan. In fact, Some of the more scheming elders were deliberately stirring the pot from behind the scenes, ensuring that the tension between Kanzu and Fugaku remained as sharp as ever. What else can one expect from those fuckers in the Hokage office? Chapter 2. The deputy captain imprisoned the captain? Uchiha, Kanzu, did you not hear me? What explanation do you have for Bei? Before Fugaku could finish up, a voice cut in. Deputy captain isn't late. It's just that some people came too early since they have nothing better to do and want to hide their incompetence. Uchiha Shin sneered as he looked straight at Fugaku. Fugaku's face darkened further at the sight of Sasuke stepping in to defend Kanzu. Just like Uchiha Suda, Shin was a loyal supporter of Kanzu and also one of the clan's top-tier fighters, nearly matching Fugaku in strength. Fugaku shot him a cold glare. I was speaking to Kanzu. Who do you think you are to interrupt? Huh? You want to know who I am? Did your incompetence get to your brain? Or is it that Nippo Daddy didn't give you his milk today? Shin snapped, face twisting in fury as he hurled insults at Fugaku. Uchiha Shin, mind your words. Fugaku shouted at the man. He wasn't about to let Shin's insults slide. Or else what? Are you going to cry to your daddy? Ridiculed Shin, not at all afraid of Fugaku. Fugaku's face twisted in fury. Before things could escalate, Kanzu spoke calmly. Shin, don't waste your time on trash. He's nothing but trash. Why would you even bother with someone like him? Kanzu shot Fugaku a cold, disdainful glance. There was no attempt to hide the contempt in his eyes for someone who was only standing where he was because of nepotism. If not for that, he wasn't even worth the dust on Kanzu's shoes. Quite obvious from his contemptuous insults, Kanzu had no respect for Fugaku. Not only because Fugaku was standing as an obstacle before him, but also because of Fugaku's great works in the canon. Based on what Kanzu recalls from the canon, Fugaku was the man who had led the Uchiha clan to ruin. No matter the circumstances, the fact remained. The clan was destroyed under his leadership. Calling an incompetent like him just a waste was being generous. But Fugaku naturally didn't share the same, thought the insults hurled at him were beyond his tolerance limit as he shouted furiously, Kanzu, drawing the blade from his back, and slashed at Kanzu in rage. But as the blade struck, there was a puff of white smoke poof. Kanzu vanished, replaced by a chunk of wood. It was a simple substitution jutsu. A mocking voice came from behind. The village forbids Shinobi from attacking their comrades. Uchiha Fugaku-san. Are you trying to become a rogue ninja? Kanzu appeared behind him with a smirk and delivered a solid kick, sending Fugaku flying. Though Fugaku was also an elite genin and far from weak, the gap in strength between him and Kanzu was significant. Kanzu had already stepped halfway into Kaga-level territory. Fugaku rolled across the ground before scrambling back to his feet, humiliated and furious under the gazes of passers-by. He began to weave the hand signs, fire style, fire dragon jutsu. TCH fool. You don't even understand who you're dealing with, Kanzu muttered with a cold snort as he weaved a hand seal of his own, fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, surged forward and collided with Fugaku's fire dragon. In an instant, the fireball completely overwhelmed the dragon and continued its advance toward Fugaku. How is this possible? Fugaku quickly used the body flicker technique to retreat, narrowly avoiding the attack. The spot where he had stood erupted into a sea of flames, leaving a deep crater in the ground. With a grim expression, Fugaku stared at Kanzu. He had used Fire Dragon Jutsu, a C-rank jutsu. Kanzu, on the other hand, had used the tamer version of Great Fireball Jutsu, that is, Fireball Jutsu, a basic D-rank jutsu considered one of the most fundamental fire-style techniques in the Uchiha clan. And yet, Kanzu's lower-rank jutsu had completely overpowered his. Kanzu-sama's strength is truly beyond measure, Uchiha Shin said with deep respect in his voice. Someone like Fugaku doesn't even come close. Only Kanzu-sama is worthy of becoming the patriarch. Shin's admiration stemmed from Kanzu's overwhelming strength and talent that he has displayed from a very young age. In his eyes, Kanzu was the Uchiha clan's best and only hope of producing a true Kaga-level powerhouse and returning the lost glory of the clan. Ever since Uchiha Madara left the clan, the Uchiha had been in decline. There was a moment of respite when Uchiha Kagami was accepted by the second Hokage as one of his 6 disciples, but that person couldn't bring any benefit to the clan and ended up dying a pitiful death. So, after Madara left, not a single powerhouse had emerged in all these years. The current patriarch was also not a powerhouse in the true sense, only a quasi-level shinobi, and due to the severe injuries he sustained during the Second Great Ninja War, it was doubtful he had much time left. It really must be Kanzu-sama. While Shin boasted about Kanzu, the man himself had already made his move on Fugaku. In a blur, he appeared in front of Fugaku using the body flicker technique and drove his fist toward Fugaku's abdomen. Seeing the attack, Fugaku instantly activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan. But the moment his eyes locked onto Kanzus, his body froze. Of course, Kanzu had also activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Though they both possessed the same level of jutsu, Kanzus' visual prowess was far superior. Fugaku might have been 7 years older, but Kanzu had awakened his Sharingan at an early age and had far more combat and creative experience using it. Not to mention the strength of his soul as a transmigrator, which was far stronger than that of Fugaku's, making the difference in visual prowess all the more obvious. Of course, Fugaku was also not a slouch. He was an experienced ninja, the result of which was that the Jinjutsu used by Kanzus Gaze only held him for a split second before he snapped out of it, but in a battle between shinobi of their caliber. That difference of a split second was more than enough to determine the victory and defeat. Kanzus' fist smashed into Fugaku's gut, launching him over 10 meters through the air. He crashed through one of the nearby Konoha Military Police Force buildings, blood spraying from his mouth as he struggled to stay conscious. Just as he tried to get up, his vision was filled with a foot rapidly approaching his face. Bang! It landed squarely on his head, imprinting a pattern on his face while slamming him back to the ground with brutal force. His face was slammed into the dirt. Koshik beneath Kanzus' boot. You dare challenge me? How you really don't know your place, mocked Kanzu, grinding his foot into Fugaku's skull, distorting his face beneath the pressure. Deputy Captain is incredible. Shin couldn't hide his excitement as he watched Kanzu stomp Fugaku into the ground. Until now, Kanzu had shown little interest in the position of patriarch. But this brutal display publicly humiliating Fugaku could only mean one thing. Was Kanzu finally making a move for the Uchiha leadership? We must spread the word. Let everyone know that Kanzu-sama crushed Fugaku. That incompetent Fugaku is truly not fit to be the patriarch. Shin muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with admiration. But not everyone agreed. Kanzu, let go of Captain Fugaku at once. Supporters of Fugaku shouted in protest, enraged by the sight of their leader's defeat. Kanzu didn't even spare them a glance. To him, anyone who didn't dare act was beneath notice unworthy of even being acknowledged. Uchiha Fugaku attacked a fellow Konoha shinobi. Arrest him. Kanzu gave the order to Uchiha Shin. Yes, Deputy Captain. As Kanzu lifted his foot, Shin immediately called over a few men from the Kanzu faction. Together, they seized Fugaku and locked him up without giving the man a chance to resist. The few shinobi who had followed Fugaku stood frozen, exchanging uneasy glances. They wanted to intervene, but none of them had the courage to go up against Kanzu and his loyal subordinates. What should we do now? Report to the patriarch. He'll know what to do. They couldn't stop Kanzu, nor did they dare to provoke him. Reporting to the clan patriarch was their only option. What did you just say? Fugaku was arrested by Kanzu. The Uchiha patriarch, though only in his 50s, looked closer to 70, worn down by illness and age. His frail frame trembled with fury. What is Kanzu trying to do? He strongly suspected that Kanzu was targeting his son in order to seize the position of the patriarch. At present, the only person in the Uchiha clan with enough power and influence to rival Fugaku was Kanzu. And no matter how much Kanzu pretended otherwise, the patriarch couldn't believe he had no ambition for the position of the patriarch. After all, It is only natural for a strong man to be ambitious, and a man who is strong, but not ambitious, is not truly a man. But that was also the problem here, because this man was acting against his son. You just stood there and watched Fugaku get arrested by Kanzu? The patriarch glared at the shinobi before him, his voice seething with anger. The men lowered their heads, silent and ashamed. Had it been anyone else attacking Fugaku, they would have stepped in. But it was Uchiha Kanzu who had not only defeated Fugaku in a matter of a few moves, but had done so without even breaking a sweat. What would they have done? Getting involved would have been idiotic, as they too would have been locked up with Fugaku, and more than anything they were afraid. Rumor had it that Uchiha Kanzu was absolutely ruthless. Chapter 3. Father and son arrested together in the interrogation room. Kanzu sat back casually in his chair, legs propped up on the table, gazing at Fugaku with calm indifference. Assaulting a fellow Konoha shinobi with intent to kill. Fugaku-san, doesn't this mean that you are a traitor now? Humph. If that's the story you intend to spin, then kill me, the supposed traitor. I dare you to do it if you've got the guts. Fugaku snarled through swollen lips and a bruised face, glaring at Kanzu with fury. Kanzu-sama, Uchiha Shin said slyly, why not just fulfill his wish and kill him now? He attacked you first. Even if we end him here, Hokage would have no grounds to object. The bloodlust in Shin's eyes was unmistakable. He clearly wanted Fugaku dead. As far as he was concerned, the Hokage had no reason to interfere, and the current patriarch, old and nearing death, wasn't worth worrying about. Kanzu slowly stood and walked over to the restrained Fugaku. He stared down at him, then lightly patted him on the head like an elder condescendingly pacifying a disobedient child. Fugaku-san, you're still too unstable. Hold on to that anger, you're going to need it for what's coming next. Kanzu turned and gestured to Shin. I don't care what method you use. Just make sure he signs the confession. Understood, Kanzu-sama. Shin grinned cruelly at Fugaku. Interrogation and torture, these were his specialties, and he was confident that Fugaku's next session would be one to remember. Still, Shin couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. If Kanzu had chosen to kill Fugaku, there would be nothing left standing in his path to becoming the next patriarch. Just as Kanzu stepped out of the interrogation room, he was met by the current Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Doma, Fugaku's father. What a surprise, Kanzu said with a faint smile. Didn't expect the patriarch to drop by the police station today. Kanzu, Doma said sharply, where's my son? Kanzu replied coolly. He's in the right place inside the cell under custody for attacking a fellow shinobi, which is a heinous crime, if you don't remember. Facing the clan patriarch before him, Kanzu showed no hint of respect. After all, this old man had spent years suppressing him to pave the way for his son to become the next patriarch. Ridiculous. Release him immediately. Doma snapped. The captain of the military police force being arrested by his own subordinates, if that gets out. The entire Uchiha clan will be a laughing stock. Is that what you want, Kanzu? To disgrace our name? Kanzu met Doma's furious gaze with complete calm. And what if I refuse? In the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, you dare defy me? A cold glint flickered in Doma's eyes as he released his chakra. A powerful aura surged from his body, one that edged close to Kaga level. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he was certainly no weakling. In his prime, he had been a formidable quasi-Kaga level shinobi. Unfortunately, the severe injuries he sustained during the Second Great Ninja War had left him greatly weakened. Of course, that didn't mean he was not a force to be reckoned with. But even in the face of Doma's pressure, Kanzu didn't flinch. He stood firm, unmoved by the weight of the old man's presence. Not to mention Doma's current weakened state, even at his peak, he would never have posed a serious threat to Kanzu. Fugaku-san attacked a fellow Uchiha shinobi. That is, without question, an act of betrayal towards the village and towards the clan, Kanzu said calmly, before adding, and now, Patriarch, you're asking me to release him? Are you trying to cover up treason? He raised a hand and spoke with a warm, almost gentle smile. Covering for a traitor is a crime in itself. Someone come. Arrest the patriarch and put him in a cell. At his signal, Suda stepped forward, leading several military police forces without hesitation. Today, Kanzu intended to arrest both father and son. These two had been a constant thorn in his side. If he didn't take this opportunity to strike back, he would be doing a disservice to the villain system he was bound to. Why you dare cough Uchiha Kanzu? Are you insane? You'd arrest me? Do you intend to rebel against the clan? Doma coughed violently. His face flushed with anger. His condition was clearly worsening. When he heard Kanzu call his son a traitor, his fury nearly caused him to collapse on the spot. A traitor? He wheezed. Kanzu's tone remained calm and cold. It's not me rebelling. Your son raised his hand against a fellow Uchiha Shinobi, and you're trying to cover it up. That makes your son a traitor, and you the one aiding his treason. Even as Kanzu spoke, Suda had already moved into action. Without hesitation, his blade shot toward Doma's waist, aiming to end it quickly. Had the strike landed, it would have been fatal. In his current state, Doma could not afford such a wound. But despite his illness, Doma was still a former Quasi-Kage-level powerhouse. Even weakened, his instincts remained sharp. He narrowly evaded the blow, making it clear that Suda wouldn't be able to bring him down so easily. Several Uchiha loyalists who had followed Doma stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Kanzu's eyes flashed as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and swept his gaze across them. I shall not allow a traitor and his sympathizers to roam freely. I shall do my duty for the sake of my loyalty to my village and my clan, even if it means punishing my own kin. If either of you want to follow in the footsteps of a traitor, then go ahead. I dare you. With just a few words from Kanzu, everyone froze in place. No one dared to move. Anyone familiar with Kanzu knew exactly what kind of man. He was ruthless and unrelenting. He had participated in the Second Great Ninja War. Though he was still young at the time, and the war was nearing its end, Kanzu had made a name for himself on the battlefield. Many within the Uchiha clan respected him not just for his talent, but because he had earned his reputation through sheer strength by killing with his own hands. His oppressive killing intent, combined with the raw power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, left the surrounding shinobi paralyzed with fear. As for the old man, Uchiha Doma, he had made a fatal mistake. Instead of bringing elite shinobi with him, he had shown up with a few Chunin who were basically just there to make up the numbers. Not that he had much choice, most of the clan's stronger fighters were out on missions, and not currently in the village. This old guy's tougher than I thought, Kanzu muttered to himself. Kanzu observed carefully whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, Doma was still on par with Uchiha Suda. That meant Suda likely wouldn't be able to take the old man down on his own. Seizing the moment, Kanzu moved. In an instant, several shuriken flew toward Uchiha Doma, aimed with deadly precision, targeting his heart, throat, and limbs. Doma reacted swiftly. With a kunai in hand, he deflected 3 of the projectiles, dodged 2, but one still managed to pierce his right hand. The Uchiha clan was known for its unmatched skill with shuriken. Combined with the heightened insight of the Sharingan, their accuracy with throwing weapons was lethal. Dirty tactics, Doma muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Kanzu. Kanzu smirked. Isn't it a bit ridiculous to call a ninja dirty for using a sneak attack? After all, stealth and deception were the very essence of a shinobi. Not everyone could charge into battle like Uchiha Madara. Without hesitation, Kanzu used the body flicker technique, drew Raijin Jaka, and brought it down in a clean, devastating arc. Though Kanzu lacked formal understanding of Kenjutsu or Shurkai, Raijin Jaka was inherently devastating. No sword in this world, not even a legendary Kusanagi, could match its devastating nature. With a single slash, the unguarded strike left a deep, burning gash across Doma's chest. Staring at the burning wound on his torso and the suffocating smell that came from the burnt area, Doma immediately understood Kanzu hadn't been holding back. That swing was meant to kill. As Kanzu withdrew his blade, he seamlessly shifted into the Uchiha clan's fluid close combat style. Doma, now wounded in one arm, struggled. He couldn't even perform ninjutsu, after all. Not every shinobi could weave signs with a single hand. At close range, in his weakened state, how could an aging man like him possibly stand against Kanzu? To make matters worse, Kanzu wasn't alone. Suda stood by, ready to strike at any moment. Under their combined assault, Domo was quickly overwhelmed. Grievously injured, he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and defeated. All right, that should be enough. Just as Suda prepared to deliver the killing blow, Kanzu raised a hand to stop him. There was no point in going that far. Domo wouldn't live much longer, especially after suffering such serious injuries. Killing him now would only bring unnecessary trouble. If the old man lasted even a week, that would be a generous estimate and hardly worth the effort. Uchiha Doma attempted to cover for his traitorous son. Arrest him. Kanzu gave the order with a calm smile. Doma glared up at Kanzu, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Now he understood Kanzu had been looking for an excuse to fight from the very start. All of this had been to provoke a confrontation and reopen his old wounds. As Shinobi moved to restrain the patriarch, Kanzu frowned slightly. Huh, no evil points for capturing this old man? He sighed. What a waste. Chapter 4. Extorting the Patriarch Kanzu-sama. Heirace Uchiha Fugaku's Confession. Shin returned from the interrogation room, holding a blood-stained confession in his hand. Ding! You tricked Uchiha Fugaku. Revat, detonation tags seen. Evil value 1000. Kanzu took the document and scanned through it. Assaulting fellow Konoha shinobi, peeping on women's bathhouses, sneaking into widows' homes at night, and a whole list of petty crimes. It was all pinned on Uchiha Fugaku. Well done. Kanzu patted Shin on the shoulder, clearly pleased with the results. With the confession in hand, he made his way to another interrogation room. Inside, Doma sat cross-legged on a worn tatama mat, eyes closed in silence. Patriarch, how's the stay? I hope they've been taking good care of you, Kanzu said with a faint smirk. Doma's eyes snapped open. Uchiha Kanzu, what are you after? Being captured by a fellow clansman was a humiliation Doma could hardly bear. For the clan's patriarch, it was utterly disgraceful. Kanzu gave a small shrug. Oh, nothing much. I just came to show you something. Kanzu pulled out the confession and placed it in front of Doma. Fugaku-san's list of crimes is growing, Kanzu said with a faint smile. If this were an official trial, how many years do you think I'd be sentenced to? Gatka! Doma's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking from the pressure. Do you really think framing a fellow clansman and imprisoning me, the patriarch, will win you any support? Uchiha Kanzu, you're too despicable to become the next patriarch. You'll die before that happens. Even now, Doma was convinced that Kanzu's ultimate goal was to take the clan leadership for himself. And in truth, he wasn't wrong. Though Kanzu had no such ambitions. That was only the case in the past back when he had no system, no cheat, but now, things have changed. Now that he held the power to reach Kaga level and beyond, the idea of becoming patriarch no longer seemed pointless. Back then, even with the title of patriarch, he wouldn't have been able to stop the Uchiha clan's eventual destruction. But now he had a real chance. Now that Kanzu had a system, his confidence was on an entirely different level. Doma-sama, I suggest you mind your tone, Kanzu said coldly. It wouldn't be difficult for me to have Fugaku-san killed right now. Doma's expression stiffened. What do you want? He asked, forcing himself to stay calm. His son was still in Kanzu's hands, and with that forged confession, Kanzu essentially held the fate of both father and son. If Kanzu truly intended to kill Fugaku, there was likely no one who could or would stop him. After all, plenty of people in the Uchiha clan would love nothing more than to see internal conflict escalate. I want to be the captain of the military police force, Kanzu said simply. Tell Fugaku-san to step down. Fine. I agree. Doma didn't hesitate. As long as Kanzu wasn't demanding the patriarch's seat, he was willing to compromise. Kanzu smiled. The patriarch agreed rather quickly. Oh, and one more thing. I'm a bit short on money these days. Not much. Just 1 billion ri should do. What did you just say? Hearing Kanzu's outrageous demand, Doma shot to his feet only to cough up a mouthful of blood from the strain. 1 billion ri shouldn't be too much for the patriarch, right? Kanzu said casually. Doma nearly coughed up another mouthful. 1 billion ri? That was far from small amount. In this world's currency system, 1 ri is roughly equivalent to 1 yen. An average S-rank mission high risk, high reward paid around 1 million RY. Only the most dangerous or high-profile missions paid more. So 1 billion was indeed an astronomical figure. Even after years of missions and combat, Kansas' personal savings didn't exceed 100 million ri, and that was after a lot of effort. Expenses alone were significant. After the Senju clan fell into decline, the Uchiha rose to become the wealthiest family in Konoha, but even they weren't that rich. Not to the level where 1 billion ri could be casually handed over. Other clans had established businesses. The Nara clan managed the pharmaceutical industry, the Akimichi family owned several eateries, and the Yamanaka family managed a successful flower business. Everyone had assets and income, but the Uchiha, nothing. Their pride and arrogance made them ill-suited for commerce, and on top of that, they were heavily marginalized within Konoha. What industry could they possibly run under such scrutiny and hostility? For Doma to cough up 1 billion ri he'd have to empty the clan's entire treasury and likely his personal fortune as well. I don't have time to waste on this, Kanzu said, knocking his knuckles on the table. Take the deal or leave it. He leaned forward slightly, voice cold. You should know the value of spending money to avoid disaster. But if you're unwilling to pay, don't blame me when Fugaku ends up spending the rest of his life in Konoha prison. A faint smile tugged at Kansas' lips. I imagine the higher-ups in Konoha would be delighted to see Fugaku locked away. Do you really think he'd survive long in there? You know the prisoners are all violent and have past grudges. Maybe he'd end up losing an arm or a leg. That would be bad, and if he lost an eye, that would be terrible and worst. He might even lose his ability to become a father. That would be horrendous, Doma-sama. You don't want to see your son spend a very long time in prison and end up losing his Sharingan or the ability to become a father, do you? Once that happens, he'll completely lose any right to compete for the position of the patriarch. Kansas' steady pressure masked as reason and persuasion. Doma was ultimately forced to agree. Escort the patriarch out. Now that Doma had given in, there was no need to keep him locked up. Kansas still needed him for the money. As Doma was led away, Suda scowled at his retreating back. Just letting him go like that? He's caused you no end of trouble. Kanzu-sama, this feels too lenient. Kanzu shook his head. And what if I didn't release him? If I killed him, do you think the elders in the clan would just sit quietly? He had never intended to kill Doma. Doing so would invite too much trouble. Forget Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would surely use the opportunity to press charges. Even the Uchiha elders would turn against Kanzu if he eliminated their patriarch outright. Besides, even though Uchiha Doma had been inactive for a long time due to his injuries, he still had a number of powerful loyalists. But Kanzu knew one thing: he didn't need to kill Doma himself. With both his new wounds and his old ones flaring up, Doma wouldn't survive another 7 days. So, are you really planning to release Uchiha Fugaku? Shin asked. Of course, Kanzu replied with a faint smile. I'm a man of my word. But he'll be released after Uchiha Doma is dead. Keeping Fugaku in custody ensured that Doma wouldn't dare try anything while he was still breathing. Make sure nothing happens to him. No excuse. Kanzu instructed Shin. Rest assured, Kanzu-sama, Shin said confidently. Suda and I are guarding him together. He's not going anywhere. If two elite genin couldn't manage to secure one Uchiha Fugaku, they might as well commit seppuku out of shame. With that, Kanzu left the military police force headquarters. Not long after he returned to the clan compound, a messenger from Doma arrived bringing with him the money Kanzu had demanded. The one who arrived was a genin. Kanzu, you should release the young patriarch, he said sharply, glaring at Kanzu. Kanzu narrowed his eyes. Is that how you speak to me? Without another word, he lashed out with a swift kick, sending the man stumbling backward. Go back and tell Doma-sama this he'll release his son, but only when I decide the time is right. He slammed the door shut and turned back toward the table, where a passbook sat neatly in front of him. Kanzu picked it up and tucked it away, a faint smirk on his face. Doma hadn't wasted a second delivering the money. He clearly didn't want to risk anything happening to Fugaku. Ding! Extorted 1 billion RY reward. B-rank ninjutsu, fire style, great fire annihilation. Evil value, 5,000, only 5,000 points? Kanzu muttered. Still, getting a powerful ninjutsu out of the deal made it worthwhile. Great fire annihilation was a top-tier offensive technique of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, not everyone has access to this jutsu. Now it belonged to Kanzu. Chapter 5. The Death of Uchiha Patriarch. Uchiha Kanzu took the money, but he has no intention of releasing the young patriarch, reported the Jonin who had been kicked out by Kanzu earlier. Damn it, Kanzu, do you really think I can't deal with you? Furious, Doma slammed his fist down on the table, shattering it. But the outburst came at a cost. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the deep wound left by Kanzus Raijin Jaka tore open once more. Patriarch, please. You can't exert yourself. Any further strain will make your injuries worse. A nearby medical ninja warned urgently. Doma gave the medic a hard stare. Is there any chance my injuries can be healed? The medic hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Eventually, he lowered his eyes and answered honestly. I'm sorry, Patriarch, there's no longer any hope of recovery. Before, you could have lived another 6 months to a year. But now, it'll be difficult to survive even 1 month. Frankly, even saying Doma had a month left felt optimistic. His condition was worsening rapidly. But that wasn't surprising. Cases like Uchiha Doma's were all too common. The life of a shinobi was never meant to be long. During the Warring States era, the average ninja's life expectancy was barely over 30. Old injuries from youth often resurfaced with age, and many shinobi either died in battle or were taken out by illness and lingering wounds. Very few ever lived long enough to die a natural, peaceful death. If Lady Tsunade were here, the medic muttered, she might be able to prolong the patriarch's life. You may go. Doma waved a hand dismissively. Relieved, the medic bowed and quickly exited the room. Patriarch, Kanzu is getting too arrogant. Someone needs to teach him a lesson, grumbled Uchiha Hikari, still bitter about being kicked out. Doma shot him a sharp look, asking, teach him a lesson? Will you be able to? Hikari instantly lowered his head in uncertainty. TCH, with a heavy sigh, Doma leaned back, visibly disappointed. His son, Fugaku, had failed to live up to expectations. If Fugaku had the strength to suppress Kanzu, Kanzu wouldn't have gained so many loyal supporters within the clan, and none of this would be happening. As much as Doma wished Kanzu dead, he had to admit, the boy was cunning and capable. Half the clan stood behind him now, and that was no accident. It was precisely because Kanzu had gained so much support that Doma had to hold back. He couldn't act openly not unless he wanted civil strife within the clan. Go and summon Shinkaru, Ren, and Haruto. Have them return at once. It won't be long now. The Uchiha clan is about to face a major change. All three were elite Jonin trusted loyalists to both him and Fugaku. Yes, Patriarch. Hikari bowed and quickly left to carry out the order. Hikari immediately set out to find a way to contact the 3 elite Jonin currently away on missions. Once he was gone, Doma summoned the 3 elders of the clan for a private internal meeting. However, unbeknownst to him, every move Doma made was already under Kanzu's watchful eye. Calling in the elders? So he wants to move against me? Kanzu scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Even if all those old relics came at him together, he wasn't the least bit worried. He had no respect for them. Maybe they'd been powerful in their youth, but now they were nothing more than bitter old men squabbling over influence and tradition. Far from being helpful, their presence only hindered the Uchiha clan's growth. Without the right incentives, those geezers won't lift a finger for Doma, Kanzu muttered to himself. As one of the Uchiha's high-ranking members, he understood all too well how those elders operated. Even if Doma was the clan head, he couldn't expect their help unless he paid for it. Besides, Doma's control over the clan had already withered. As patriarch, he had done little to lead or protect the Uchiha, and under his passive leadership, the clan had steadily declined. Many among the clan had long grown discontented with him. Hokage office within the Hokage building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a slow drag from his tobacco pipe. Moments earlier, the AMBU had delivered a detailed report on the recent unrest within the Uchiha clan. Keep monitoring the Uchiha situation, Hiruzen said calmly to the AMBU operative hidden in the shadows. But don't expose yourself. Hiruzen had no intention of interfering. Internal conflict within the Uchiha was something most of Konoha's senior leadership preferred. It kept the clan fractured and easier to manage. Besides, even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Clan affairs were traditionally settled internally. Unless a clan's actions pose a direct threat to the village, the Hokage had no right to step in. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Uchiha Doma is dying, so who will inherit the role of patriarch? To be honest, if he had to choose, Hiruzen would prefer to see Uchiha Fugaku become the next patriarch. The reason was simple: potential. Uchiha Kanzu possessed far greater potential than Fugaku. It was highly likely that Kanzu would eventually reach Kage-level strength and perhaps even awaken the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Such a development would undoubtedly benefit the Uchiha clan. But for the Hokage faction, for Konoha, it would be a serious threat. According to Hiruzen's intelligence reports, Kanzu had a dominant and headstrong personality. If he became the clan's leader, tensions between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha would almost certainly escalate. Hiruzen wouldn't deny that he did harbor a deep-rooted mistrust of the Uchiha. Even so, he understood that Konoha couldn't afford to lose the Uchiha clan, especially not right now. It had been a little over 4 years since the end of the Second Great Ninja War. During this time, the conflict between the great nations has never subsided. It has only shifted from open and large-scale warfare to secret, small-scale warfare as the nations tried to rebuild themselves. And now, after a long period of rebuilding, the military factions within the other great Shinobi villages were starting to rise once more. Although the next Shinobi War wasn't expected to break out anytime soon. What if it did suddenly and without warning? If that happened, the Uchiha clan would be Konoha's strongest fighting force, its most reliable enforcers. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Kanzu had expected Doma to stir up trouble by now, but to his surprise, everything remained quiet. No movement. No retaliation. Doma remained completely calm. Then, earlier today, Kanzu received unexpected news. Uchiha Doma was dead. While Kanzu had predicted Doma wouldn't last more than a week due to his injuries, he hadn't expected him to die in just 5 days. Even Doma himself hadn't anticipated it. His original plan was to bide his time, wait for Kanzu to lower his military police force, and then arrange for someone to rescue his son from the prison. But his body gave out before the plan could even begin, even before summoning the elders. Indeed, Doma hadn't actually tried to persuade them to take action. With Fugaku still in Kanzu's hands, Doma didn't dare to make any bold moves for now. He chose to avoid provoking Kanzu. His original plan had been simple: wait for Kanzu to lower his military police force, arrange Fugaku's rescue, then openly turn against Kanzu and do everything in his power to secure his son's position as the next patriarch before his own death. But fate had other plans. Before his scheme could even begin, his body gave out, and just like that, he was gone. Chapter 6. Releasing Uchiha Fugaku Ding indirectly caused the death of the Uchiha Patriarch. Reward. Evil value 1,000. Uchiha Doma's death had unexpectedly earned Kanzu a system reward confirmation that the old man was truly dead and not faking it. It was a pleasant surprise and solid proof. Go and release Uchiha Fugaku-san. Now that Doma was gone, Kanzu intended to keep his word. He would let Fugaku go, but that didn't mean Fugaku was no longer useful. Far from it. When two tigers fight, one is always wounded. This kind of internal strife was exactly what the upper ranks of Konoha loved to see. To ease Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions, Kanza had to appear cooperative for now. He couldn't afford to become a thorn in the Hokage's side, not yet. Kanzu had only recently awakened his system. For now, survival was key. Once he reached Kage-level strength or awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he would no longer need to tread so carefully. And once that happened, he could finally achieve Shurkai, Raijin Jakka. Although Shurkai, Raijin Jakka, and the Bankai, Zanken no Tachi were incredibly powerful, even Shurkai alone was a deadly trump card, more than enough to kill a Kage-level opponent. If Kanzu awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he would not only gain Kage-level combat power, but might even take a step beyond that realm through the sheer boost in strength it would bring. But now wasn't the time for arrogance. Kanzu understood that perfectly, which is why he needed to create the Jinjutsu of balance, an opponent who could challenge him. That would ease the pressure from the side of the third Hokage, that old fox. The Patriarch is dead. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it wouldn't look good if I didn't pay my respects. Kanzu arrived at the Patriarch's residence, where the air was thick with mourning and tension. The moment he stepped inside, several sharp glares locked onto him. At the forefront stood Uchiha Shinkaru, Uchiha Run, and Uchiha Haruto, all staring daggers at Kanzu. Uchiha Haruto even went so far as to draw his sword. "You bastard," he snarled. "You killed the Patriarch, and you dare show your face here?" Hearing Haruto's accusation, Kanzu's expression darkened with clear dissatisfaction. "You can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense. The Patriarch was someone I deeply respected. Why would I kill him? What's your motive for saying something like that? Are you trying to sow discord within the clansmen? What's your motive in doing that? You wouldn't happen to be a spy or something, right?" Hearing his words, the others in the vicinity looked over, wondering what was going on. Realizing the problem, Rin quickly stopped Haruto. "Don't do it here. Starting a fight now would only disturb the Patriarch's remains, and confronting Kanzu here wouldn't accomplish anything substantial. On the other hand, they'd lose a lot, as doubt would appear in the eyes of many clansmen." "TCH." Haruto clicked his tongue and lowered his hand. Kanzu smirked, and as he passed by them, he whispered a few more words in their ears. "That's right, be a coward and keep your tail tucked between your legs." Haruto was about to lose his temper, but Rin firmly stopped him. After saying that, he didn't spare another glance at Haruto or Run and walked calmly toward Uchiha Doma's body. Kanzu wasn't surprised by their aggressive yet suppressed attitude. After all, they're all loyal to Uchiha Fugaku. Birds of a feather flocked together, he chuckled inwardly. At that moment, the first elder of the Uchiha clan approached and stepped beside Kanzu. "Kanzu-kun, now that the Patriarch has passed, the clan is in a moment of disarray. Shouldn't you release Fugaku-kun?" Kanzu glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "Don't worry, Tadayoshi-sama. Uchiha Fugaku-san will be released very soon." Uchiha Tadayoshi looked at the young man for a moment before nodding earnestly. "That's good. You and Fugaku-kun are both geniuses of the Uchiha clan. I hope the two of you can join forces rather than become enemies. From the standpoint of the clan's interests, an alliance between Uchiha Kanzu and Uchiha Fugaku would bring the greatest benefit to the Uchiha family." Still, deep down, Uchiha Tadayoshi favored Fugaku. It wasn't that Kanzu lacked ability, but his granddaughter, Uchiha Mikoto, was engaged to Uchiha Fugaku. As Fugaku's future grandfather-in-law, the elder naturally leaned toward supporting him. Kanzu smiled and replied, "Am not opposed to joining forces. As long as Fugaku-san is willing to make a small sacrifice, I don't mind working with him." The elder shook his head, assuming Kanzu was referring to the position of clan patriarch. But in his mind, Fugaku could never give up that role, nor would he be willing to make such a sacrifice. What Tadayoshi didn't realize, however, was that Kanzu wasn't talking about the patriarch seat at all. He was talking about Uchiha Mikoto. "I wonder how many evil points I'd earn by stealing Fugaku's fiancée." Kanzu mused silently, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He had seen Uchiha Mikoto several times before, and even he had to say that she was truly stunning. He would be lying if he were to say that he didn't feel a thing when he looked at her. Even if he said that, His little brother wouldn't agree. Fortunately for Kanzu, Tadayoshi had no idea what he was thinking. If he did, he might not have been able to stop himself from attacking Kanzu on the spot. Not long after, Fugaku returned disheveled and visibly shaken. He had learned of his father's death on the way, and now stormed into the residence in a fury. Kanzu, he'll kill you. Young patriarch, don't be reckless. Shinkaru and Rin quickly restrained him, holding him back. Fugaku had been captured once before for attacking Kanzu. Now that he had just been released, they weren't about to let him repeat the same mistake. Kanzu watched the scene unfold, clicking his tongue in amusement. TSK, what a pity. If Fugaku had charged at him, Kanzu wouldn't have minded giving him another lesson in fact. He might have used it as an excuse to arrest him again. After all, Kanzu was now officially the captain of the Konoha Military Police Force. Wouldn't it be perfectly justified to detain Fugaku for causing a disturbance at a funeral ceremony? So, what if the funeral ceremony was that of his father's? Disturbance is disturbance, and as the captain of the police force, it was his duty to ensure that the perpetrator was punished. It's a pity that Fugaku was restrained before he could lash out. Fugaku-san, Kanzu said with a faint, mocking smile, I truly mourn the loss of the patriarch. But judging by your reaction, it seems your grief isn't quite as deep as one might expect. Perhaps I'm more deeply saddened by his death than you. His words were deliberately pointed. Kanzu knew that Fugaku possessed the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. In the original timeline, Fugaku likely did awaken it. But based on Fugaku's own words to Itachi, he had awakened it in the midst of the Third Great Shinobi War, not before that, which meant it had nothing to do with the death of his father. If his emotional bond with his father were truly strong enough, now at the peak of his grief would be the moment to unlock it. Yet he didn't. Is it because he was already mentally prepared for his father's death? After all, Uchiha Doma was at the edge of his life, perhaps. Fugaku has long since been prepared for this death and has accepted it, and that's why he didn't awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Well, good thing for me, it was indeed the best that he didn't. Had the Manjiki Sharingan awakened in that moment, Kanzu would have seen him as too great a threat to tolerate. And in that case, he wouldn't have hesitated either head kill Fugaku on the spot, or at the very least, gouge out his eyes. Kanzu had no intention of letting anyone awaken the Manjiki Sharingan before he did not even Fugaku. Young patriarch, now isn't the moment. We are at a disadvantage, and you're also not in your best condition. You need to endure, Shinkaru whispered in Fugaku's ear. Even at his peak, Fugaku would struggle to defeat Kanzu. And now, after days of confinement, he was far from his best. During his time in custody, even if Kanzu hadn't explicitly ordered harsh treatment, Shin had certainly made sure Fugaku wouldn't forget the experience. That alone had likely left a mark on him physically and mentally. Perhaps, Kanzu thought, this pain will help him grow. And for now, Fugaku managed to suppress his rage. Uchiha Kanzu, I'll settle this with you one day, Fugaku swore silently. Though only just released, he already understood the situation. He knew that his father's death, though indirect, was tied to Kanzu. Without Kanzu's involvement, Doma may have had at least 6 more months to live. As Fugaku stared at Kanzu, his blood-red, 3-tomo Sharingan gleamed with hatred. Kanzu met his gaze without concern. You hate me now, sure, but in time, Kanzu thought, you'll hate me even more. Chapter 7. If Plan A doesn't work, then let's use Plan B. The funeral of Uchiha Doma was attended not only by members of the Uchiha clan, but also by representatives from other major Konoha clans, and even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made an appearance. After the ceremony, Hiruzen approached Fugaku and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry for your loss, Fugaku. Your father and I were old friends. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to come to me. Of course, the part about being old friends was neither a truth nor a lie. While they were acquaintances, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Doma had never been on good terms, especially after the death of Uchiha Kagami. So, his words were nothing more than polite formality. That said, If the rivalry between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kanzu escalated and Fugaku happened to be on the losing end, Hiruzen wouldn't mind stepping in to support him. Not out of loyalty, but out of political motivations. Despite Fugaku being older and more experienced, Hiruzen didn't see him as a true rival to Kanzu. His faith in Fugaku's potential was limited. Don't take it the wrong way. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a genius, and without a doubt the second strongest within the Uchiha clan. But he is the second strongest, not the strongest. The strongest is Uchiha Kanzu, and he is also the more talented one, which makes Hiruzen more vigilant against Kanzu. Thank you, Sandame-sama, Fugaku replied coolly. He wasn't fooled. He knew exactly how strained the relationship between his father and Sarutobi Hiruzen had been, though many in attendance appeared solemn and grief-stricken. More than a few were secretly celebrating Doma's death, Kanzu included. In fact, he was in an excellent mood. Uchiha Doma, that old man, had been a major obstacle for Kanzu in the past. Back then, I focused only on improving my strength. I never paid that much attention to beautiful women more than I needed to. But some of them really are something else. His gaze lingered on a gentle, elegant figure dressed in a black kimono again. Uchiha Mikoto, the future mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke in the original timeline, a classic Yamato Nadeshiko type. Soft-spoken, graceful, understanding, and deeply loyal. The perfect wife material by every standard. At the ripe age of 19, she currently belongs to Uchiha Fugaku, though the two haven't yet married as she is only his fiancée. The Uchiha clan was known for its striking features, handsome men and beautiful women, and Mikoto was no exception. Heck, she was one of the most beautiful women in the clan, with a beautiful face, hourglass figure, and well-developed proportions, making her the woman of many men's dreams. It's a pity that she was engaged to Uchiha Fugaku at a very young age, which made things awkward for many and cut off many people's hopes. After all, Fugaku was the son of the patriarch. For a woman to be engaged to him directly meant that she was off the dating pool and no one would have a chance with her. It was expected of all men and women to treat her as the future wife of the patriarch, which meant respect and reverence, and everyone treated her that way. Of course, Kanzu wasn't of that sort, and gazed at the very woman without any reservations. Sensing someone's eyes on her, Mikoto turned to meet the gaze, only to notice that it was none other than Uchiha Kanzu. And for some reason this gaze was different from the gazes she was used to. She frowned slightly. The way Kanzu stared at her made her uncomfortable, like his eyes were piercing right through her clothes. But she was a well-taught woman, so she quickly curbed her discomfort, not letting it show on her face, and gave a polite bow so as not to be disrespectful before looking away. Apart from following the basic courtesy as a fellow Uchiha, she had no further desire to interact with Kanzu. She was well aware of the conflict between him and her fiancé and knew that in the future they were bound to become enemies. Of course, just because she didn't have any intentions didn't mean Kanzu thought the same. Captain, were you interested in Mikoto-san? Shin couldn't help but ask, noticing Kanzu's lingering gaze. Sada chimed in from the side. Mikoto-san is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman of marriageable age within our clan. No, perhaps not just marriageable women, but all women. She's definitely worthy of you, Captain. An ugly guy like Uchiha Fugaku? It'd be a pity to let him have her. Shin asked, wanting to go grab her for you. Kanzu responded with a calm, indifferent tone. You think I need your help to make her mine? Ha! Fair enough. Both Shin and Sada chuckled. But at the same time, they also understood that their captain was soon going to make a move on her. After all, Kanzu hadn't denied the prospect of making Uchiha Mikoto his clearly. He was interested in the woman. And that, in Shin and Sada's mind, was perfect. Not only would Kanzu take the position of clan patriarch, but he might also steal Fugaku's fiancée while he was at it. They shot a pitying glance at Fugaku, standing in the distance. Just then, a green leaf drifted down and landed on Fugaku's head, an oddly fitting image of his current misfortune. Quite strange. Green color really suits his ugly mug. The day after the funeral, Uchiha Fugaku began pushing for the clan's leadership succession. In truth, he had already wanted to claim the title of patriarch on the day of the funeral. But unfortunately for him, many within the clan had opposed it. Of the three elders of the Uchiha clan, only the first elder, Uchiha Tadayoshi, supported Fugaku. The other two withheld their support not out of loyalty or principle, but because they were waiting for the highest bidder. If Fugaku offered them enough incentives, they would back him without hesitation. But if Kanza made a better offer, they'd switch sides just as quickly. In the end, their loyalty lay with their own interests. So, Fugaku's attempt to claim the position of clan head at yesterday's funeral fell flat. Today, he was preparing to visit the second and third elders. Winning their support would make his path to becoming patriarch much easier. While Fugaku busied himself with political maneuvering, Kanzu had made his way to Uchiha Mikoto's residence. Mikoto, whose parents had both passed away, lived with her grandfather, the first elder. But the elder wasn't home today. He was out assisting Fugaku in his efforts. Perfect for me, knock. Knock. Hearing the knock on the door, clueless Mikoto opened the door, but noticing the visitor, her expression stiffened. Kanzu-sama? Recalling the way Kanzu had looked at her yesterday, an uneasy feeling crept over her. Are you here to see Sofa-sama? Questioned Mikoto, gently and respectfully, curbing the unease, but also with a vigilant edge in her tone. No, Kanzu replied with a smirk. Why would I waste my time on that old fossil? I came to see you, Mikoto-san. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted her chin with his fingers. What do you think you were doing? Mikoto questioned sharply, her eyes widening and her face hardening. Although she usually carried herself with grace and gentleness, giving the image of someone who was easy to bully, in truth, Mikoto was not one to yield easily when provoked. Of course, Kanza didn't care, and caressed her cheek with a smile. What am I doing? Of course. Admiring the beautiful woman before me, she slapped his hand away without hesitation and scolded him. You're the captain of the police force, aren't you? Does this kind of conduct suit someone in your position and status? I pity your innocence. Mikoto-san, don't you know that the most corrupt and biggest abusers are always people in power? Chuckled Kanzu as he thought to himself. Such was the case in my past life, and it's no different here at the same time. Without warning, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her against him. I for one am one such bastard who has no qualms about abusing my power for the sake of furthering my goals. And you know what my goal at the moment is? You let go of me. Mikoto struggled to break free, but found it difficult considering the difference in their physical strength. Now calm down. Mikoto-san, I won't force myself upon you since I am not interested in that. Just listen to a few things that I have to say. If you don't like it, you'll leave without so much as harming your hair, said Kanzu, whispering into Mikoto's ears, making her freeze and look at him with a frown. Paying her no mind, he continued, you should know I'm the biggest obstacle standing in the way of Fugaku becoming the patriarch. But if you agree to one condition of mine, I might just step aside and let him have it. What condition? Mikoto asked warily while thinking of a way to break free. Come on, Kanzu said with a sly smile as he traced his hand over her face, tugging her hair behind her ears. I believe you're smart enough to figure it out. I don't think you need me to spell it out for you. He gave her a look filled with implication, already feeling uncomfortable hearing his words. Mikoto snapped as her eyes flared with anger. It seems I was really mistaken about you. You're shameless. Of course, she understood what he was insinuating. I never imagined you'd stoop so low. I won't agree to anything like that, now that you have said your piece. Let go of me. She had never considered Kanzu a bad person before. In fact, she secretly admired him a great deal for his talent, strength, and of course, his appearance. After all, admiration for beauty was natural. People were born to like beautiful things. And Kanzu was undeniably handsome even among the Uchiha clan. Known for their striking looks, he stood out, earning the admiration of everyone, including Mikoto's. So, even though it was only from a distance, she did admire him. Not to mention, He was undoubtedly the strongest among the Uchiha, graduating from the academy at an early age due to his unmatched talent, and he performed incredibly in the Second Great Shinobi War, earning fame and glory. Uchiha respect strength, as Uchiha Makoto was no different and admired him for his strength as well. At times, she had even noticed him training until very late and starting early morning, working through his bones. This handsomeness, strength, and dedication are obviously very revering traits in a person. Makoto has revered these qualities of Kanzu. It's a pity that she was already engaged to Fugaku when she was very young, so she could only revere Kanzu and admire him from a distance, but that didn't stop her from always respecting him and admiring him to the point of always addressing him with utmost respect, despite him being younger than her. But today, the image she had of him had shattered completely. Why won't you agree? Compared to Fugaku, am I not better in every way? Kanzu didn't sound angry, on the contrary. He looked at Makoto's flushed and uncomfortable face with curiosity. Makoto said nothing. She just wanted him to leave as quickly as possible. She admitted to herself that Kanzu was indeed more powerful and more handsome than Fugaku. But from a moment the 10-year-old her and the 15-year-old Fugaku were engaged, Makoto had slowly come to accept that it was her fate to be his wife. Even though they weren't yet married and had no real intimacy, Makoto, raised in traditional values, already saw Fugaku as her future husband. She had been mentally prepared to take on that role since before she graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Therefore, it was unthinkable for her to do anything with any other man, even if she admired that person in her heart. Moreover, even if Kanzu was stronger than Fugaku, that didn't mean Fugaku was already guaranteed to lose the battle for succession. His father had been the previous clan head that alone gave him an edge. Knowing this, she didn't pay much attention to Kanzu's offer and simply shook her head. I have nothing to say to you, Kanzu-sama. Now, could you please let go of me? I don't want to be seen by anyone. It would cause a misunderstanding for me. And Sofa-sama, just release me. I won't pursue this matter either, and we can go back to being acquaintances. Kanzu shrugged, not paying attention to Makoto's words. Instead, mumbled to himself, It seems you aren't willing to cooperate for Fugaku's sake, are you? And then added with a grin, well, I suppose that makes sense since you don't really have any affection for him at this point. If that's the case, then that only leaves me with Plan B. Plan B? Makoto frowned. She didn't expect that Kanzu would come here with multiple plans in mind. Yup, option B, if the temptation isn't going to work, then I have to change my tactics to Plan B, which involves threatening and coercion, said Kanzu, chuckling lightly. Makoto's eyes narrowed. Threat? What do you mean? She had a bad feeling. You won't give in for Fugaku's sake, but what about Tadayoshi-sama? Don't you care about his safety? Kanzu's voice was calm, but his words were laced with menace. Makoto drew a sharp breath and, in an instant, activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan, fixing a fierce glare on Kanzu. What are you planning to do to Sofa-sama? She demanded. Kanzu raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. As expected of the woman I have long since fancied, you indeed have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. For her to possess, it meant she was as strong as an elite Chunin. In fact, many Uchiha Chunin hadn't reached this level. 3-Tomo Sharingan was the pinnacle that most members of the clan could ever achieve. Chapter 8.1 A Wise Decision, edited. Although Kanzu was mildly surprised by Makoto's strength, everything remained firmly under his control. Even if she had the power of an elite Chunin, she couldn't escape his grasp. After all, Kanzu was the strongest member of the Uchiha clan. Makoto-san, you should be able to see how powerful I am. If I wanted Tadayoshi-sama dead, it wouldn't be difficult at all. And I have every reason to get rid of him after all. Tadayoshi-sama supports Uchiha Fugaku-san. That alone makes him my enemy. I've already thought about eliminating him, but when I think of you, I feel a bit reluctant. This is one of the reasons I came here to make my decision. Tell me, Makoto-san, do you really want me to go through with it? Though Kanzu maintained a calm, almost charming expression, his words sounded like the devil's whisper to Makoto. Sofa-sama is an elder, you wouldn't dare, she replied, her voice tight with anger. Kansas' smile deepened. I was indirectly responsible for the early death of the former patriarch Uchiha Doma. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to push my blade through Tadayoshi Sama's heart just because he is an elder? You wouldn't be able to escape the consequences, stuttered out Mikoto, feeling panicked. And who'd make me face the consequences? Fugaku? Haven't I already dealt with him once and killed his father? What did he do in response except throw a tantrum and make empty threats? Nothing. What do you think would change a second time? Nothing. He is a man who. Do you let anyone walk all over him only to make empty threats, but not be able to go through with it? And even if he tries, it wouldn't change anything. The difference in our strength is not something he can ever hope to overcome, and except Fugaku, there is no one else. Yes. The truth is no one in the Uchiha clan can stop me. You should know this very clearly. As Tadayoshi Sama's granddaughter, those words shattered the last trace of hope in Mikoto's heart, because she knew that every word Kanzu had said was true, according to what her grandfather had told her. The patriarch's sudden death was indeed linked to Kanzu. Despite knowing this, no one dared to do anything to Kanzu. Why? Because they were afraid of him. Fugaku, who might have had some chance of doing anything, has already been defeated by Kanzu once, and even her grandfather, who was already old, wasn't going to be a match for Kanzu either. If Kanzu dared to make a move on the patriarch, why wouldn't he dare attack the elder? Suddenly, Kanzu released Mikoto and turned away. Well, that's what I came here to say, and I have said my piece now. They'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. After that, it'll leave. As I said earlier, I'm not someone who likes to force others, but I just want to remind you that if I walk away tomorrow, you might have to wake up to the corpse of your beloved Sofa-sama. Do you really wish for that to happen? Think about it. No one can help you in this. Only you can do it. The decision is in your hand. You are the one to decide the fate of Tadayoshi-sama. With that said, let's begin the counting. 10, 9, 8. His ability to lie with a straight face was unmatched. Kanzu had always been skilled at talking nonsense, as if it were the truth. Still, he knew not to give Mikoto too much time to think. This kind of decision had to be forced. As the counting progressed, Mikoto grew more and more nervous. Even someone as calm as her couldn't really think straight and kept asking herself, what to do? What to do? Just as Kanzu reached the final count and turned to leave, Mikoto suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait, Kanzu grinned, his smile brazen and unrestrained. So, what decision did you reach? I promise you, nodded Mikoto as tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Her expression was so pitiful that anyone with a softer heart might have reconsidered. But Kanzu was not someone who showed mercy. He has long since become ruthless to the bones, and he would never let her go just because she appeared pitiful. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. He has experienced this through a hard lesson in his youth, and he wasn't going to repeat it. At the moment, Mikoto is an enemy, as she is part of the enemy camp, Fugaku's camp. Until she switched over to his camp, there was no way he was going to show an ounce of mercy to her. A wise decision, Kanzu chuckled as he lifted Mikoto up in a princess carry and closed the door of the house behind him, carrying her toward her own bedroom. Chapter 8.2 Uchiha Mikoto's First Time IR. 18 Carrying Mikoto in his arms, Kanzu arrived at her bedroom. Mikoto's bedroom was perfectly neat and clean, with everything arranged exactly where it should be without a trace of dirt or disorder anywhere. Kanzu nodded appreciatively at the woman in his arms. As expected of your room, Mikoto-san, but hearing Kanzu's praise, Mikoto didn't feel proud or happy. After all, Kanzu was invading her personal domain, her bedroom, and doing so against her wishes. She had agreed to let him in, but only because she had no other choice. Of course, Kanzu didn't care whether Mikoto felt happy or unhappy hearing his praise. He ignored her wishes and focused on the issue before him. There's no bed here, he said, looking down at her in his arms. Don't you use a bed or something? Mikoto replied quietly and coldly. I use a futon. I see, murmured Kanzu, nodding to himself. Unlike many Uchiha who prefer the traditional lifestyle and use futons, Kanzu opts for proper beds, not because he dislikes the traditional way of living, but because of being lazy. After all, using futons is a hassle. You have to lay them out every night and put them away in the cupboards every morning, which is inconvenient. Beds, on the other hand, are easier to use. But whatever we need, bedding. Otherwise I'll be uncomfortable, Kanzu said as he set Mikoto down on her feet and ordered, "Prepare the bedding." Mikoto could only scowl at him upon hearing the command. Not only was Kanzu about to take her by force, but he was also making her prepare the bedding for it. There's a limit to people's shamelessness, yet Kanzu seemed to have none. Glaring at him coldly, Mikoto went to the cupboard to retrieve the futon. As she did, her eyes caught the kunai she always kept tucked beneath her pillow, resting alongside the bedding. Looking at the kunai, a thought crossed her mind. If I kill him here, all my troubles would be over. Truly, if she ended Kanzu's life now, she would not only preserve her innocence and avoid the ordeal looming against her will, she would also eliminate a threat standing in the way of her fiancé. She reached out toward the kunai, but stopped halfway, wondering, but could I really go through with it? Mikoto felt uncertain not because she lacked the will to kill, but because of the vast difference in their strengths. She wasn't foolish enough to believe she stood a chance against the man behind her. She fully understood that he was far stronger than she was indeed. Even Fugaku was completely helpless against him. She knew her only chance against him was to use the element of surprise attack when he least expected it and end his life. But the problem with surprise is that it's never guaranteed to succeed, given what was about to happen. The perfect opportunity should arise for her to deliver the killing blow. But if I try to kill him, but fail, the consequences would be disastrous, she thought. She was certain that if her attempt failed, he would kill her grandfather in cold blood, and would probably do so right before her eyes. If it were just her, she might have gone through with it, because even if she failed, only she would suffer the consequences. But with her grandfather in the picture, she felt far less confident. Thinking of her grandfather's safety, Mikoto lost all her courage and withdrew her hand from the kunai. Just then, Kanzu's voice came from behind her. "What's taking so long?" He reached out, wrapping his hands around her stomach from behind. "And nothing," Mikoto stammered, freezing as she felt his grip tighten. "You're not having second thoughts, are you, Mikoto-san?" Kanzu asked, bringing his face close to her ear and whispering in a low voice that sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm not sure Tadayoshi-sama would be able to see the sun of tomorrow if his granddaughter keeps doubting her resolve to serve me today. I am not having second thoughts," Mikoto lied, feeling uncomfortable at his touch, but not daring to resist. At the same time, her heart pounded loudly. Fearing head noticed the kunai she had buried there and realized what she had been thinking moments ago. Truthfully, Kanzu had spotted the kunai and, with his sharp thinking, instantly figured out what had been going through Mikoto's mind moments ago. But since she hadn't dared to pick it up, he understood she had made her choice not to oppose what was about to happen. So he decided not to press the matter and simply said, "Well, in that case, don't keep standing there with a dazed expression and hurry up with the bedding. I don't have all day, you know. Besides, we need to finish before Tadayoshi-sama returns. You wouldn't want him to find out what you're about to do with me, would you?" After delivering the warning, Kanzu backed away, leaving Mikoto standing nervously. If Sofa-sama returns halfway through, she thought, it'll all be over. Feeling the urgency, she quickly picked up the bedding and prepared the futon on the tatami mats. Then, turning to Kanzu, she said with a reluctant expression, It's ready, Kanzu-sama. In that case, let us begin the first act of your downfall," Kanzu said, as he watched Mikoto lie down on the futon and move closer to her. Looking down at the woman beneath him, her eyes closed and her face carefully masking any discomfort despite being trapped by a man she neither chose nor accepted, Kanzu smiled. He traced his hand over her cheek, peering at her as he said, "Such beauty, it's truly wasted on trash like Fugaku." From a distance, she always appeared incredibly beautiful, but up close, Kanzu had to admit she was even more stunning. Letting trash like Fugaku have her would truly be a waste. Thankfully, Kanzu had set his sights on her. Letting an exquisite delicacy like Fugaku claim her would have been an unforgivable loss. Feeling his hand trace over her cheek, Makoto opened her eyes and met Kanzu's gaze. As he praised her beauty, she didn't know what to say. Her lips quivered, as if wanting to speak. But no words came. Noticing her struggle, Kanzu shrugged and, with a devious smile, pressed his lips to hers, beginning to kiss her. In that moment, Makoto's eyes widened and her body froze. She had never been touched by a man, not even her fiancé, yet now her lips were stolen. She had not agreed to this, and she was unsure how to respond. Overwhelmed and frozen, she endured the distressing moment as a flood of thoughts filled her mind, all expressing how much she wished she were somewhere else. I don't want this, she thought. But Kanzu wasn't someone who cared about what others wanted. He cared only about what he desired, and right now, he wanted the woman beneath him. Holding her cheek in his hand, he began to kiss her hungrily. Ju, Ju. The sounds of their passionate kissing echoed through the room as he pressed his lips against hers. While he kissed her, his hands were far from idle. They moved over her body. Not wanting her comfort compromised, he paused. Makoto's hand instinctively reached for the edge of her blouse, holding it tightly, stopping Kanzu from lifting it. Seeing her resistance, Kanzu released her lips and looked up at her. Although he could have forcibly lifted her blouse, even if she resisted, he preferred that she let go herself. So he commanded, Makoto-san, let go of your hand. Please don't do this. Kanzu-sama, Makoto begged, her eyes filling with tears. Kanzu smirked. Are you sure you want me to stop? He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, if I stop now, Tadayoshi-sama's heartbeat will stop too. At his whisper, Makoto tensed again. Kanzu added, so what will it be? Do you want me to stop, or do you want Tadayoshi-sama's heartbeat to stop? The choice is yours. The choice was unavoidable. Despite the reluctance and fear in her heart, she gave a small, defeated nod. Kanzu smirked. You are indeed a smart woman. And I happen to like smart women. Praising her, he gently touched her cheek and pulled her close for a warm embrace, holding her close to him. Oh, look at that, you're surprisingly well endowed, Kanzu murmured with a smile. Normally, Makoto didn't seem to have very large breasts, but that was likely due to her bra, which fully concealed her size. Now that Kanzu had pulled it down, everything was clear. Despite appearing somewhat flat at first glance, she was actually quite well endowed. Her breasts were perfectly shaped and perky, and considering her young age, they were soft and supple. Most of all, her breasts seemed to possess a certain grace that matched Makoto's temperament. Yes, as expected of Makoto-san, Kanzu nodded with an approving smile. But Makoto wasn't in a state to feel pleased by the praise. Exposed like that to Kanzu, tears welling up in her eyes could no longer be contained and soon began to flow out. Makoto clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. Yet all she could do was lie there helplessly as Kanzu leaned close to her. Makoto's heart raced as the moment between them deepened. He teased her slowly and deliberately, drawing a deliberate motion across her skin as he tried to provoke a reaction. The subtle sounds he made sent a shudder through her, her body betraying her with a faint tremble. But despite all that, Makoto tried to remain rigid, pressing her lips tightly together. Her clenched fists tightened even more, the sting of her nails grounding her against the overwhelming violation. Kanzu chuckled softly as he continued, leaning in close. He pressed his lips against her skin gently at first, then gradually increased the pressure. His free hand moved toward her other side, fingers pressing into the soft flesh and tracing its contours with a possessiveness that made Makoto's stomach churn. The wet sounds of his mouth against her skin filled the room, mingling with her shallow, uneven breaths. Despite her mind screaming in protest, Makoto's body betrayed her, slowly giving in to the pleasure. This isn't me, she told herself, focusing on the ceiling and counting the wooden beams, trying to dissociate from the sensations overwhelming her. This is just something I have to endure him. Yet the thought did little to dull the embarrassment and warmth spreading through her chest as small sounds slipped out between her uneven breaths. Hearing them, Kanzu pulled back slightly with a smirk. You're so responsive. Mikoto-san, pinching her chin roughly between his fingers. He leaned in and added, "And as you can see, even if you try to hold back, your boat is honest." His voice dripped with mockery, as if her distress were his victory. Mikoto clenched her jaw, turning her tear-streaked face away. "Don't say that," she whispered, her voice cracking. She hated how weak she sounded, how powerless she felt. But what could she do? Even when she tried not to feel anything, even when she tried to hide her reactions, she couldn't hold back. Kanzu chuckled lightly, Fufu, and undeterred, shifted his attention to her other side, continuing the same slow, deliberate process. His fingers gently traced along her shoulder, while his hand continued to explore, sliding down her side, tugging at the waistband of her plum skirt. The fabric rustled as he pulled it lower, exposing the curve of her hip. Mikoto's breath hitched, her body tensing further. "Kanzu-sama," she began, her voice barely audible, a plea she knew would fall on deaf ears. Kanzu paused, lifting his head to meet her gaze. "What's that? Mikoto-san? Were you saying something?" His eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned closer, his lips brushing her ear playfully yet dangerously. "You don't happen to be opposed to this, do you?" And no, she replied, tears falling faster now, soaking the futon beneath her. She wanted to scream, to fight, to plunge the kunai into his heart, but the image of her grandfather's kind, weathered face held her back. She couldn't risk it. Please continue," she said. Sensing her surrender, Kanzu's smirk widened. "Good girl," he said in a patronizing tone as he resumed his exploration, pulling her skirt down to her ankles before shifting his gaze to the area covered by her black panties. "Oh, would you look at this?" Kanzu murmured with surprise and amusement. The moment his fingers brushed her, Mikoto flinched, instinctively pressing her legs together. "Relax," he commanded, his voice low and authoritative. "You'll only make this harder for yourself and Tadayoshi-sama. Please forgive me, Fugaka-sama." After a brief struggle in her heart, she complied, with a blushing face filled with shame. She allowed Kanzu to come closer without reservation, something the young Uchiha did without a shred of hesitation. Chapter 8.3 Uchiha Mikoto's Resolve 2. "Please forgive me, Fugaka-sama." After a brief struggle in her heart, Mikoto complied, with a blushing face filled with emotion. She welcomed Kanzu's company without hesitation, something the young Uchiha accepted with confidence. "Fufu, that's what I'm talking about," he chuckled softly, tracing his hands along her legs for a while before gently reaching over her black panties. He began teasing softly. A soft sound slipped from Mikoto's lips almost instantly, which amused Kanzu. Feeling the dampness cling to his fingers, he gave a mocking smile and remarked, "Even though you are making a reluctant face and tearing up, look how soaked you are, Mikoto-san. Could it be you're actually secretly enjoying all this and just pretending to be unhappy? How could that be?" Mikoto protested, her voice laced with anger and shame. There was no way she could be enjoying this. She wasn't here by choice. She had been forced into this position against her will, trapped in a situation she never asked for. "How could I possibly enjoy this?" "Then how do you explain that?" Kanzu questioned in a deep, teasing voice as he squeezed her thigh. Another trembling breath escaped her lips at that moment, which was accompanied by a sudden warmth that overwhelmed her, making her tremble as she clung to him. Lifting his hand close to her face, letting her see the faint tremble in his fingers as they brushed against her skin, he questioned her. "Huh? How do you explain this? Are you saying this isn't what you were up to?" That obviously, it's because Mikoto tried to argue, but the moment she parted her lips, Kanzu covered her mouth with his hand. "Here," he said with a smirk. "Now you have nothing left to deny. Maybe this will help you see the truth." A mild fruity taste spread across her tongue as his fingers slowly swirled around inside her mouth. Knowing the source of the flavor, a wave of disgust rose within her. She had never imagined that one day she'd be forced into such a humiliating position, and the shame that followed was overwhelming. She wanted to push his hand away from her face, or strike him with all her strength to free herself. But when she noticed the eyes watching her in amusement, she dared not resist as he moved closer, letting his actions unfold however he wished. Smirking with satisfaction at her compliance, he grabbed her chin firmly, holding her in place for a tense moment before stepping back, releasing his grip, coated with her saliva. "So what do you think? Did it taste good?" he asked casually, wiping the saliva on his fingers on her tits and the valley between them. Makoto covered her face with both hands. The situation was already unbearable, humiliating beyond words. She had nothing left to say, only a growing sense of shame and despair. Unable to bring herself to answer, all she could do was hide her face and cry silently as she hoped that it would end soon. But Kanzu wasn't the type to let things slide. He was a villain and Makoto, his victim. There was no way Head let her off easily. Displeased with her silence, he gave her a sharp smack, drawing a muffled cry from her lips. "Aya, did I not ask a question?" he asked in a deep tone. But even after the smack, Makoto didn't move her hands from her face. She kept them pressed tightly over her eyes as silent tears streamed down her cheeks born of shame, fear, despair, and helplessness. "If you're going to act like this," Kanza muttered, clearly displeased. He forcibly lifted her hips and slid her undergarment down without hesitation, exposing her to the cold air. Untouched woman and an incredibly sexy figure that only served to make his arousal even more intense. He really wanted to inflict pain upon her and satisfy his deranged fantasies. But instead of focusing on his desires or taking her right away, he decided to deal with another very important matter first as he sat on her stomach, holding the black fabric in one hand. Then, without giving her a choice, he pulled her hands away from her face and restrained her wrists together above her head with the same fabric, making sure that her hands were completely restricted and would no longer get in the way. "This ensures that we can see each other's faces clearly," he said with a cold, sadistic smile as he leaned in and forcibly kissed her. After all, if she couldn't even look into the eyes of the one harming her while it was happening, how would she remember the face of the man who did it? And if she didn't remember his face, how could he truly savor the benefits that he would receive from the system for wronging her? His actions had the desired effect. Makoto glared at him with teary, hate-filled eyes, as if she wanted nothing more than to kill him right then and there. "Uchiha Kanzu ill definitely for everything you're doing to me today." She was so angry and humiliated that she even forgot to call him in the usual respectful manner that she had done every time up until now, despite being half violated. "Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see," Kanzu thought, nodding in satisfaction. But he wasn't done. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, delivering another dose of despair. "Don't forget about Tadayoshi-sama. Do you really want me to kill him?" The moment those words reached her, Makoto's tongue froze mid-sentence. Unable to say anything further, "Haha, that's the Makoto-san I know and admire," Kanza chuckled, seizing the moment to steal another kiss. Makoto could do nothing but endure as he continued to do as he pleased, planting kisses and bites along her neck and shoulders, claiming her as his own, laughing all the while fully savoring her helplessness as if a predator. Once he finished marking her, leaving over a dozen bite marks, Kanza nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this is more like it," he then rose to his feet with a smirk on his lips. "And now it's time to get this show on the road, isn't it?" The words left her momentarily stunned, but the truth sank in quickly as she watched him begin to undress. With every piece of fabric that slid off Kanza's body, Makoto's despair grew deeper, dread tightening inside her with the fear of what was to come. Of course, even while undressing, Kanza didn't stop tormenting the woman lying helpless on the futon. He used that opportunity to tease her with his foot, tracing his toes around her in a deliberately provocative way and occasionally pressing against her sensitive spots with his toe, making her squirm and tremble as moans escaped from her lips, adding yet another layer of humiliation to the memories already etched into her. "Fufu, look at you squirm, from just that you really are quite sensitive, aren't you, Makoto-san?" Kanza chuckled, Now, standing in nothing but his boxers while the rest of his body was fully exposed to Mikoto's gaze. Amidst rough and shallow breaths, Mikoto stared at him with a dazed look, taking in the sight of his build. Kanzu had what one might call a sleeper build. He didn't appear particularly muscular at first glance while clothed, but beneath the fabric, his physique was deceptively well-defined, almost sculpted to the level of a Greek god. Of course, he bore a few scars across his body, but those were marks of pride, earned as a ninja and a warrior in battles at a young age on the battlefield of Amigakure. Rather than diminishing his appeal, they only enhanced his rugged, gangster-like dominating presence. Paired with his strikingly handsome face and an imposing height of nearly 192.5 centimeters. His presence was enough to make even the most beautiful and arrogant women turn their heads. And Uchiha Mikoto, no matter how dignified, elegant, or composed, was still a young woman, and a maiden at heart. And faced with that kind of body, and presence that made countless women squirm and salivate, it was hard to claim she felt nothing. Especially since, deep down, she had always secretly admired him. It was no surprise, then, that her cheeks flushed red up to her ears, and she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze anymore. Not that she was able to do that previously either, but this time it was for an entirely different reason. Had things been different, had she not been cornered and trapped in this situation against her, while finding herself bound and helpless beneath the looming, dominating presence of Uchiha, Kanzu might have felt like a forbidden fantasy, a dream come true. How many women in Konoha share such an exotic dream, but dreams weren't meant to be like this. And much to her despair, this was no dream, this was not just a forbidden fantasy. It was all too real, every bit of it. And it was a nightmare. A nightmare that she had no way of escaping and could only give, and the only faint silver lining in her nightmare was that her tormentor was a man as handsome as Kanzu. Had it been some grotesque, obese stranger or an old man, she might have considered death the kinder option. But even thinking such a thing in this situation felt disturbingly misplaced. Handsome or not, the man was clearly about to violate her. And yet it still brought Mikoto a small, inexplicable sense of relief, if only just a little. Perhaps it's simply human nature to search for a silver lining, no matter how bleak the situation. Or maybe it was just Mikoto who wasn't quite right in the head like most Uchihas. Or perhaps it was a matter of the heart. After all, she had always been a secret admirer of Uchiha Kanzu. The exact reason was hard to pin down. Regardless, as her eyes drifted from his striking face and his sculpted frame down to the only piece of fabric on his body, she felt a wave of undeniable attraction. Immediately, her breath caught, and her gaze turned dazed once more. Even from the outline alone, it was clear what kind of beast lay hidden beneath the fabric, and whether by intent or coincidence, Kanzu chose that very moment to remove the final piece of clothing from his body. Under Mikoto's dazed gaze, he hooked his fingers into the waistband of his boxers and slowly pulled them down. So big, Mikoto murmured unconsciously, swallowing hard in fear. Although this was her first time seeing a man in that state, that didn't mean she was ignorant. As part of her kunoichi training, she had studied male anatomy in great detail during the sex education classes while she attended the Ninja Academy, and even learned how to manipulate a man's lust to her advantage during missions. Although she had been just a little girl, less than 10 years old at the time, and had never needed to put those techniques into practice, as a kunoichi, she still remembered every detail clearly thanks to her sharp memory. Therefore, she knew what was considered normal. And Kanzu's presence? It was far from average, too striking to be anything but rare. Kanzu laughed. "I'm glad you think so, Mikoto-san," he said, clearly pleased by her unintentional words. After all, what man wouldn't enjoy such a compliment? It boosted his confidence perfectly, and with a commanding stature of 9.6 inches in shoulder width. He had every reason to be proud. Satisfied, he sat back on the futon and added with a smirk, "And you should rejoice, Mikoto-san, because you're about to experience something truly unforgettable. And no, I'm scared it's too much, Makoto pleaded, shaking her head desperately. She was truly terrified and tried to squirm away, but obviously, Kanza didn't care that she was afraid. He was far too horny at the moment to give a damn. Not to mention, he was too much of a scumbag to care, just because someone was begging him. Grinning ear to ear, he struck her once again for misbehaving, making her gasp sharply and wince, and instinctively stop squirming. Using that opportunity, he held her by her shoulders and pulled her closer to him while firmly pinning her down with his grip. For your own sake, hold still, he commanded, positioning himself at the entrance of her untouched body. She was already trembling and aroused from all the teasing head given her earlier, so he didn't bother with more. Instead, he just smiled sadistically and said, "From this moment, you're going to learn a lesson you'll never forget." That cold smile on his face and those threatening words horrified Makoto more than anything. No, no. She tried to move away, but she wasn't strong enough to do anything, and with her hands bound, she was utterly powerless. Ignoring her pleas, Kanzu pushed his hips forward with a grunt. And in one motion, he forced himself on her. Makoto let out a pained cry. By now, she was already breathing rapidly, her heart pounding, and her entire body drenched in sweat as pain coursed through her. Quite obviously, her body, even if sensitive from earlier teasing, was still not ready for a beast like him, and she felt overwhelmed. Honestly, she probably would have been apart if she hadn't subconsciously used her chakra to coat and protect her muscles there. Good use of chakra, you really do have talent, Kanzu praised, noticing her subconscious application. Then he clenched his teeth and pushed forward, soon reaching a threshold that she could not uncross. This is the final moment, Kanzu said, warning her of what lay ahead. Makoto's expression twisted in pain. At that moment, if she could, she wanted nothing more than to hold on to something, even if it was just the bedsheet of the futon beneath her. But her hands were tied over her head, making it impossible to grasp anything. And Kanzu, not caring at all about any of that, pushed forward again, forcibly tearing through the thin inner wall and making her graduate from it. Against her will plop a thin line of red blood leaked out as Makoto let out a pained cry. Her voice breaking with desperate tears from the pain she felt in that moment. The pain she felt was less from the wall being torn or from the brutal assault her body couldn't handle, and more from a situation she found herself in at that moment. But even in that moment, Kanzu, an evil, sadistic, and shameless bastard, mockingly congratulated her. Congratulations. Makoto-san, from this moment on, you are no longer a girl. You've graduated into a woman indeed. Now you're a full-fledged woman. He then asked, aren't you glad? Unable to hold back any longer, Makoto burst into uncontrollable tears. Owawa Chapter 8.4 Uchiha Makoto's First Time 3R 18. Watching Makoto cry for being forced into something she wasn't ready for, Kanzu smirked with sadistic satisfaction. He knew his actions would leave her with a terrible memory and emotional scars she could never overcome, but did he care? Not in the slightest. In fact, not only did he disregard her emotional state and the pain she was enduring, he was entirely focused on the exquisite sensation coursing through him as her body held him tightly. It felt to him as if he was wrapped in a warm, velvety embrace. Every inch of the moment drew Makoto deeper into the intense connection, as her untouched form resisted the intrusion of a large, overwhelming presence. Foreign rival, but that resistance only heightened Kanzu's euphoria. No matter how many times I claim a victory, it never stops feeling incredible, he muttered under his breath. This wasn't the first time he had prevailed, in fact. He had done so several times before. He had even been the first to be intimate with the Kunoichi, who was part of the same squad as him back when they were fighting on the front lines in the Land of Rain, so this was nothing new to him. But he had to admit that being with someone so inexperienced felt like something else entirely. Beyond the raw pleasure brought about by their connection, it brought with it a deep, intoxicating sense of psychological satisfaction. After all, Earning someone's trust wasn't just about a physical bond, it was about leaving an indelible mark on both their life and their mind. A mark that declared exactly who she belonged to from that moment onward. And since now he had left a mark on Makoto's body and mind, she belonged to him. Now that you already belong to me, I'm never letting you go. Kanza laughed, drinking in her cry like a fine wine as he pressed on. He pressed closer to Makoto, who let out a sharp cry, a trembling mix of pain and unwanted pleasure, but he ignored it and pushed him further. The deeper he went, the more he felt her struggling to adjust to his size, an exquisite, almost desperate tightness. Her body resisted yet struggled to adapt, and that intoxicating contradiction drove him to press closer until she felt overwhelmed. It's too much, she said, gasping for quick relief. Short breaths through her tears as her chest rose and fell rapidly while she cried out in distress. Overwhelmed by an intensity she had never experienced before, her body trembling as she tried to endure the overwhelming sensation that left her shaken and confused. An uncomfortable wave ran through her that drew a helpless whimper from her lips. Not even 3/4, huh? Kanza murmured, noticing that they still had further to go, though the tip had already reached as deep as it could. Makoto was left feeling an overwhelming fullness, which came as little surprise. It was her first time, and her body could only handle so much. The fact that she managed this much at all was already impressive, likely thanks to her subconscious use of chakra easing the strain. Any more, and she truly might have been. Kanza knew that with enough time and patience, they would gradually adjust to each other, and had eventually be able to fully commit himself. So there was no immediate rush in that regard, not in his mind. For now, he intended to enjoy things exactly as they were. And that's what he did as they stayed close together in the quiet of the moment, sharing the intimacy of it all, and the overwhelming realization that she was completely consumed by his presence, whether she wanted it or not, were utterly intoxicating. For Makoto, it was the crushing reality that there was nowhere left to retreat. But truthfully, that reality had already settled in the moment he carried her into her bedroom now. All that remained was to endure, and that thought of having to endure what was coming terrified her and made her anxious, sending her breathing into ragged bursts as she began to hyperventilate. Is she hyperventilating? He thought with a frown. He wasn't sure, but decided not to risk it. Kanza didn't immediately move. He simply stayed there, burying half his sword into the very depths of her fleshy hilt, and allowing Makoto to steady her breathing. His goal was to torment her, not kill her or leave her unconscious. Killing her would be easy, but wouldn't earn him a significant amount of evil points, but tormenting her would probably do so. But to be tormented, he needed her stable, and for that, a pause was necessary. As he paused, Kanza began to gently, almost teasingly, caress her inner thighs and the sweat-slick curves of her hips, as well as her flat, toned stomach and navel, coaxing her body into feeling just safe enough to steady her breath and ease her hyperventilation. For Makoto, the stillness was almost worse, as her chest rose and fell in gasping breaths. She trembled with each pulse of her heartbeat, painfully aware of the closeness pressing against her. The weight of the moment settled heavy in her lower belly, a persistent, overwhelming fullness. Yet again, Kanza was indifferent to it all. All he cared about was her breathing. And once he felt that her breathing had somewhat stabilized, and she was no longer hyperventilating out of anxiety and fear, he stopped his caresses and moved without warning, slowly drawing back. In that moment, Makoto had to go through a new form of torment as the moment lingered painfully for her, pulling at places she didn't even know could feel so exposed. She winced at the sensation, her body tensing in a futile attempt to halt his movement. Kanzu felt that tightening instantly as she tried to keep him close, even if her mind screamed otherwise. It made the motion deliciously slow as the tension gripped every inch until only the end remained. "Let's try this again," he said. Then he moved forward again. Makoto's breath hitched sharply as the sensation returned, pressing her further despite her boda's protest. The deep stretch sent a dull ache up her spine as it arched instinctively, followed by a too deep, straining pull across her back. She couldn't stop the choked whimper that escaped her lips, and Kansas' grin widened. Well, it seems you're starting to feel it, Mikoto-san. His words only made her more self-conscious. No, that can't be, she tried to protest, but another sound escaped her lips as he resumed. And you're saying that you aren't feeling it. Kanzu chuckled slyly, leaning close and pulling her in while the two moved together in a slow, deliberate rhythm, each time drawing back nearly out before pressing fully close again. Every shift brought a wave of unfamiliar sensation, her body responding to pressures she had never experienced. Her toes curled against the futon, her wrists tugging weakly at the fabric binding them, as if she could steady herself against the slow, deliberate rhythm. By the 8th or 9th stroke, her breathing had become uneven, not from hyperventilating, but from arousal as half-shallow gasps, half-trembling sighs escaped from her lips. She didn't mean to let out. In, HNNNG. She even tried to bite her lips to keep the moans from escaping, but she couldn't help it. They slipped out against her will as her body grew weak. She hated that her body was reacting to Kansas' slow, deliberate movements, yet she couldn't stop it. And Kanzu, hearing those tiny, reluctant sounds, only slowed down further, making each motion drag, making her body ache for it. She felt troubled on one hand. She wanted him to stop. On the other hand, her body desperately ached for more, for him to go faster and give her what she needed. Coincidentally, Kanzu also felt the same, as only a minute later, his patience began to grow thin, not from boredom, but from the growing urge to push her further. This is too slow. Let's speed up a little. Had already tested her limits. Now he wanted to see how much she could endure. He pulled back slowly once more, letting her feel the deep pressure as he pulled back, then surged forward in one sharp, decisive move. Pa! Mikoto gasped, and in the sudden force sent a shock through her entire body, her hips jolting from the impact. The blunt pressure struck deep, pressing hard against her core, and a sharp tension rose in her chest. Her bound hands pulled instinctively against the restraint, and her body tensed, but Kansas' grip on her shoulders kept her still. Kanza grinned at the way she flinched under him. Now that is a good reaction. That startled gasp, that helpless flinch, they were proof that his change in pace had landed exactly as he intended. Let's continue this. Without giving her a moment to recover, he pulled back just far enough so she drew in a sharp breath, holding onto him tightly, then pressed forward with the same ruthless force, a sharp impact against her skin with a sharp paw. Each time Kanzu surged ahead, he went harder and faster than before, reaching further with every move. Mikoto's breathing grew ragged as they moved together again and again, her voice breaking into louder, half-formed whimpers that blended with the rhythmic sounds of their bodies pressing close. Ah, ah, ah. The sharp ache of each forceful blow sent a heavy, overwhelming pressure through her body that made her feel as though she could take no more. Her mind screamed that she hated it. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. But her body betrayed her, drawing her in despite her protests. Why does this feel so good? She seemed trapped in a cruel dilemma, hating the situation she was in, yet unable to make sense of her conflicted emotions. Even though I'm being hurt, even though I'm being violated, why does this feel so good? The thought made her want to cry even more. Kanza noticed her inner turmoil and smirked as he taunted. Looks like you're enjoying this, Mikoto-san. The subtle change in her breathing and the faint tremor in her muscles that wasn't just from resisting it all told him her body was beginning to give in. No matter what her mind screamed, that was what made it intoxicating for him, not just the physical sensation, but the power of knowing he could force her into this contradiction. Of course, Mikoto refused to admit how good it felt. No, it doesn't feel good at all. After all, admitting it would mean she was enjoying what was happening, and what kind of woman could ever admit to that? What kind of woman could ever enjoy that? Kanzu smirked. Since that's the case, let's try changing things up a little. He stopped, and lifted both her legs. "WH, what are you doing?" Makoto asked, pulling away. She felt uncomfortable with how exposed she was. "Hee, this isn't over yet." Kanzu chuckled as he leaned forward, gripping her bound hands and pulling them down, shifting her stance so she was off balance and trapped. As her bound arms automatically forced her legs wide open, leaving her fully exposed to him. "Now this position is good," he said, lowering his face toward her. This, Mikoto stammered, shaking her head. No, this position," seeing her flustered state. Kanzu tilted his head and asked, "Could it be that you're unable to hold this position?" No, that's not the issue," Mikoto quickly denied. While the position might have been difficult for many women, she was a trained kunoichi. Her body was flexible, and holding it wasn't a problem. Let alone this position, she could even hold a more dangerous and complex position without any problem. But that wasn't the issue. The real problem was it's too shameful, she admitted, her face flushed red. The shame of being made to present herself to him like this made her wish for the ground to swallow her up. "Yes, of course I know that, which is exactly why I put you in this position." Kanzu chuckled, trailing a hand along the back of her shapely thighs before adding with a smirk, "And now I'm going to finish what I started in this position." Leaning in, he captured her lips in a forceful kiss before pulling her close again with renewed passion. The sound echoed as each movement brought them together, their connection deepening with every shared breath. As they drew closer together, the difference was also immediate as Mikoto's gasps grew sharper and her legs trembled harder under her own grip. Separating from her lips, Kanzu smiled and asked, "You feel that, Mikoto-san?" His voice was low and mocking. Mikoto shook her head, eyes squeezed shut, as if denying his words could somehow make them less true. But the truth was impossible to escape, and every moment left her trembling, her breath unsteady, desperate for it to end. Even though she didn't want to give in and accept the pleasure, her own loud moans and her ache for more made it harder to hold her ground. "NGHHH. Aya. Ah. He'll take that as an answer," Kanzu smirked before leaning in to kiss her again. He sucked on her lips and tongue, even bit on them, drawing some blood, giving her a blend of pain and pleasure to satisfy his twisted tendencies, all while beginning to alternate his aggressive pace. At times, he delivered slow, grinding movements that forced her to endure each one, making her body tense despite her mind's protests. Then, without warning, he would deliver a series of sudden movements that made her arch her back, her eyes rolling in involuntary pleasure. The unpredictability kept her off balance, unable to brace herself for what was coming next. And slowly a new emotion she had never once felt before began to build deep within her, something that felt like it needed to be expressed. A few more moments later, as that strange feeling grew stronger and stronger, like sea waves hitting a beach, Mikoto felt overwhelmed and she wasn't sure how to respond. The thought of doing that in this situation was unbearably shameful. She tried to fight the urge, clenching her jaw and gripping the fabric at her sides to hold herself back. But it was no use, each moment only made it harder to endure. "I don't want to NNGH," she gasped, finally left with no choice but to beg, her voice trembling. "Stop, please." "Stop? Why stop? We were just getting started, why would I stop?" Kanzu refused, his tone steady as he kept going. And of course, it felt right to him. It had been a long time since he had shared this kind of moment. After all, it had been a long time since he had been with someone so inexperienced. Naturally, there was no way he was going to stop, especially not before he reached his finish. So, not only did he not stop, but push himself harder. Her breathing hitched, each gasp coming quicker, shallower and louder. Her voice breaking into fragmented sounds that barely resembled words. And in an HHS, something's coming. "Haha, shush, stop. I see, can't hold." Kanzu blinked for a moment as his smirk deepened, realizing what was happening. "Then don't fight it, Mikoto-san. Let it happen, let it come out." His voice was low, steady, as if he were gently encouraging her through something she was struggling to resist. "How could I? Can't I?" She was breathless, unfocused, and overwhelmed her words breaking apart as she tried to steady herself. Her toes curled, and her legs felt weak beneath her, unsteady as if they might give out at any moment. An unbearable knot of emotion tightened inside her, building to a breaking point. Please," Mikoto begged again, fresh tears spilling from her eyes. "No can do, Mikoto-san." Kanzu only smirked at her pleading expression. He leaned down to gently brush the tears from her cheeks before pressing a soft kiss to her lips. His hands cradled her as he held her close, and the deep kiss and overwhelming intensity of the moment left Mikoto trembling with emotion. Despite trying with all her strength, she could no longer hold herself together. In that instant, the unbearable tension finally overwhelmed her. Her back arched and her head tipped back as her eyes lost focus and her mouth fell open in a choked, desperate cry. "It's happening, aha!" The feelings surged through her in several powerful waves. Adult content removed for all audiences' safety. Chapter 8.5 Uchiha Mikoto's New Beginning. Yeah. The pressure broke sideways as a hot rush she couldn't control spilled out, splattering in places it shouldn't have. After releasing several waves of fluid, her body finally began to calm, leaving her gasping for breath. What have I done?" she murmured, her cheeks burning hot and her mind cloudy. But even if her mind may have been muddled, she clearly realized something intense had just happened to her body, leaving her shaken and breathless. And the other from her urethral opening. The liquid released within her coated kanzu, still pressed against her, making the following movement even more slick and lubricated. As for the sudden spray from her urethra, it splattered everywhere: her stomach, her pelvis, her skin. Kanzu's body and the sheets beneath her were left completely soaked. She felt humiliated more than she already had from everything Head forced her to go through. But this felt like a whole new depth of shame. It was one thing, but losing control of herself in that moment, that was a different level entirely. "Just kill me," she murmured in a dazed tone, her eyes unfocused. She wished the earth would swallow her whole so she could vanish forever, and if not the earth, then Kanzu would just do the deed so that she wouldn't have to live a minute more. She really didn't want to nod after what she had done. Were you on about? That wasn't pee, that was something else, something good, Kanzu smirked. But his words never reached her. In that moment, the only thought echoing in Mikoto's mind was, I peed. To have lost control like that in front of him. I want to die. Watching her in that state, Kanzu slowly stepped back from her with a wet sound. Immediately, she trembled in the sudden emptiness. He slipped one hand beneath her neck to lift her dazed head, while the other reached for her in the place he had just been. His fingers traced soft patterns against her skin, and he said, "Look at this." Mikoto trembled under his gentle touch, the same strange feeling from moments ago rapidly building again, frightening her. And not again, it's coming again, she gasped, her eyes rolling back as her body tensed and her hips shifted until once again, a sudden gush of clear fluid burst forth. This time, though, because the release only came from one place, she was able to see it more clearly as she watched the transparent liquid spraying outward in an arc, drenching Kanzu's hand. Fufu, that wasn't water, that was something else. Congratulations, Mikoto-san, Kanzu laughed, rubbing his fingers side to side, smearing the wetness over her thighs until they glistened not from sweat, but from her own excitement. SQ, she didn't immediately understand what that meant, but one thing she did grasp was that it wasn't pee. That small realization made her feel a little better, enough for the thought of wanting to die to fade. But the relief was short-lived. The next moment, as she once again became aware of her current situation, she didn't feel good at all. Even if her mind rejected it, her body betrayed her. The relentless attention she was receiving continued to send unsettling sensations through her. For Kanzu, who had plenty of intimate experience, finding what pleased a partner wasn't difficult. He located Mikoto's sensitive spot with ease and skillfully attended to it, overwhelming her senses with intense pleasure and leaving her trembling in his arms. Oh, again! Mikoto gasped as her legs trembled, toes curled, back arched, and head snapped back. Another wave of intense pleasure rippled through her body. When the last wave subsided, he lifted his hand and held it before her lips. Come on, open up. Mikoto didn't want to, but did she have a choice? Of course not. Kanzu pried her mouth open and slid his soaked fingers inside, forcing her to taste something she didn't want as he teased. Don't worry, it's fine, just taste it, you'll see. Mikoto wanted to argue how could she possibly know? After all, it was something she had never experienced, and she certainly wasn't about to, but with his hand in her mouth, she couldn't say a word. Her tongue moved involuntarily, swirling around his fingers as a mix of faint salty and metallic tang spread across her tongue, mingling with the intrusive presence of his hand. For some reason, the strange taste left her senses numb and her mind hazy. Before she even realized it, she began to move subconsciously, as if craving more. Noticing this, Kanzu let out a small smile as he pressed his fingers gently against her lips. Of course, his hand wasn't the only thing pressing against her. He leaned in close to her again, pulling her tight as the moment grew more intense. Each firm push sent ripples through her body, her chest bouncing in rhythm with the movement. Muffled sounds spilled from her as Kanzu's hand covered her mouth, gagging her cries. And all this while, the steady rhythm of movement filled the room, growing more intense. MMMIA. Mikoto's voice rose in pitch as she shifted beneath him. Kanzu grinned as he looked down at her. That's it. Mikoto-san let out soft, involuntary sounds. If anyone else had been in the house, they would have surely heard her and come to check up on her. But fortunately, there was no one, just Kanzu and Mikoto, allowing the moment to continue in private. Still, if anyone had seen her in this state, they would have doubted their own eyes, convinced they were under a jinjutsu, because this woman, flushed and visibly struggling beneath him, looked nothing like the graceful and poised Uchiha Mikoto they knew. The Uchiha Mikoto everyone knew was the very picture of elegance and grace, a true Yamato Nadeshiko. But the woman underneath him looked nothing like that. Right now, she seemed more like a whore, completely unlike the dignified Mikoto they all recognized. Thinking of the difference, a wicked thought crossed Kanzu's mind. What would Fugaka feel if he saw his own fiancée so helplessly under my control? Kukuku. He'd definitely lose his mind, Kanzu mused darkly, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips. But then again, even if Fugaka did lose his mind, given his personality, Kanzu doubted he would actually do anything. When the Uchiha clan was on the verge of extermination at the hands of his own son, he did nothing, so what could he possibly do if he learned his fiancée had been terribly wronged by another man? That wouldn't be fun. I need to push him, to rile him up, to make him burn with jealousy and feel the sting of humiliation beyond measure. Yes, Kanzu wanted Fugaku to suffer and be consumed by that torment. As he thought of how to make that happen, his eyes landed on the strip of black fabric binding Mikoto's wrists. An amused smile crept across his lips. Yeah, that will prove useful. He decided he'd take it with him later, but only after finishing what he had planned for her. Temporarily pushing those thoughts aside, Kanzu focused only on her, his movements quickening with renewed vigor and intensity. As Kanzu's pace grew harsher and faster, Mikoto's soft cries grew louder. Each intense movement created a heavy pressure low in her belly, making her arch her back involuntarily, her body trembling as the sharp mix of pain and pressure overwhelmed her senses, clouding her thoughts. Looking down at her, Kanzu leaned closer, gripping her shoulders firmly, his gaze locked with hers, eyes sharp with anger and helplessness as he teased. Mikoto-san, you really are having fun, aren't you? And no, how could that be, Mikoto tried to refute between shaky gasps, but it didn't matter, her body was far too honest. Really? Then how do you explain those sounds? Do you even hear yourself? Kanzu taunted, slowing his pace just enough for her to recognize her own breathless gasps. Ha, NNNGH. HNNN. Kanzu leaned close with a smirk. That's your answer. This is it's just MMM Mikoto tried to speak, but her words collapsed into broken fragments, lost beneath the overwhelming sensation as Kanzu gently teased her with his mouth. And the worst part? When she did hear herself, she realized her own voice wouldn't stop. The feeling was striking so deeply, it was almost overwhelming her senses. That awareness only deepened her shame. What are you even saying? I don't understand. Try saying it to me clearly otherwise. It wouldn't make any sense, Kanza mocked, leaning forward until his face hovered just above hers, their eyes locking. But Mikoto couldn't say anything because Kanzu wouldn't let her, and he would only intensify his actions to keep her overwhelmed. Looking at her helpless state, his lips curled into a grin. No matter how much you deny it, you're still loving this. Even though you're being coerced and threatened and should be reluctant and opposed, you're actually enjoying it, Mikoto-san. Could it be that you're secretly a pervert? And no, Mikoto refused adamantly, but the delirious tremor in her voice betrayed her. Even though she shouted her denial, it didn't sound convincing at all, not even to herself. Kanzu chuckled darkly and twisted her words into a cruel mockery. When someone refuses so loudly, it usually means they have something to hide, doesn't it? So, even though you're protesting, you're actually agreeing. You're enjoying this confrontation more than you let on. Mikoto wanted to cry. What kind of messed up logic is that? Although what he said might be true in many circumstances, obviously not in this one. But no matter how many times she tried to deny it, Kanza made it meaningless. Either he didn't let her speak at all, or if he allowed her to speak, he acted as if her refusal didn't exist. Worse, despite the humiliation and hating every moment of it, she felt her spirit crushed and left her drowning in hopelessness, making her even wonder if she really was the kind of pervert he accused her of being. No, I'm not a pervert, she thought desperately, shaking her head, unwilling to accept the label. But what did it matter what she wanted? From the very beginning, what she wanted never mattered. What mattered was that Kanzu wanted her. He had threatened her with her grandfather's life to force her into this, and now he was overpowering her, achieving his objective and relishing every moment of it, while simultaneously assaulting her mind, breaking her down piece by piece. After all, the true thrill for him wasn't the act itself. Most of it came from the fact that she was utterly helpless beneath him, her will eroding, her mind fracturing inch by inch. That look of helplessness and pain filled him with a dark satisfaction. Gripping her waist tightly, Kanzu held her close, his ragged cries spilling out as he called her name over and over, staring into her eyes as though claiming her as his possession. Mikoto-san, 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 you're so beautiful. Mikoto-san, seeing you reacting to me like this makes me want to make you mine and keep you close again and again. And no, Mikoto almost shrieked the moment he mentioned claiming her completely. Panic surged through her, cutting through the haze of desire clouding her mind and forcing her to struggle, desperate to break free. The situation was already unbearable, but if he took things further, wouldn't that make everything worse? What if she ended up facing consequences she'd never wanted? No, that would be disastrous. She couldn't allow herself to carry the child of someone who wasn't her fiancé and whom she wasn't supposed to marry. The very thought terrified her, and she struggled harder to break free. But could she really escape from him? Obviously not to mention the vast difference in their strength. Her hands were bound, her legs weak and trembling from the relentless intensity, overwhelmed by a deep, aching pressure that buckled her breath and drained all her strength. How could she possibly break away? Yet again, Mikoto realized the futility of resisting. She was far too weak. So instead, she tried to beg, reasoning with him between ragged breaths. No, please, you can't do this. It won't be good for either of us. But seeing her panic only thrilled Kanzu further. He laughed darkly. Fufu pregnant with my child? Is that what scares you, Mikoto-san? But for some reason, just the thought of you carrying my child excites me. I'd love to see Fugaki's face when he stares in shock at your swollen belly. The horrified expression on Mikoto's face was like a drug to him. And just imagining the kind of face Fugako would make if Mikoto ended up getting pregnant with his child sent his excitement soaring until he felt his release building. Instantly, Kanzu became restless, and the desire to be with her became stronger. His movements grew even more frenzied as he gasped. Haha, it's coming soon, get ready, Mikoto-san. And then if it, Moans were all Mikoto could manage beneath Kanzu's relentless advance. Her fear only deepened as she saw the determined look on his face, knowing he intended to confront her with the full force of his presence, which felt extremely intense. Each powerful movement he made seemed to ripple visibly, a sight that only spurred him to press harder, as though he wanted to shake every bone in her body. Mikoto wanted desperately to stop him, but there was nothing she could do. Her body betrayed her under the merciless and brutal assault, wave after overwhelming wave crashing through her until her mind turned hazy and muddled, her slack mouth spilling out helpless moans. The relentless assault didn't even allow her to keep her thoughts straight. The only reason she could still form any thoughts at all was because of Kanzu's words echoing in her mind. But those thoughts terrified her, for they all revolved around the dread of what might come next. That very fear only served to drive Kanzu wilder. He felt himself tense and strained to the limit as he reached the very edge of restraint. "I can't hold back anymore," he groaned, his voice thick with emotion. With a final brutal movement, he pressed forward as far as possible. "I'm going to pour this out on you, Mikoto-san. And no, don't, please," Mikoto cried, shaking her head, desperate to escape, but her bound body betrayed her, her weak legs trembling helplessly as he held her in place. "Go!" Kanzu growled as a thick, hot liquid gushed over her. Mikoto's eyes widened in horror, then rolled back as her body convulsed violently. The startled cries spilled out as her body shuddered in response to the intense moment. He let out a deep, shuddering breath as the intense wave of pleasure finally began to fade, a sigh escaping his lips, before turning his gaze to Mikoto, watching her gasp for breath. With her half-lidded eyes hazy with exhaustion, Mikoto glared weakly. Kanzu smirked darkly as he leaned close to her ear and whispered mockingly, "Fufu, look at you, Mikoto-san, trembling so pathetically while being forced. Even now, your body gives in. You really are pitiful, aren't you?" Mikoto's face burned crimson as tears mixed with sweat on her cheeks. "And no, I'm not." She tried to deny weakly, but her trembling body told the truth. "Don't lie to me," Kanzu sneered, pulling her close as the moment between them reached its peak. "Your body is responding to me right now. If you really hated it, why are you giving in like this?" His mocking words cut deeper than the act itself, leaving Mikoto utterly broken, humiliated by the undeniable betrayal of her own body as tears streamed endlessly from her eyes. Yet again, Kanzu paid no mind to her tears. Still holding her close on the futon, he shifted and lay down beside her, murmuring to himself, "Let's try some spooning." Rolling her onto her side so that her pale back rested against his chest, he pulled her closer, pressing her firmly to him. Then, lifting one of her smooth thighs, he held it aloft to shift her into a new position. The sudden movement and change in posture startled her. Tear-streaked and trembling, she glanced back at him and asked shakily, "What are you doing now?" He had already taken what he wanted, doing whatever he pleased with her despite her desperate begging and pleas. So why was he holding her like this now? Was he planning to cuddle her, coddle her, apologize to her, maybe even soothe her heart? Mikoto doubted it. After being hurt so badly just moments ago, there was no way he would suddenly show kindness. Even if he wanted to try that, Mikoto wouldn't accept it, and it wouldn't have worked on her anyway. And sure enough, she was right. Kanzu had no intention of comforting her. No, he had something else in mind. Smirking wickedly, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Now I'm not done with you yet." "What? And not done?" Mikoto was taken aback. She hadn't expected this at all. Having finished once already, she expected him to get up and leave, but instead, he was preparing to start the second round? How could that be? Wasn't one round supposed to be a man's limit? Makoto-san, you didn't think it would end with just one round, did you? I can still go on for 2, maybe even 3 more rounds, so you have to be prepared, Kanzu smirked, still full of energy. He might not have limitless endurance to keep going endlessly, but 3 to 4 attempts were hardly impossible for him. While the intensity of his effort would naturally lessen with each one, his stamina and strength posed no issue. He had plenty to spare, and he intended to make full use of it, determined to give Makoto an unforgettable first experience. Well, I doubt it isn't already an unforgettable first experience, thought Kanzu in amusement. Hearing that he intended to make love to her 2 or 3 more times, despair once again clouded Makoto's mind. The mere thought of enduring more left her trembling inside and filled with revulsion. But she didn't even have the chance to sink fully into that despair, nor to voice any refusal. Before she could, he issued another cruel reminder. Remember, Tadayoshi-sama's life is at stake. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? And know why you can continue, Kanzu-sama. Makoto stammered, giving up. Even as tears fell, what else could she do? With the life of her grandfather on the line, could she still refuse him? Fufu, aren't you a clever woman? That's a good quality to have, Kanzu chuckled. With a thigh lifted high and his body pressed close against hers, he began moving his hips again, resuming his relentless rhythm, forcing her into yet another round she could only dread. Plack plack plak, and while holding her, he buried his lips against the nape of her neck, biting down and leaving marks of ownership across her pale skin, all while forcing out delirious moans from her lips that were filled with pleasure, pain, and despair. Ah, huh, HNNGH. Indeed, despair for Uchiha Makoto had only just begun. There was still so much more she would be forced to endure. Chapter 8.6. An amazing harvest. Nearly an hour later, Kanzu emerged from Makoto's bedroom, fully dressed, but with a refreshed expression and an ear-to-ear grin as he stuffed a piece of black fabric with 3 holes in it into the pockets of his pants under the scrutinizing and disgusted gaze of the woman to whom it belonged. What do you want to do with that? She asked, looking disgusted at the thought of letting him take that. Of course, it's a trophy, chuckled Kanzu while thinking to himself. It might come in handy in the future. Makoto clenched her fists at his action and his words, but was helpless and followed behind with an equally composed face and neat clothes. It's just that she was only composed on the outside, covered by her neat and clean clothes. Underneath her clothes, it was a different story. Her unsteady posture, her stiff movements, her trembling body, the marks tracing along her thighs because the fabric that would have been there normally was no longer there. Since Kanzu had stuffed it in his pocket, were a few signs to suggest what had happened in the bedroom in the past hour. But Makoto couldn't care about all that at the moment. As Kanzu began to step out, she called after him in a restrained voice, "Remember what you promised me. Don't Sufusama." Her parents had died when she was young, and it was her grandfather who had raised her. He was her only remaining family. That, Kanzu said with a smirk, depends on how well you behave from now on. He glanced at her casually. Today's performance didn't exactly impress me. Even though he found being intimate with Makoto exciting and enjoyed leaving marks on her skin to show she belonged to him, her lack of cooperation left Kanzu rather unsatisfied. She acted more like a doll who had given up than someone who was actively pleasing and serving him, and that was unacceptable to him. He wanted her to devote herself to him, serve him with all her heart. Makoto wanted to beat him up for complaining after he had done so many vile and shameful things to her. But before she could do so, Kanzu had already disappeared, leaving her behind in the empty hallway of her house. Utterly lost, Makoto collapsed against the wall as the tears she was trying her best to hold back for the past few hours came flooding out. What am I supposed to do now? Her dignity had been torn apart by Kanzu, and what happened today had completely shattered her sense of self-worth. Worse still was her current position. How could she ever face Fugaku? Marriage between them was now out of the question. Makoto's emotional turmoil was of no concern to Kanzu. He had neither the time nor the interest to ponder what was going on in her heart. He wasn't worried that she'd blabber about what they had done doing so would only tarnish her own dignity. But even if she did, Kanzu wouldn't care. Rather, he'd be happy as she'd be throwing mud on Fugaku's face. Well, now on to the more important matters. Shaking his head, Kanzu focused on the system. System. Report the rewards again. While he had received a system notification during the act, Kanzu had been too focused to check at the time. Ding, congratulations to the host. Rewards received. Mangeki Sharingan. Evil value 50,000 bloody hell. That's a massive haul. Kanzu was stunned by the massive reward. He had managed to earn 5,000 points from Doma's death, but the reward from that wasn't even a fraction of what he gained this time. The one thing Kanzu desired most, Mangeki Sharingan, was now his, along with 50,000 evil points. Earning it through Mikoto had left him unsettled. He had never imagined acquiring the Mangeki Sharingan in such a way. It felt surreal. I might have cracked the cod. But his thoughts were broken by a surge of terrifying, overwhelming visual prowess that flooded into his eyes, followed by a sharp, piercing pain. It didn't last long, but the sheer force of it was unforgettable. When the pain faded, Kanzu felt the terrifying surge of power settle into his vision. Compared to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, this was on a whole different level. His visual prowess had increased by dozens of times. Not only had Kanzu's visual prowess evolved, but his chakra had also surged significantly. Originally on the verge of reaching Kage level, Kanzu had now fully crossed that threshold. He was no longer a contender, he was a true Kage level powerhouse. And with the addition of the Mangeki Sharingan, his combat strength placed him among the elite even within that tier. I wonder what kind of ocular jutsu I've awakened. It didn't take him long to figure it out. The technique of my right eye is called Tsukuyomi, and the one in my left eye, it's called Aminoto Kotachi. Kanzu's right eye awakened Tsukuyomi, one of the highest calibers of Jinjutsu. With it, he could drag an enemy's consciousness into a Jinjutsu realm where everything time, space, gravity, and sensation was controlled by the caster. Just making eye contact with his Mangeki Sharingan was enough to trigger it. There was no way to military police force against it. And the technique in his right eye, Aminoto Kotachi, it's truly far more terrifying than Tsukuyomi. If Tsukuyomi allowed him the ability to control time in the Jinjutsu space, then Aminoto Kotachi gave him some degree of control over time in reality. It allowed him to halt time itself. The duration of this pause depended on the amount of chakra expended and the strength of his visual prowess. This visual technique was nearly invincible. Its only drawback was its massive chakra consumption. In addition to these two eye techniques, Kanzu now had access to Susanoo, a visual jutsu that could be summoned as long as the Mangeki Sharingan in both eyes was activated. Susanoo was a symbol of absolute destruction. It was said that those who witnessed it rarely lived to tell the tale. This time, the reward is immense, and for that, I have to thank you. Mikoto-san, Kanzu muttered with a smile. What Kanzu craved above all else was power, the ability to control and dominate everything. Compared to that, women, wealth, and influence were secondary. For 17 years, Kanzu had paid more focus on training than anything else. He had tried everything to grow stronger so much so that he never spared time for interacting with women beyond a superficial level that involved sexual pleasure. Indeed, it's not that he didn't have any woman in his life. His Jonin sensei was one, and also his former squad mate was one. But Kanzu hasn't cared much about the emotional side of those relationships. And he wasn't planning to change his objective all that much, even though I've awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and broken through to Kage level. It's still not enough, Kanzu muttered to himself. He couldn't ignore the major flaw of the Mangeki Sharingan, progressive blindness. The only known way to overcome this side effect was to evolve it into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which required transplanting the Mangeki Sharingan of a sibling. But Kanzu had no siblings. In fact, he had no true blood relatives at all. That meant the only hope of attaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan lay with the system. Until that evolution became possible, Kanzu knew he had to be extremely cautious with how often he used his Mangeki Sharingan. He couldn't afford to abuse it. Chapter 9. Killing the Elders, what did you say? Uchiha Kanzu went to Tadayoshi-sama's residence and stayed for more than 2 hours. Fugaki's expression darkened as he listened to the report from his subordinate. The longer he listened, the more twisted his face became, his anger steadily rising. He knew the elder had been with him all day, which meant the only one at the elder's home was Uchiha Makoto. A man and a woman, alone for over 2 hours. Whatever they were discussing, it was clearly a private matter. You saw what happened with your own eyes. Fugaki's crimson eyes glinted, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan flickering ominously. His breathing quickened. The subordinate hesitated for a second, then chose to speak honestly. I didn't dare get too close, but from a distance, I saw Uchiha Kanzu hold Makoto-sama in his arms at the door. And when he turned to leave, it was Uchiha Makoto who reached out and pulled him back inside. The rest I don't know. The door was closed and the windows were curtained, the subordinate said cautiously. He had been observing from a distance, unable to hear what Kanzu and Makoto were saying. At best, he could only piece together the general situation through body language. The distance had been deliberate. He feared getting too close and being discovered by Kanzu. Unbeknownst to him, Kanzu had already noticed his presence. In fact, everything he was now reporting to Fugaku was precisely what Kanzu had wanted him to see and deliver. His entanglement with Makoto was never him acting on impulse alone, of course, that was part of it, but he had also been planning for this exact situation. Bang! Fugaku overturned the table in a fit of rage. The sound of shattering wood and crashing objects filled the room as he continued to lash out violently. His Sharingan spun wildly, the 3 tomo whirling with such ferocity that they almost fused, but not enough. It still wasn't painful enough to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Kanzu, you bastard! Fugaku bellowed his name with pure hatred in his voice. SHHK. A blade pierced the chest of the trusted subordinate. Fugaki's fury now seeking a target. This matter must never be leaked. You have to die. If word got out, what right would he have to become the patriarch after being humiliated like this? The scandal would ruin his chances completely. Even if he suspected had been betrayed, he had to endure it for now. Only by becoming the patriarch could he truly settle the score with Uchiha Kanzu. And as for that woman, Uchiha Makoto, Fugaki's fist clenched tightly. Once, he had been proud to call Uchiha Makoto his fiancée. She was the most beautiful woman in the Uchiha clan, perhaps even among the top 3 in all of Konoha. But now, Fugaku could barely contain the urge to kill her. An impure woman had no right to be the patriarch's wife. Uchiha Tadayoshi, do you truly support me? Now that he believed Makoto had betrayed him with Kanzu, Fugaki's trust in the elder Tadayoshi had begun to crumble because of her actions. Meanwhile, at Makoto's house, elder Tadayoshi noticed his granddaughter sitting quietly at the dining table, her chopsticks untouched and her expression deflated. Something felt off. Makoto, are you feeling unwell? Tadayoshi asked gently. His question pulled her from her thoughts. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, Sofa-sama, she replied, quickly picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. Of course, she couldn't tell her grandfather what Kanzu had threatened her into doing. She was terrified of what might happen to both of them if she did. More than that, she feared what her grandfather would think of her as granddaughter after learning what she had been forced to do and that she had done something so bad. Are you sure? Tadayoshi pressed, concerned. Makoto gave a small, apologetic smile and offered a vague excuse laced with quiet meaning. Today just hasn't been a good day for me, Sofa-sama. I'm a little out of sorts, but it'll be fine. There's nothing to worry about. Tadayoshi paused, catching the subtle undertone in her words. I see, forgive me for asking. Ding. Alienated the relationship between Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Tadayoshi, and Uchiha Makoto. Reward. Evil points 8,000. I really don't understand how this reward system calculates things, Kanza muttered, shaking his head. Still, this time, head truly struck gold. He got to enjoy himself, sabotage a few relationships, and even received a hefty reward from the system. It was a win on all fronts. With so many evil points stacked up, I suppose it's time to start spending. If he hadn't already unlocked the Mangeki Sharingan, Kanzu would have hoarded every point to try and unlock it. But now that he had it, it was finally time to start shopping. System: is the store limited to items from the Naruto world only? The store only displays items from the world the host currently resides in. Items from other worlds are not available for purchase and can only be acquired through rewards. TCH, figures. And everything's so damn expensive. Even the cheapest S-rank jutsu cost 100,000 evil points, and the more powerful ones weren't even close to being affordable. Needless to say, some of these items are even more expensive than standard ninjutsu. There are also rare and specialized techniques, like the Nara clan's Shadow Imitation Jutsu, that come with a hefty price tag. The Hitaki clan's Kenjutsu style costs over 100,000 evil points. No wonder Hitaki Sakumo earned the title of Konoha's White Fang with just his swordsmanship, Kanza muttered. That kind of value makes sense. Then his eyes fell on something even more absurd. Wait, you can buy ocular techniques too? Uchiha Obito's Kimui, just the phasing technique, costs 250,000 evil points? And the combined ability of both eyes is a whopping 500,000. That's more expensive than buying a Mangeki Sharingan outright. Ridiculous. Still, he had to admit Obito's Mangeki abilities were among the most broken in the original timeline. Then again, it doesn't matter. No matter how powerful they are, I've got Amanoto Kotachi. That trumps everything. He scrolled further, only to see another absurd number. The Flying Thunder God technique costs 300,000 evil points? Damn it. And here I thought I was rich. Turns out I'm still broke. Kanzu realized he couldn't afford the techniques he truly desired. Techniques like the Flying Thunder God or Obito's Kimui were simply out of reach. Although Hitaki-style Kenjutsu was priced at 120,000 evil points within his budget, Kanzu was hesitant to spend that much on it. Hitaki Sakumo isn't dead yet. I might be able to obtain his sword style through other means, Kanza muttered. Besides, the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship isn't bad either. Recently, Kanzu had begun training Uchiha clan members in Kenjutsu, and their sword techniques were already approaching the level of Hitaki's. After all, during the Warring States era, the Uchiha were a powerhouse in every sense. While their Sharingan and fire-style techniques were the most well-known, they excelled in other arts too. One of the Sharingan's greatest strengths was its ability to copy. Though it couldn't replicate secret techniques or bloodline abilities, it could mimic most forms of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. He'll buy Chidori for now, Kanza decided. The rest of the evil points he'll save. As for the famed Rasengan, Kanzu had already mastered it on his own. Anyone who had watched Naruto knew how it was cultivated, just a matter of patience and training. The reason why he hasn't learned Chidori despite having learned Rasengan is that he didn't have a natural affinity with the lightning nature. And he has also not mastered the lightning chakra nature through nature transformation. Learning a jutsu that doesn't fit your affinity isn't that easy. He knew that he could learn a lot more in that time. So he chose to focus on them over Chidori and master them very well. And now that he has the option of learning Chidori, the high lethality lightning-style jutsu built exclusively for Uchihas without any effort, he would naturally do so. Purchasing the A-rank lightning style, Chidori had cost Kanzu 50,000 evil points. Among A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori was relatively expensive. Is it because of its development potential? With Chidori in hand, Kanzu could eventually develop various extensions of it, such as Stream, Senbon, and so on. All in all, even if the price was high, it was worth it. Captain, is there a mission you've called us for? Shin and Suda had arrived at Kanzu's residence. I do have a task for you, nodded Kanzu. Captain, just give the order, we'll get it done, they replied without hesitation. They were fiercely loyal to Kanzu. No matter how dangerous the mission, they would carry it out without question. We're going after the elders aside from Uchiha Tadayoshi. The remaining two need to be dealt with. Taking them out shouldn't be too difficult for the two of you, right? Earlier that day, when Kanzu was cucking Fugaku, the cuck himself had visited those two with Uchiha Tadayoshi. Kanzu had his own spies keeping track of Fugaku's movements, just as Fugaku had spies on him. From what Kanzu had gathered, Fugaku had brought them generous gifts. It was clear those two old leeches intended to back Fugaku for their own gain. Since they stood in Kansas' way as obstacles, it was only natural to remove them. And unfortunately for them, they didn't have an Uchiha Mikoto as their daughter or granddaughter to win Kansas' favor. So, their end was going to be quite obvious. Chapter 10. The murderer is in our clan, although the task of killing the two elders was difficult. Shin and Suda accepted it without hesitation. Don't worry, he'll assign a few others to assist you. Just remember, don't leave behind anything that would expose us, Kanzu warned. He didn't want anyone to have definitive proof that he had orchestrated the assassination of the elders. The people from Fugaku's faction are definitely going to suspect him, but as long as they don't have proof, they wouldn't be able to do shit. And that's exactly what he wants understood. You can count on us. Ganzo-sama. In truth, killing the two elders wasn't that hard. The second and third elders of the Uchiha clan may have been powerful in their youth, likely elite genin at their peak, but they were now older than the late patriarch, Uchiha Doma, and their strength had severely declined. They might not even be as strong as an average genin now, given that Suda and Shin should be more than capable of handling them. The real challenge was doing it without leaving a trace. Let's hope they don't disappoint me, Kanzu murmured. If Kanzu had chosen to do it himself, those two old fools wouldn't have stood a chance, and no one would have known it was him. But if Kanzu was to take all the matters in his own hands, what would his subordinates do? If they completed their tasks flawlessly, Kanzu had no intention of being stingy with rewards. Ding. Order the assassination of two elders reward. 50 detonating charms. Evil value, 2,000. About 2 hours later, Kanzu heard the system notification and knew the mission was a success. Still, he wasn't entirely satisfied with the reward. It wasn't much. Looks like he'd have to visit Mikoto again when time allowed. A few minutes later, Shin and Suda returned. Kanzu-sama, the mission is complete. We made sure not to leave any trace, Shin reported. Good. I expected nothing less. You both did well. Here, this is your reward. A B-rank fire-style technique. Great fire annihilation. Master it well, and once you're done, burn the scroll. Kanzu handed over the ninjutsu scroll to them. The Great Fire Annihilation? The two were thrilled. This was a fire-style ninjutsu that had been lost to the Uchiha clan, an exceptionally powerful offensive technique. Although classified as B rank, in the hands of a skilled shinobi, it could rival even A rank or potentially S rank ninjutsu in destructive power. In truth, the ranking of a jutsu typically refers to its difficulty of mastery. However, higher difficulty often correlates with greater effectiveness and potency. So it's generally true that the higher the rank, the stronger the jutsu. Leave for now and hand over the weapons you used in the assassination, Kanzu ordered. After dismissing them, Kanzu returned to refining his chakra. He had never neglected his daily training, even before awakening the system. Reaching near Kaga-level strength had come from sheer dedication and relentless effort. After reaching Kaga level, Kanzu's chakra had increased more than tenfold, not just in quantity, but in quality as well. Casting the same jutsu with the same amount of chakra now produces far more destructive results than before. You'll need to find a proper place to test Raijin Jaka's Shurkai soon, Kanzu muttered to himself. After refining his chakra, he gently wiped down Raijin Jaka. Now that he had attained Kaga-level strength, he was qualified to wield its Shurkai. Kanzu believed that, with it, he could even reduce a peak Kaga-level opponent to ashes. The following day, Kanzu went to a secluded training ground to practice Chidori and Great Fire Annihilation. Jutsu purchased from the system didn't require learning, they came fully mastered, even if they are of a nature that the practitioner has no affinity or mastery towards. As for Raijin Jaka, Kanzu held back from testing it. Even its Shurkai form remained his trump card for now. It was best kept hidden. If Kanzu could maintain Shurkai for an extended period, even super or Kaga-level powerhouses wouldn't pose a threat to him. But a trump card must never be revealed casually, especially for a shinobi. Exposing your hand is as good as signing your death warrant. Afterward, Kanzu spent some time training in taijutsu and kenjutsu, Before he could finish, someone arrived with news. The bodies of the two elders had finally been discovered. Well, then he chuckled, deciding to stop for today. At the elder's residence, Fugaku stood with a dark expression. His aura was so oppressive that it could make a child cry. Who did this? Who dared to murder two elders of the Uchiha clan? Kanzu's voice rang out with righteous fury. Such audacity, this captain of the military police force will not rest until the culprit is punished. His tone carried just the right amount of outrage and sorrow. Shin, who knew the truth, couldn't help but admire Kanzu's performance. As expected of Kanzu-sama, his acting skills are god-tier. Captain Kanzu, someone asked with suspicion, you truly have no idea who did this? Shinkaru looked coldly at Kanzu. Although there was no evidence, he strongly suspected Kanzu was behind it. If I knew who did it, I would have caught the culprit already, Kanzu replied calmly. The two elders dedicated their lives to the clan. Their assassination is an outrage. The one responsible must not be allowed to get away with it. Yes, Fugaku added, his eyes fixed on Kanzu with murderous intensity. If looks could kill, Kanzu would have been cut to pieces. As the captain of the Konoha military police force, their deaths are a failure on my part, Kanzu said solemnly, ignoring Fugaku's glare and putting on a guilt-ridden expression. Captain, don't blame yourself. Shin quickly stepped in, playing along. The assassins were clearly meticulous and cunning. This isn't your fault. The two of them worked together so seamlessly. It was like watching a perfectly rehearsed act. Everyone, regarding the deaths of the two elders, I suspect the killer is one of our own, someone from within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku said as he stepped forward. He was absolutely certain, that Kanzu was the one responsible. Apart from Kanzu, no one would have any reason to murder them. Well, maybe not an immediate reason, Fugaku-sama. Please don't speak so recklessly. I don't believe it. The elders must have been killed by outsiders, not one of us. Yes, how could a Uchiha kill the respectable elders? To blame one of our own? It seems Fugaku has lost his mind. Do you have any evidence to support this, Fugaku-sama? Fugaku's statement stirred unease and resentment among the gathered clansmen. Accusing their own was no small matter. Shinkaru's expression shifted. He shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, Fugaku-sama is being too impulsive. There was no doubt in his mind that Kanzu was behind it. But someone bold enough to assassinate two elders would never leave behind any evidence. Start the search. Begin with the Uchiha compound. Even if we have to search the entire Konoha village, I will find the murderer. I refuse to believe they left no trace behind. Fugaku glared intensely at Kanzu. Ninjas are highly skilled in investigation. They can extract valuable information, even from corpse. Fugaku didn't believe for a second that Kanzu could cover his tracks perfectly. Even if Kanzu didn't do it himself, Fugaku was certain it was carried out under his orders. And even if Kanzu managed to avoid punishment this time, Fugaku swore to at least take one of his arms. Chapter 11. The black piece of fabric, since Fugaku-san insists on an investigation. Let's proceed. After all, this kind of work is what our police force does best, Kanzu said with a calm smile, showing no sign of panic. I want to be part of the investigation too, Fugaku added firmly. There is no way he would trust Kanzu's police force to investigate this fairly. Not only would they hide the truth, they might destroy the evidence altogether. Oh, so you don't trust the police force? Kanzu remarked, his voice light but pointed. That comment made several members of the police force visibly unhappy with Fugaku. I am not saying that, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone from the police force might be responsible, said Fugaku quickly, so as not to antagonize the entire police force. But his words only served to make the members of the police force grumble further. What the hell are you trying to say? Are you saying that one of us did this? What reason do we have to assassinate the elders? Shin said coldly. Suda backed him up. You really have lost your mind, Fugaku adding. Someone like you, who can't even trust his people, wants to become the patriarch? Over my dead body. The others in the police force also protested along with Suda, making Fugaku and his men panic. Kanzu was happy to see this after watching the drama for a while. Kanzu finally decided to intervene. All right. Everyone calm down. Although Uchiha Fugaku is stepping out of line, we can't just ignore his words since a lot of us agree with him as he said that. He looked at the Uchihas supporting Fugaku, who shifted uncomfortably under Kanzu's gaze. But Captain Shin complained. Calm down, spoke Kanzu, interrupting Shin before he turned to the man. Kukusa, I mean, Fugaku-sen, you do indeed make a valid point. So let's do it your way. Meanwhile, Fugaku's eyes narrowed at the word that Kanzu was about to use to call him. Was it just my imagination? But he didn't have much time to deliberate on that, since Kanzu's next word surprised him. Huh? He was suspicious for a moment that Kanzu would agree so easily. Is he planning something? Without paying much attention to Fugaku's frown, Kanzu continued, let's investigate together. But I hope that once we uncover the real killer, you won't show mercy because, just as you pointed out, it could be someone from the police force. It could also be someone among the men standing behind you, and quickly added after a pause, of course, this is not an accusation. Just a possibility. I am not one to throw blind accusations since my motto has always been innocent until proven guilty. Fugaku's face darkened. Then why the hell did you imprison me? The reason was, of course, because Kanzu is only spouting nonsense. He didn't have that kind of motto at all. If he were to speak his real motto, it was as simple as by the hook or crook, and that's it. At the same time, Kanzu's confidence as he said those words made Fugaku suspicious. Was Kanzu really so sure head left no traces? And what did he mean that it could also be one of the men behind me? Fugaku had a bad feeling, but at this point, he could no longer back away. Biting the bullet, he said, in that case, why don't we begin the investigation at Captain Kanzu's residence? Uchiha Fugaku, what are you implying? Shin snapped. Are you accusing Kanzu-sama of killing the two elders? I never said that, Fugaku replied coldly. But is Captain Kanzu refusing? What's the matter, guilty conscience? Fugaku stared hard at Kanzu, hoping to catch even the slightest hint of guilt on his face. Unfortunately, Kanzu remained completely calm. Fugaku-san, since you suspect me of killing the two elders, I'll humor you. You may search my home first. But if you find nothing, I expect you to apologize to me in front of the entire clan, Kanzu said flatly. Fine, I accept, Fugaku agreed without hesitation. Fugaku-sama, you're being too rash, Shinkara muttered as he stepped closer, speaking in a low voice. Even if Kanzu did kill them, look at how confident he is. Do you really think he'd leave any evidence behind? He'll find something, Fugaku replied, voice firm with resolve. Hearing that, Shinkaru gave up trying to reason with him. It was clear that Fugaku had been blinded by hatred. Oh, you'll definitely find something, it's just that I'll only turn you more green, thought Kanzu, suppressing a nasty grin. Shortly after, Fugaku, accompanied by a group of men and the police force, led a search of Kanzu's residence. At the same time, he sent others to inspect the bodies of the two elders in hopes of uncovering any clues. Uchiha Fugaku actually suspects Kanzu-sama? That's outrageous. There's no way the deaths of the two elders have anything to do with Kanzu-sama. Maybe Fugaku's just trying to divert attention in order to cover for himself. Not necessarily. Maybe Kanzu really did do it. Fugaku-sama wouldn't accuse him without reason. At this point, the Uchiha clan was clearly split into two factions. One group stood firmly behind Kanzu, convinced he had nothing to do with the murders. The other, backing Fugaku, had already branded Kanzu the culprit in their hearts. Something, there has to be something, Fugaku muttered over and over as he watched his people search through the rooms of Kanzu's house. Anything so far? He asked, impatience etched across his face. Nothing so far, Shinkaru replied, shaking his head. Well, I told you, Kanzu said with a shrug. How is that possible? Fugaku frowned, beginning to rummage through various drawers in Kanzu's room himself. Shinkaru looked on with a helpless expression. What are we even searching for? He wondered. Meanwhile, Fugaku, after rummaging through several drawers, came across one that appeared empty until he noticed a single piece of black fabric lying inside. This, as he muttered, frowning as he stared at the fabric. Ah, that, Kanzu chuckled, lifting the fabric and holding it up for everyone to see. Fugaka-san, you're not seriously thinking this is evidence, are you? Some of the men let out low whistles, while the women turned away. Visibly embarrassed for it was a pair of black panties. Clearly a woman's. For a moment, some of them wondered if Uchiha Kanzu had some unsavory secret habit, but knowing the captain of the police force, they quickly dismissed the thought. After all, they reasoned, Kanzu-sama is a gentleman had never indulged in anything so shameful. Kanzu-sama, why do you have such a thing lying around in your room? Asked Shin with an insidious grin. Of course it's a gift, and a trophy from a beautiful woman I had the pleasure of sharing a bed with. Kanzu replied shamelessly, making no effort to hide his achievement. This panty was, of course, the very same piece of fabric that he had taken with him as a trophy from Mikoto on the day he had been with her, and now it was going to do its job. The other Uchiha men whistled, each of them wondering who the lucky woman could be after all. It was Uchiha Kanzu they were talking about. Even the women, though somewhat embarrassed, perked up their ears with curiosity. Many of them were even envious that who was this lucky woman and looked at each other, wondering if it was someone among them. Suda brought up the question everyone was wondering about, leaned forward asking, and who was this lucky woman? Kanzu-sama? He had a strong suspicion, but wisely chose not to say it aloud since doing so would cause a scandal and create a problem for Kanzu. That, of course, Kanzu murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Fugaku. The man had also perked up, his fist clenched, holding his breath with a nervous tension, dreading what he feared might come next. Is a secret, Kanzu finished with a mysterious smile, refusing to name the woman. Kanzu-sama, you know you can think Suda began, still eager to push the subject, but was abruptly cut off by Fugaku's sharp voice. Enough. We're here to find evidence. Not waste time with pointless chatter. Without another word, Fugaku released a small fireball from his mouth, incinerating the piece of fabric Kanzu was holding. What the Suda exclaimed, staring at the black fabric reduced to ash. He turned to Fugaku. What's your problem? You bastard. Everyone's attention snapped to Fugaku, whose face was flushed and breathing heavily with barely contained rage. Shut up, he barked. Such a pity, Shin muttered, glancing at the charred remnants. Kanzu-sama, that trophy you received, but Kanzu didn't seem the least bit bothered. With a casual wave, he said, it's all right. I can always get another one. I'm sure she'd be happy to give me one again after learning that Fugaku burned it. His words and tone only made Fugaku twitch with fury. Shinkaru watched the entire exchange with a frown, puzzled by why Fugaku seemed so offended by Kanzu merely possessing a woman's panties. Although the act of possessing a woman's panties itself is scandalous, there is no shortage of perverts and closer perverts. So it must not be something so surprising and infuriating for Fugaku because it had nothing to do with him unless at that moment a thought struck him. Don't t'aimer? He turned to look at Fugaku again, and in that moment, he understood the real reason behind the green tinge on his young patriarch's face. Unaware of Shinkaru's gaze, Fugaku snorted, continue the search. And so, the search resumed, but it didn't last long. Before long, Fugaku, wearing a green expression, and the others, wearing dark expressions, emerged from Kansas residence. No evidence had been found. The only unusual thing they found in Kansas' house was a pair of black panties belonging to some unknown woman that the captain of the police force was secretly seeing, which only served to make Fugaku even more livid. The reason being that he had a very good guess as to who the owner of that panty was. That bitch, Fugaku screamed inwardly, thinking of a certain beautiful woman with a gentle smile. On the other hand, Shinkaru remained unsurprised by the fruitless result of the search. He had expected this from the start. In the first place, they didn't even know what they were looking for. The murder had taken place at the elder's own home. What were they going to find at Kansas' home? A bloodstained kunai? Or something similar? Even if they had found one, it wouldn't prove Kanzu was responsible for the deaths after all. Discovering such an item in a ninja's home isn't exactly unusual. What disappointed him most was Fugaku's behavior. Even if he truly believed Kanzu was behind the assassinations, he shouldn't have acted so impulsively. He should have gathered solid evidence first, then confronted him. This was completely obvious. Wasn't this just stirring up trouble without thinking? Fugaka-san, since your investigation turned up nothing, does that mean I'm innocent? Shouldn't you apologize to me in front of all the clansmen? Yes, apologize. Apologize to Kanzu-sama. Yes, you dare to falsely accuse Captain Kanzu, you must apologize. And you even dared to burn the panties Kanzu-sama's woman had gifted to him. Apologize. The clansmen who supported Kanzu began shouting at Fugaku in outrage, causing his face to flush greener by the second with anger. Shame, humiliation, and a deep sense of betrayal. Believing he had been thoroughly humiliated and possibly betrayed, Fugaku lost all control over his temper. On top of that, the matter of the panties, about which he had a very strong suspicion regarding their owner, pushed him over the edge. In truth, Fugaku considered that the panties could belong to any number of women, and his instinctive guess might very well be wrong. After all, there were plenty of women in the Uchiha clan, and they could easily belong to any one of them. Hell, they might not even belong to a Uchiha at all. There was no definitive way to identify the owner. It's not like the panties had the Uchiha crest printed on them to suggest they belonged to someone from the clan. There was even the faint possibility that they didn't belong to anyone, that Kanzu had bought it from a store and kept it due to a strange personal habit, or that he could have also stolen it from someone, as he might have liked to collect private belongings. But the knowledge that Kanzu had spent several hours alone with Mikoto in her home was enough for Fugaku to dismiss every other possibility. In his eyes, the panties were proof of her infidelity, and the very thought of being cucked made him angrier by the second, until he finally tore away all pretense of civility with Kanzu. Kanzu, stop pretending. Even if you didn't do it yourself, your subordinates did. So you still doubt me. Very well, keep investigating. But if you fail to find evidence again, I won't let you off so easily. Kanzu's eyes were cold and intimidating. Fine, he'll continue investigating. Today, Fugaku had to find evidence and implicate Kanzu. He had already taken a public stance and couldn't back down now. The only way to save face was to uncover proof. He'd find proof and implicate Kanzu for his crimes and imprison him in the cell in the same manner as he was imprisoned, and at that time, he would also deal with that bitch who dared to betray him with this bastard. It's not difficult, I just have to find some evidence, and everything will be sorted. He thought so, and began to move. Kanzu watched Fugaku with a grin while reading through his intentions. It's a pity that even if Fugaku stumbled upon something that would help him implicate Kanzu, the result wasn't going to be what Fugaku thought. But since it was fun to play with Fugaku, so Kanzu didn't intend to stop him and let him continue toward the perfect scene he had already thought of. Fufufu. It's going to be fun. The investigation began at the homes of Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Suda, then Satoru Hazuki, and so on. One by one, everyone known to be in close contact with Kanzu was thoroughly searched, but unsurprisingly, no evidence was found. Uchiha Fugaku, it's disgraceful that you'd accuse your own clansmen of murder without proof. I demand that you kneel and apologize to all of us. As Kanzu's subordinate, Shin didn't miss the chance to throw salt into the wound. Don't go too far, Shinkaru snapped. Despite his growing disappointment in Fugaku, he couldn't stand by while Shin demanded something so excessive. Kanzu glanced at Shinkaru before giving Shin a calm order. Shin, continue the search. We must find the murderer. Understood. Police force, come with me. Now that everyone on Kanzu's side had been searched, it was the turn for people on Fugaku's side. The search began at the residences of Uchiha Fugaku and his people. The police force showed no restraint. After all, the current captain was Kanzu, and most of the personnel were loyal to him. As for Fugaku's former allies, they had all resigned from the police force when Kanzu took command. Report. Captain, we've found the murder weapon. The blade matches the wounds on the two elders exactly. A Chunin from the police force emerged from Fugaku's home, holding the murder weapon in his hands. Shin shot a discreet glance at Kanzu. He remembered that Kanzu had instructed them yesterday to keep the murder weapon. Now that it had conveniently surfaced in Uchiha Haruto's home, there was no doubt this was Kanzu-sama's doing. A brilliant move to frame Haruto. Haruto and Shinkaru had both been close aides to the late Uchiha Doma. Now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate at least one of them. What Shin didn't understand, though, was why Kanzusama didn't just frame Fugaka directly. Wouldn't this have solved that bastard Fugaka faster? He thought, but then shrugged. Forget it. Kanzusama must have some reason in his mind for doing this. I don't need to question it if he couldn't understand the reason. It didn't matter. He didn't need Kanzu to spell it out. He already knew exactly what needed to be done. Uchiha Haruto, how dare you assassinate the two elders? Arrest him immediately. It wasn't me. I swear I didn't kill them. Someone's framing me. Haruto protested, his voice filled with anguish. The moment the murder weapon was discovered in his home, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it. It had to be Uchiha Kanzu. No one else could have set him up like this. Chapter 12. Seriously injured Uchiha Fugaka. The evidence is right here. And you still want to deny it? Shin said coldly, launching an attack without another word. Realizing had been framed, Haruto refused to surrender quietly and immediately fought back. While Shin and Haruto exchanged blows, Uchiha Suda kept a close eye on Fugaku and the others. He was determined not to let anyone interfere. Uchiha Kanzu, how dare you frame Haruto? You keep claiming I framed you. Do you have any evidence? Making accusations without proof is nothing but slander, Kanzu said coldly. Fugaka-san, you still owe us an apology. Will you do it yourself, or shall I help you? As he spoke, Kanzu slowly unsheathed Raijin-jaka. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. The two sides stood face to face, swords drawn and ready for battle. Several neutral members of the clan stood awkwardly in between, unsure whether to move or stay. Fugaka-san, don't fight. Elder Tadayoshi stepped forward to block his path. A battle now would benefit no one. Any loss would weaken the Uchiha clan as a whole. If the conflict spiraled out of control, it could even lead to the clan's decline. The Uchiha had never fallen due to war, but if they collapsed from internal strife, they would become a laughingstock across the ninja world. Fugaka looked at Elder Tadayoshi, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had once trusted the elder deeply, but that trust was now gone. With the affair between Mikoto and Kanzu so obvious, he couldn't shake the feeling of deep betrayal. He suspected that the elder, though pretending to support him, was secretly siding with Kanzu. Fugaku even suspected the elder Tadayoshi's involvement in the deaths of the other two elders. Just yesterday, when he had gone to win them over with generous gifts, Elder Tadayoshi had accompanied him. It was entirely possible that Elder Tadayoshi, upon realizing the two were leaning towards Fugaka's side, tipped off Kanzu to eliminate them. Step aside. Fugaku forcefully shoved Elder Tadayoshi away and quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. You really haven't learned your lesson, have you? Kukusan Kanzu sneered as he saw Fugaku begin forming hand seals. His own movements were even faster. Fire style, great fire, annihilation. A massive sea of flames erupted, instantly swallowing Fugaka's fire dragon. But it didn't stop there. The blazing tide surged forward, threatening to engulf Uchiha Fugaku and everything around him. Not good. Shinkaru and Run, standing just behind Fugaku, both reacted with alarm. Earth style, earth wall, they shouted in unison. Two elite Jnin, joined by several others, quickly combined their efforts to erect a formidable wall of earth that managed to block the advancing inferno. Fugaka broke out in a cold sweat. Just moments earlier, he had felt the chilling grip of death. If not for Shinkaru and Ren's swift response, he wouldn't have had time to dodge. The flames would have consumed him. Be careful, young patriarch, Ren warned urgently. Boom! A figure burst through the shattered earth wall, swift as lightning. A flash of cold steel followed. Blood splattered in the air as Fugaku collapsed to the ground. A vicious slash ran from his right shoulder down to his left waist, the deep gash cutting straight to the bone. It was a devastating blow. Falsely accusing the captain of the Konoha military police of crimes your men committed may not be enough to bring death upon you, but won't spare you from punishment. Consider this a lesson. Kanza calmly withdrew his blade. He had, in truth, held back. Had he not, that single strike would have cleaved Fugaku in half. You dare injure the young patriarch? You're asking for death. Enraged, Rin charged at Kanzu. A kunai aimed straight at his throat. Crack! Kanzu caught Rin's wrist mid-swing. With a twist, the bone snapped audibly. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent Rin flying. Just as Rin was about to make a move, a blade was already at his throat. Suda stood behind him, staring coldly. Try anything else, and he'll take your head off. The battle had ended in an instant. Shinkaru, realizing the futility, reluctantly sheathed the kunai head drawn, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Kanzu. Too strong. He had nearly overwhelmed two elite Genins, Fugaku and Rin, with sheer dominance. He truly was the strongest among the Uchiha. Compared to Kanzu, Fugaku clearly fell short. Even if Fugaku became the patriarch, it was doubtful he could ever command Kanzu. Meanwhile, Haruto was locked in combat with Shin. Despite being an elite Genin himself, Haruto was clearly being suppressed. Though Shin was younger, under Kanzu's guidance, his strength had grown remarkably enough to stand out even among other elite Genins. Still, despite his advantage, Shin couldn't defeat Haruto quickly. TCH, a kunai suddenly flew out from the shadows, piercing Haruto's abdomen and tearing open a bloody hole. Seizing the moment, Shin pressed his own kunai to Haruto's neck. The cold blade against his throat made Haruto freeze, not daring to move a muscle. The one who had thrown the kunai was, of course, Kanzu. Kanzu walked over to Fugaku, who lay wounded on the ground. Without hesitation, he stepped down hard on Fugaku's right arm and gave him a choice with a gentle, yet psychopathic, smile, an apology or a hand your choice. Fugaku originally intended to resist, but the cold, merciless look in Kanzu's eyes, along with that psychopathic smile, broke his resolve. A ninja endures what ordinary people cannot. Through gritted teeth, Fugaku muttered, "I'm sorry I misjudged you. The deaths of the two elders had nothing to do with you. Also, apologize for burning that panty. It was a precious gift from a woman I admire, and a woman who admires me. If looks could kill Fugaku, would have killed Kanzu 1,000 times in that moment. But it's a pity that he can only glare do it," shouted Kanzu, stomping his foot hard. I apologise, relented Fugaku. Good. Knowing when to yield earns my respect. Kanzu lifted his foot, then kicked Fugaku hard, sending him skidding across the ground. Take him for treatment. I don't want him to bleed to death. Seeing Fugaku lying there like a beaten dog, many of those who had previously supported him as the next patriarch began to waver. Was someone who had been humiliated so thoroughly, forced to apologize like that, truly fit to lead the Uchiha clan? Disappointment filled their hearts, and more than a few began considering turning their support elsewhere. Shinkaru quickly carried Fugaku away to get medical treatment. The wound was deep and severe. If not tended to immediately, he really might bleed to death. Take these two to the police force's interrogation room. Kanzu gave Rin and Haruto a cold glance and ordered his subordinates to haul them away. Ding! Framed Uchiha Haruto reward. 3,000 evil points. The reward wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Little by little, it all added up. The murderer of the two elders has been captured. Everyone, please disperse. I promise the one responsible won't escape justice. With that, Kanzu dismissed the gathered clansmen and began clearing the scene. Chapter 13. Ruthless Kanzu. Just as Kanzu was about to deal with Haruto and Rin, Elder Tadayoshi suddenly stepped in to stop him. "Is there something you wish to say, Tadayoshi-sama?" Kanzu asked calmly. "We're all from the same clan," Tadayoshi said with a heavy tone. "I hope you can show some restraint and not go too far." He gave Kanzu a long, complicated look. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so ruthless. In one move, Kanzu had orchestrated the assassination of two elders and arrested both Haruto and Rin. Haruto now stood accused of killing two elders. His fate looked grim. As for Rin, That would depend entirely on how Kanzu decided to handle it. Given Kanzu's readiness to have elders assassinated without hesitation, Rin's outcome did not look promising. I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. Tadayoshi-sama, Kanzu replied with a faint smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a murderer to deal with. He turned and began walking away. But after just a few steps, Kanzu suddenly stopped, glancing back over his shoulder. I advise Tadayoshi-sama to be wise and look out for themselves. When you're alive, it's important to think about your own well-being and those around you, isn't it? With that, Kanzu vanished using the body flicker technique. Elder Tadayoshi stood still for a moment. Was that a threat? He muttered with a sigh. He was getting old. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about the future. He didn't have many years left, but what about Mikoto? Is it really all right for Mikoto to be married to Fugaku? He wondered, feeling disappointed in the son of the former patriarch. More importantly, he had just noticed a clear change in Fugaku's attitude towards him. He wasn't sure why, but he strongly suspected it had something to do with Kanzu. In the Konoha police force's interrogation room, when Kanzu arrived, he found Haruto writhing in pain. Speak. Why did you assassinate the two elders? Shin was personally leading the interrogation. Haruto's fingernails had already been pulled out. His body was covered in wounds, and blood stained the floor. His condition was pitiful. Shin, you damn lapdog of that bastard, Kanzu. You're going to die for this. Haruto spat, seething with rage. Haruto was tough. He clenched his teeth and cursed at Shin through the pain. Clap, clap. Kanzu applauded mockingly as he walked into the room. Impressive, Uchiha Haruto. I respect your backbone. How about pledging loyalty to me instead? In your dreams. I'd rather die than serve you, bastard. Kanzu grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Tough guy. Let me grant your wish. In a flash of steel, a sword strike came down and Haruto's head fell to the ground. Such speed, I couldn't even see the draw. Kanzu-sama's drawing skills are terrifying. Shin stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ding! Killed Uchiha Haruto reward. 10 detonating charms. 2,000 evil points, only 2. 000 for killing an elite genin? You gotta be kidding me. System. No matter the target's strength, the evil points from killing are fixed. Over time, repeated killings will yield reduced evil points. Eventually, each kill may only grant 100 points. Why is that? Asked Kanzu curiously. System. To be a villain is to inflict pain and suffering. While killing someone does cause pain, it is brief, vanishing the moment they die. True suffering lies in keeping them alive and letting them suffer. Ah, I see it's that whole life is suffering, death is mercy concept. Huh? System. The host is only partially correct. A better explanation would be that the act of killing or being killed is just a fight for survival. It is not inherently evil. Rather, just a part of nature. The only cruel aspect involved in murder is the grief it brings to those connected to the victim. But even that is not enough, since bereavement is something that all beings experience. To say such words, Kanzu couldn't help but blink in surprise before complaining. Damn it, I was hoping to rack up evil points by killing more people once the third Great Ninja War breaks out. If Head only earned 100 evil points per kill in the end, then to exchange for something like the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Kanzu would need to slaughter 100,000 people. And Rinne Sharingan was just one of the many things Kanzu had his eyes on. His ambitions stretched far beyond that. If you only intend to earn evil points by the means of killing, then either you'd have to become obsessed with slaughter or you'd get nowhere. But Kanzu had no desire to become a mindless killing machine. From how the system works, it feels like assaulters get the biggest rewards. It's borderline ridiculous. System, be honest. You shouldn't be called the villain system. It's better to call it the predator system. No? Answer? He'll take that as confirmation. He sighed. Looks like I'll have to make some sacrifices in the name of doing evil. The corners of Kanzu's mouth curled upward, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. In reality, his conversation with the system had lasted no more than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Shin was still lost in awe over Kanzu's swordsmanship. Spread the word that Uchiha Haruto took his own life. Dispose of the body. And don't forget to gouge out the eyes. He had a 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, they can still be transplanted into clan members who haven't awakened theirs. No point letting it go to waste. Even in death, Kanzu intended to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Ganzo-sama. What about Run? Haruto had been accused of murdering the elders, so killing him was easy to justify. But Run, at most, had be guilty of attacking Kanzu, hardly a capital offense. If he knows what's good for him, he'll walk out of here alive. If not, cripple him. With that, Kanzu made his way to the cell where Run was being held. Judging by your expression, I already know your answer. Rin glared at Kanzu with eyes full of hatred. But he'll still ask, just to follow protocol, will you follow me? There's no future with Uchiha Fugaku. That wasn't a lie. In the original timeline, Fugaku became clan head and the Uchiha were wiped out. Fugaku-sama saved my life. I will never betray him. As expected, still hopelessly naive. What a waste of an elite genin, Kanza muttered, shaking his head in mock regret. Crack! A scream echoed from the interrogation room. By the time Kanzu stepped out, Rin was already broken. Ding, crippled Uchiha Rin reward. Explosive tags 50, evil points 1,000 evil points Run, his arms and legs shattered, was dragged out of the room. His life as a shinobi was over. Kanza hadn't killed him, but had done something worse. He'll spare your life this time. But remember, oppose me again, and not only will you die, your entire family will be wiped out. Oh, and if you somehow manage to convince Tsunade-sama to treat you, your injuries might be healed. But no one except Tsunade could possibly treat wounds that severe. And an Uchiha convincing her? Not a chance. For starters, Tsunade had already left the village. Even if she were still around, there's no way she'd help someone like Run. The history between the Senju and Uchiha clans was complicated. While Tsunade may not outright hate the Uchiha, she certainly didn't hold them in high regard. Not to mention Tsunade's fear of blood, which makes her freeze at the sight of blood. It was over for Run. When news of Haruto's death and Rin's crippling reached Fugaku, he was so furious that his wound reopened. He's truly merciless. Fugaku's heart bled with frustration. 3 elite genin had pledged loyalty to him. Now one was dead, another crippled. The 2 elders were gone. And Elder Tadayoshi? He seemed to be leaning toward Kanzu, especially now that Kanzu might become his son-in-law. What was left for Fugaku to resist Uchiha Kanzu? Nothing. Chapter 14. Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid of Uchiha Kanzu in the heart of Konoha village. At the Hokage building, Kanzu made his way to the office of the 3rd Hokage. It wasn't Kanzu who had requested the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent someone to summon him. Uchiha Kanzu, you've arrived. Hiruzen greeted him with a warm, fatherly smile. To most of the village's youth, the 3rd Hokage was the image of a kind elder. But Kanzu knew better. He understood exactly what kind of man Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was. If this old man had summoned him, it probably wasn't for anything good. The police force has its hands full. May I ask why the 3rd Hokage has called me? Ah, yes. It's about Konoha's security. I must thank your police force for their hard work. It's all for the sake of Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. No matter how hard the work, if it's for the village, it's worth it. I, too, am an inheritor of the will of fire. Kanzu spoke without a hint of shame, not even blinking as he delivered the words with perfect sincerity. Hiruzen let out a soft chuckle. Kanzu-kun, you truly understand the spirit of the will of fire. As long as the leaves continue to dance, the fire will keep burning. The shadow of the flame will protect the village, and new leaves will grow. That is the essence of Konoha. He looked pleased, almost sentimental, as though watching the rise of another heir to his ideals. The youth are the future of our village. Kanzu-kun, I believe you'll become one of Konoha's great pillars someday. His expression shifted slightly. I've heard there's been some unrest within your Uchiha clan recently. Yes, Kanzu replied, sighing. It's been an unfortunate time. A traitor emerged from within the clan. The assassination of 2 elders, what a disgrace. Thankfully, the culprit has been brought to justice. As Kanzu spoke of the so-called traitor, his voice took on a tone of righteous fury. That bastard Uchiha Haruto, the two elders dedicated their lives to our clan, and he repaid them with betrayal. If I had my way, I'd cut him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. Was the murderer truly Uchiha Haruto? The affairs of the Uchiha clan are also the affairs of Konoha. I wouldn't want to see an innocent man wrongly accused, Hiruzen said, his expression laced with concern. It was definitely Uchiha Haruto, Kanzu replied firmly. He committed seppuku out of guilt. That alone speaks volumes, doesn't it? He paused for a moment before adding, however, I suspect he had accomplices. He might just be the one to raise the knife. Someone might even be behind him who ordered the assassination. But sadly, that's just a hunch. I have no solid evidence. Hiruzen observed Kanzu quietly, the young man's appearance composed and polished. But inwardly, the Hokage felt a twinge of doubt. When the news of the two elders' deaths first reached him, Hiruzen had also suspected Uchiha Kanzu. But the situation had progressed far too quickly before he could step in. The case had already been resolved, and Uchiha Haruto had conveniently taken his own life. Whether it was a true suicide or something far more deliberate, he couldn't say. But the latter seemed increasingly likely. Hokage-sama, Kanzu said, breaking the silence. I have something to report. Go ahead, Kanzu-kun, Hiruzen said, coming back to his senses, the usual amiable smile still on his face. Lately, the Konoha police force has been running low on funds, Kanzu began. I was wondering if Hokage-sama could consider allocating additional resources. Frankly, we're struggling to keep the lights on. There's barely enough to go around. My subordinates are losing motivation, and as their captain, I feel powerless. If the police force can't operate properly, how can we guarantee the safety of the village? Just thinking about it keeps me up at night. Kanzu laid it on thick, playing the part of the underfunded, overworked employee who was being exploited. It wasn't all an act. Either Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned him here to probe for answers, so Kanzu saw no reason not to ask for something in return. Besides, he wasn't lying. The police force had always been underfunded. The budget Konoha allocated to them was embarrassingly small. Back when Fugaku was captain, it was the Uchiha clan who privately funded the police force. But now that Kanzu was in charge, he had no intention of spending his own money to manage the police force. Who do they think Uchiha Kanzu was? Even if a bird flew past his door, it would have to leave 2 feathers as a toll. There was no way he was going to lose money. Oh well, the village's finances are a bit tight at the moment, Hiruzen replied awkwardly. But don't worry, Kanzu. I'll do my best to secure some funding for you soon. If the village is short on funds, I wouldn't dare trouble Hokage-sama, Kanzu said with a faint smile. I'll just try my best to keep the police force in line during this difficult time. Playing games, are we? Kanzu wasn't fooled by vague excuses. Konoha claiming to have financial troubles? What a joke. Everyone knew Konoha, being the village in the Land of Fire, was the wealthiest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Why else would the shinobi villages of other nations repeatedly start wars with them, if not to profit from their resources? The Land of Fire was the wealthiest nation, and Konoha village was the richest among the hidden villages. That was precisely why the ninja villages of other great nations often chose to go to war with the Land of Fire to seize its wealth. Is there anything else you'd like to ask, Hokage-sama? If not, I'll take my leave. The police force can't run without its captain. Very well, Hiruzen nodded, but with a bit of frown. Uchiha Fugaku can't win against Uchiha Kanzu after Kanzu left. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shake his head. From their brief exchange, it had become clear Uchiha Kanzu was a cunning fox. Uchiha Fugaku would never be able to outmaneuver him. It looks like he'll need to give Fugaku a hand, Hiruzen murmured. Rather than allowing the Uchiha clan to fall under Kanzu's control, it would be safer to support Uchiha Fugaku. Kanzu was too dangerous. He had already assassinated 2 elders and used the chaos to clip Fugaku's wings. The threat he posed was too great to ignore. Ruthless and unscrupulous if Kanzu became the Uchiha patriarch, he would be an undeniable destabilizing force. He dared to assassinate the elders of the Uchiha clan. What's to say he wouldn't one day set his sights on the Hokage? At the mere age of 17, Kanzu already possessed quasi-Kage-level strength, and it was highly likely he would awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future. Just thinking about the power of the Mangekyou made Hiruzen both shiver in fright and feel a flicker of envy. If he knew Kanzu had already reached Kage level and had also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, he might not have even summoned Kanzu. Even if he did summon him, his gay buddy would have definitely been there, accompanying him. Meanwhile, Kanzu walking out of the Hokage building was unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had decided to support Fugaku. But even if he had known, Kanzu wouldn't have cared. Even if Hiruzen wanted to back Fugaku, he couldn't openly interfere in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. And if he tried, the entire Uchiha clan would push back. Moreover, Kanzu wasn't afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if things turned hostile, his Kage-level strength gave him all the confidence he needed. And it wasn't just that Kanzu had not only reached Kage level, but also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and mastered the Shurkai of Raijin Jaka. At this point, as long as Uchiha Madara, who was still lurking in the shadows, didn't personally make a move, Kanzu had no reason to fear anyone. Chapter 15. Let's stir up some chaos. Ding. You killed Wandering Ninja Passerby. A 1500 evil points ding. You killed Wandering Ninja Cannon Fodder. B. 1000 evil points ding. You killed Wandering Ninja Thug. C. 100 evil points after killing 10 people. Kanzu noticed that the evil points gained had dropped to just 100 points per kill. From now on, no matter how many people he killed or how strong they were, he would only receive 100 points each time. After eliminating a group of wandering ninjas causing trouble in the Land of Fire, Kanzu retreated to a secluded area with the intention of testing out the true power of the blade in his hand. Turn everything into ash, Raijin Jaka. As Kanzu spoke the Shurkai command, flames burst from the tip of his blade and quickly engulfed it. The intense heat caused the surrounding vegetation to wilt and burn almost instantly, setting the area ablaze. Although the difference between Shurkai and Bankai is vast, even in its Shurkai state, Raijin Jaka reaches temperatures as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius. For comparison, magma only reaches an average of about 1,400 degrees, so even Shurkai far surpasses Akainis magma fruit from Nippo Peace. The same goes for lava style, a Kekii Genkai in the world of Naruto. Compared to Raijin Jaka, it's not even in the same league. Even the supposedly invincible black flames of Amaterasu might pale in comparison. After all, despite being hyped as the strongest ninjutsu, Amaterasu hasn't really shown any significant feats. Once activated, Raijin Jaka doesn't just produce flames with sun-like temperatures, it also releases intense heat. However, the cost is also enormous as chakra gets consumed rapidly. Kanzu estimated he could only maintain Shurkai for about 2 minutes at most, and if he used high-level techniques during that time, the duration would drop even further. Using Raijin Jaka, Kanzu could likely reduce the entire Konoha village to scorched earth without much trouble. After deactivating Shurkai, Kanzu sheathed the blade and activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Susanoo. Dark Chakra surged forth. First, an arm and rib cage formed. This was Susanoo in its initial stage. As Kanzu continued to expend his chakra and visual prowess, a massive upper body skeleton made out of chakra took shape, completely surrounding him. This was the second stage of Susanoo. Soon after, muscles and tendons filled in the skeletal frame, and a chakra cloak enveloped the body. This marked the third stage of Susanoo. At this stage, Susanoo was equipped with weapons, but Kanzu's version wielded only a pair of daggers. There were no legendary artifacts or special weapons, which left him a bit disappointed. While Mangekyou Sharingan could potentially unlock Susanoo's fourth stage, Kanzu chose not to activate it for now. The fourth stage of Susanoo adds Tengu-like armor to the third stage, along with enhanced weaponry. Both its defense and power increase significantly, but so does its consumption. Kanzo had only summoned Susanoo for a brief test. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to push it further. The fourth stage would drain too much. After all, Susanoo consumes not just chakra, but also visual prowess. And Mangeki Sharingan's visual prowess can't be replenished unless it evolves into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Once Susanoo faded, a sharp sting pierced Kanzo's eyes like he hadn't slept in days. This is unbearable until I awaken the eternal Mangeki. I'd best use this sparingly. Mangeki Sharingan is a double-edged sword. It harms the enemy, but also its wielder. How quickly it leads to blindness had already been proven by Uchiha Sasuke. The boy went blind in just 10 days. It's time to return to Konoha. I still need to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to cough up some funds. As for how to corner the old man into paying up, Kanzo already had a plan. From today on, Konoha won't know peace again. I'm in charge now. Let's give Sarutobi Hiruzen a little surprise. The corners of Kanzo's lips curled slightly, as if he could already picture Sarutobi Hiruzen's surprised expression. Returning to Konoha, Kanzo summoned Shin. Did Fugaka make any moves while I was gone? Though Kanzo had only been away for a day, he asked out of habit, always cautious. Kanzo-sama, Fugaka didn't stir up any trouble, but the third Hokage did visit him. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid Fugaka a visit, huh? Kanzo wasn't an idiot. He could easily guess Hiruzen's intent in visiting Uchiha Fugaku. Kanzo-sama, when do you plan to become clan head? I'd do it now if I could. But do you think Fugaka would just allow that? It's not just him, there's a whole group who'll oppose me. Kanzo did have supporters, but there were certainly many who'd stand in his way. Whoever dares to oppose you, well, kill them, Shin said coldly, eyes flashing with menace. I'm not in a rush. Why are you? Kanzo replied with a smirk. Kanzo hadn't originally planned on becoming the Uchiha Patriarch, but now, he didn't mind the idea, he just wasn't in any rush. What belonged to him would come to him eventually. Sooner or later, it would all be his. There was no need to force it immediately. It was better to take it slowly and steadily while enjoying the ride. Because once the objective is completed, what more fun is there? But putting that aside now, I've got a task for you, he said. Yes, Kanzo-sama. Please tell me, Shin replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. His bones were practically itching for action. Konoha is a bit too peaceful these days. Don't you think? Kanzo-sama, isn't that a good thing? Kanzo gave him a sideways glance. And what's the job of the Konoha police force? To maintain law and order in the village. If everything's too peaceful, too stable, then what do we have to do? We'd be seen as freeloaders. That makes sense, Shin nodded. Though something about that felt a bit wrong. That's why we need to make sure there's work to be done every day. Otherwise, people might start saying we're just eating for free. Now, I've got an important task for you, Kanzo said. You're going to start collecting security management fees. Begin with the shops. We work hard to maintain the safety of Konoha Village. Don't you think it's only fair they show their appreciation? Kanzo-sama. They might not be too willing to pay, Shin replied cautiously. Collecting money was never that simple. If they refuse to pay, can't you think of a solution? Kanzo asked, narrowing his eyes. Start making trouble. 'Cause a bit of chaos each day, so they can't run their businesses smoothly. If they want pay the protection fee, do they really think they can operate freely in Konoha? It's not their father's land. The land on which the village is built was given by Uchiha and Senju since Senju is gone. It's us who are the owners. We are kind enough, so we aren't asking for rent, but they still need to pay the protection fee. Do you understand? I get it now, Kanzo-sama. If they don't pay, we give them problems. No worries, I'm pretty good at that kind of thing. Good, Kanzo said with a nod. Just don't let me down. Then, with a meaningful look, he added, don't be too obvious about it. Stir up just enough trouble to make your point without giving others something to hold against you. Chapter 16. The Konoha Military Police Force should expand. Shin led a group of men into the Nara clan's drugstore. The shopkeeper's expression darkened slightly when he saw the Uchiha crest on Shin's clothing. Among Konoha's major clans, few were eager to deal with the Uchiha. One reason was their notorious arrogance. Many Uchiha carried themselves with an air of superiority that naturally rubbed others the wrong way. The other reason was political. The Uchiha clan had long been at odds with Konoha senior leadership. Knowing this, most influential clans aligned themselves with the Hokage's side. After all, in the village, the Hokage held the real power. Despite his personal feelings, the shopkeeper knew that business was business. Visitors were still customers. "What can I get for you?" he asked. "I'm not here to buy anything," Shin replied coldly. "I've come on behalf of the Konoha police force to collect the security management fee." "Security management fee? What do you mean by that?" "What security management fee?" The shopkeeper frowned. These Uchiha guys were clearly here to extort money. "Cut the nonsense and pay up," Shin said bluntly. "I've got other shops to visit. I don't have time to waste here." Konoha has no rule about paying security management fees. "I'm not handing over a single bill," the shopkeeper replied firmly. Shin sneered. "People say the Nara clan is full of smart folk, but you're clearly not one of them. Someone's reported that your pharmacy sells counterfeit medicine. Looks like you need to come back with us for questioning." Selling fake medicines in Konoha village? That's a clear insult to the people of Konoha and the police force that upholds righteousness in the village. He turned to his men. "Seal up the entire stock and bring it along for investigation." With that, the two policemen behind him sprang into action. Without hesitation, they grabbed both the shopkeeper and the clerk, ignoring their protests. "Let us go. Our Nara clan runs its business with integrity. We've never sold counterfeit medicine. You're just using your authority for personal revenge. Dare to resist, will you?" Shin struck the shopkeeper with a swift hand chop, knocking him out cold. Then he turned to a trusted subordinate. "Replace all the medicinal herbs here with fakes." "Understood, Deputy Captain. Let's move. On to the next shop." A few minutes later, the owner of the neighboring barbecue restaurant was arrested for alleged food safety violations, and the entire premises were sealed. Shin worked efficiently by midday. He had arrested dozens of shop owners. These included shops owned by prominent clans, smaller ninja families, and even ordinary civilians. He made no distinction. As long as the shop refused to pay the so-called security management fee, it was shut down and the owner taken in. Very few were actually willing to pay. So nearly every shop Shin's team visited ended up the same way, raided and sealed. Lying down and doing evil points is really worth it. Just this morning, Kanzu had earned tens of thousands in evil points, which, after all, was his main objective. It wasn't just about making money. Gaining evil points was far more important. "Kanzu-sama, by doing this, we've offended quite a few families," Suda reminded him cautiously. "Let me ask you something. What kind of relationship does our Uchiha clan have with the other families?" This Suda couldn't come up with an answer, and simply shook his head. There were many clans in Konoha village, but none maintained a good relationship with the Uchiha. In fact, many were outright hostile. The Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, all were either rivals or enemies. Even those who weren't openly hostile still avoided associating with the Uchiha. Since they're not on good terms with us anyway, why should we care about offending them? Kanzu wasn't the least bit worried. After all, his system thrived on creating enemies. It was built for it. Anyway, the Uchiha clan had already been ostracized by the major families and Konoha's leadership. What was there to fear? That they might get pushed out even more. The Uchiha were already in the worst possible position. Things couldn't get much worse. Remember this: good men die young, but scourges live 1,000 years. Kanzu had no hesitation in doing what he did. His confidence came from the fact that he wasn't afraid, not of Konoha's upper ranks, nor the other clans joining forces against the Uchiha. Because today's Uchiha wasn't the weak and isolated clan it would later become during the time of the massacre. The Third Great Shinobi War hadn't even begun yet, and the Uchiha were still a powerful force. Back then, during the massacre era, the clan had Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi as its strongest members. But what did that amount to? Two of them betrayed the clan, and the other was a complete bystander. With that kind of leadership, no wonder the clan fell. Right now, The Uchiha had more than 30 genin in their ranks. Would Konoha village really dare to make a move against them? It's true that they could wipe out the Uchiha, but doing so would come at a price. The other Shinobi villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. That's why Kanzu had no fear. All members of the police force will be mobilized this afternoon. Kanzu instructed the chief of staff, Uchiha Suda. Also, we need to expand our numbers. Right now, we're clearly understaffed. Since becoming captain, Kanzu had promoted Shin and Suda to serve as deputy captain and chief of staff. While Suda replied, "If we try to keep recruiting, we'll run into a wall." The people who support Uchiha Fugako definitely won't join the police force. Then, how about recruiting from outside the Uchiha clan? Kanzu-sama, are you serious about that? Traditionally, the police force has always been made up entirely of Uchiha. Yes, Kanzu confirmed. We're recruiting from outside. Not just ninjas while taking civilians as well. Our police force is going to expand. And fast. Kanzu had planned this long ago. There is no need to report it to the third Hokage, nor did he require any approval after all. The police force had always been autonomously operated by the Uchiha clan. In the past, even if the third Hokage wanted to interfere, he couldn't. The entire police force was made up of Uchiha members. Although Suda didn't understand why Kanzu wanted to recruit civilians with no ninja training, he didn't question it. He knew Kanzu didn't appreciate subordinates who asked too many questions. If Kanzu-sama gave an order, it was best to follow it without hesitation. I plan to expand the Konoha police force. The third Hokage definitely won't sit still after this, Kanzu muttered. He was certain Sarutobi Hiruzen would try to interfere. That meant he'd need a proper excuse to deal with him. Finding one wouldn't be difficult. Excuses were always easy to come by. Chapter 17. The Ino Shika CHS decision. That afternoon, the police force was deployed in full force. Unless a shopkeeper paid the security management fee, they would either be arrested under some fabricated charge or suffer financial losses during an accidental scuffle caused during an arrest. At the same time, the current heads of the Ino Shika CH clans gathered together. Yamanaka, Inoichi, Nara, Shikaku, and Akimichi-cha, the trio representing the current generation of the Ino Shika CH alliance, were all visibly tense. Shikaku, what exactly is the Uchiha clan trying to pull? Inoichi asked, his face dark with frustration. The Nara clan's pharmacy had been shut down. All their medicinal stock was seized under the accusation of selling counterfeit drugs, a charge that seriously tarnished their reputation. The Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurants faced similar trouble, framed with food safety violations and forcibly closed. They were told they couldn't reopen unless they passed a so-called inspection by the police force. As for the Yamanaka clan, they own a flower shop. Earlier today, during an alleged arrest of a thief, the police force accidentally destroyed all the flowers in the shop. This wasn't carelessness, it was clearly deliberate. They want security management fees, Shikaku said calmly. He understood the motive well enough. After all, the demand for fees had come before any actual enforcement. This so-called security management fee is something the police force has made up on their own. It's just a way for them to extort money. Their goal was blatantly obvious because they weren't exactly attempting to disguise it at all, which made it all the more baffling. They really dared to take such a direct, heavy-handed approach. The Uchiha clan already had a poor reputation. This kind of behavior only made it worse. I can't figure out Uchiha Kanzu, Shikaku admitted. As Genin commander and military strategist of Konoha, Shikaku prided himself on his analytical mind, but Kanzu's true intentions remained frustratingly elusive. Even if they managed to earn money through this, it wasn't worth the damage to their reputation. Shikaku, do you have any countermeasures? We can't just let this go, Cha said angrily, his large frame trembling with frustration. We'll pay to resolve the matter for now, Shikaku replied calmly. They'll head to the Konoha police force, speak to the captain, and try to get our detained clan members released. What? That's it? We're just going to let this slide? Inoichi was visibly upset. How could anyone feel at ease being bullied and then expected to endure it silently? Among the three families, The Nara clan had suffered. The most countless valuable medicinal herbs were confiscated. And yet, Shikaku was choosing to endure it? We could resist, yes, but that would only create more trouble, murmured Shikaku. Not only would our businesses continue to suffer, but we'd also become bigger targets. Moreover, he sighed, do we even have the strength to fight against the Uchiha clan? The power of the Uchiha clan was not something the Ino-Shika-CH alliance could handle. Other clans are being targeted too. Inoichi added, if we form an alliance with them, I'm sure the Uchihas would have to back down. And Hokage-sama, he won't let this kind of brazen behavior slide. That's true, Shikaku admitted, though his tone carried doubt. But I can't help feeling there's more to all this. I'm not convinced the Uchiha clan will back away so easily. What do you mean? Asked Cha. Surely the Uchiha clan wouldn't make enemies of every other clan. Even they wouldn't risk that much, right? Normally, yes, but the captain of the police force right now is Uchiha Kanzu, said Shikaku. And all these actions are likely being carried out under his orders. As for Kanzu himself, I don't think I need to remind you what kind of man he is. He's not the type to take risks he can't control, so if he's acting this boldly, he must be confident in his ability to handle the consequences. At the mention of Kanzu's name, both Inoichi and Cha fell silent, their expressions turning grim as memories surfaced. The three of them were the same age as Kanzu and had entered the ninja academy at the same time, although Kanzu had spent less than a year there before graduating early. The impression he left on them was unforgettable. Later, during the Second Great Shinobi War, his name gained widespread recognition, and he rose to fame at a remarkably young age. When they were not even Chunin, Kanzu had already achieved the rank of Chunin, the youngest ever at just 11, and had slain countless shinobi from enemy villages. Such a man, he was definitely not someone who acted without control. Let's wait and see how things unfold, Shikaku said. The Uchiha clan has changed a lot recently. One way or another, Uchiha Kanzu will likely become the head of the Uchiha clan. Shikaku believed that being the first to stand up against the Uchiha clan could make them the primary target, and he wanted to avoid that. After all, it wasn't just the three families that suffered losses this time, even property belonging to the third Hokage Sarutobi clan was affected. For Uchiha Kanzu to pull off something so bold, he was either a complete fool or extremely confident. And as the strongest individual in the Uchiha clan who has managed to become the captain of the military police force, Kanzu was certainly not a fool. Which means that he was certainly planning something. There was no need to provoke him. Right now, someone else would make a move eventually. They could watch from the sidelines and figure out what's going on. Why let their business be affected during this time? Besides, they couldn't take on the Uchiha clan even if they wanted to. Ever since the Senju clan had become a shadow of its former self, the Uchiha had stood as the most powerful clan in Konoha, while the Hyuga clan claims to rival them. In truth, they couldn't measure up to the Uchiha. Even the combined might of the Ino-Shika-CH trio couldn't compete with the Uchiha clan. If you're going to meet Uchiha Kanzu, we'll go with you, said Inoichi and Cha, rising to their feet. Fine, I don't mind, Shikaku replied. But when we get there, remember, don't speak unless I say so. Well, follow your lead. They both agreed. Inoichi and Cha exchanged a glance and nodded to Nara Shikaku. Among the three, Shikaku was the strategist, the brains of the group, and they usually deferred to his judgment. When they arrived at the Konoha Police Force headquarters, the place was nearly empty. Most of the personnel had already been sent out by Kanzu to stir up trouble. Well, what a rare sight. What brings the three clan heads here today in person? Kanzu asked with a smile. Inoichi clenched his teeth. Uchiha Kanzu, don't pretend like you don't know why we're here. No one fakes ignorance that poorly. Still, he had promised Shikaku beforehand that he would let him handle things, so he held back his anger. Captain Kanzu, we're here to pay the security management fee, Shikaku said calmly. Oh, so you've come to pay the security fee. Not many are as sensible as you. Nara Shikaku-san, you are the first one to come forward. Kanzu grinned. Kanzu cast a glance at Shikaku, nodding with admiration. As expected of a clever man, he knew how to resolve issues with minimal loss. Reluctantly, Shikaku and the others paid the security management fee. 1 million ri per month. It stung badly. Had it not been for Shikaku's persuasion, neither Inoichi nor Cha would have agreed. In the future, I hope the Nara clan refrains from selling counterfeit medicinal herbs, Kanzu said with a smirk. And the Akimichi clan should take more care with food quality. After receiving the payment, Kanzu didn't miss the chance to deliver a smug lecture. Shikaku listened in silence, but Cha clenched his teeth in frustration. As if I don't know the food quality at my own barbecue restaurant. This time, it'll release your people, Kanzu added, but the confiscated fake medicines won't be returned. We can't risk them circulating and harming the public again. Understood. Thank you for your trouble, Captain Kanzu, Shikaku replied, voice calm. But even he was clenching his fists by then, barely managing to hold himself back. Fake medicine? The Nara clan had never sold counterfeit herbs in their lives. Who's next? Kanzu muttered, tapping his fingers against the table. I wonder if the rest will be as sensible as the Ino Shika CH trio. He doubted it. Others definitely wouldn't bend as easily. The Hyuga clan, for instance, one of Konoha's two great jutsu clans, never considered themselves weaker than the Uchiha. They were proud and unlikely to compromise. Then there were the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Would they yield? Highly unlikely given the high political positions of their patriarchs. Konoha police force is going to be very lively in the coming days. Kanzu stood up and stretched. Once I'm off duty, don't bother looking for me. Leaving behind that message, he clocked out from the police force building on time. Of course, while Kanzu left promptly, his subordinates had no such luxury. They were still working overtime by his design. Chapter 18. If you cannot escape it, embrace it. Joe, Fugaka-san, looks like you're healing up well. Enemies really do tend to run into each other. Kanzu encountered Fugaka the moment he returned to the Uchiha compound. At Kanzu's mocking words, Fugaka's wound throbbed dully. Of course, he wasn't truly healed. Even with treatment from the medical team, it was impossible to recover, so quickly Kanzu's blade had nearly split him open. Kanzu, do you even realize what you've done? Fugaka growled, clenching his jaw through the pain. Your actions have offended nearly every clan in Konoha. Do you understand the chaos you've brought upon the Uchiha? Kanzu's eyes narrowed. So this wasn't a coincidence, he thought. Fugaka hadn't just bumped into him, had been waiting. And it wasn't just Fugaku. Several other Uchiha clansmen stood nearby, watching closely. Offended them? Kanzu scoffed. Since when has the Uchiha clan ever been afraid of offending others? Kanzu sneered. Our Uchiha clan should be standing above all others, shouldn't it? Even if I offend every clan in Konoha, who would dare point fingers at us? Well said. Kanzu-sama is right. Since when has the Uchiha clan feared offending others? That was the Uchiha nature, prideful, arrogant, and unyielding. What outsiders saw as sheer arrogance, the Uchiha saw as righteous confidence. To others, Kanzu's words might have sounded reckless, but to the Uchiha, they made perfect sense. If they weren't afraid of the Hokage, why should they fear offending other clans? It was exactly this attitude that had left the Uchiha clan isolated in Konoha, without allies or friends. Fugaku's expression darkened. Are these people all brainless? He had come here, despite his injuries, and gathered the clan members on purpose to undermine Kanzu's influence, hoping they would understand the foolishness of Kanzu's actions. If he could weaken Kanzu's popularity and reduce his support, then Kanzu's path to becoming clan head would be much harder. It was a pity that, even as a member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku still didn't understand how his own people thought. The truth was, Kanzu understood the Uchiha better than Fugaku ever could. Many of the clansmen who had originally supported Fugaku now found themselves agreeing with Kanzu's words. With a cold snort, Fugaku turned and left in silence. Kanzu looked disdainfully at Fugaku, who walked away with his plan having failed. Everyone, Kanzu declared, I will lead the Uchiha clan to trample every clan in Konoha beneath our feet and show the entire ninja world that the Uchiha are the strongest of all." His bold words stirred the hearts of the Uchiha, and even those who had remained neutral began to shift their support toward him. They really aren't the brightest. As Kanzu walked away, he sighed inwardly. If I really do become clan head, the first thing I'll have to do is reform the Uchiha. No power, but full of arrogance, what a joke. At least they have to be strong enough. If every Uchiha possessed the strength of Uchiha Madara, Kanzu wouldn't mind how arrogant they were, but the problem was they didn't. Instead of going home, Kanzu headed to the elder's residence. "Why are you here?" Mikoto's eyes flickered with unease when she saw him. Her expression was conflicted. She genuinely didn't know how to face Uchiha Kanzu. "Of course. I missed you," Kanzu said with a smile. Mikoto hesitated as Kanzu reached out to take her hand. Just as she was about to pull away, his next words froze her in place. "Think about Tadayoshi-sama." His voice slipped in her ears like a whisper from a devil. The deaths of the two elders not long ago were a stark reminder for her. Although it was accepted that Uchiha Haruto was the murderer, Mikoto understood that the person responsible for their death was Kanzu. If he dared to kill them, would he really hesitate to deal with her grandfather? "I was originally planning to get rid of Elder Tadayoshi too," Kanzu continued. "But then I thought of you and the time we spend together in your bedroom, in each other's arms, and I let him live. Congratulations, you saved his life." Kanzu kissed Mikoto gently on the cheek and whispered in her ear, "Whether your Sofa-sama continues to live or die, that's entirely up to you, Mikoto-san." Then he let go of her and walked toward her room. Watching Kanzu disappear inside, Mikoto hesitated for a moment, looked around to make sure no one was watching them, closed the door of the house, and then followed him. "I'm sorry, Fugaka-san, but I don't have a choice," she murmured. Though she was engaged to Uchiha Fugaku, the one person who meant the most to her was the grandfather who raised her. After all, Fugaku was just a fiancé, not yet her husband. Because of the difference in their ages and the traditional beliefs of the Uchiha clan, she hasn't had much contact with Fugaku outside of special events. Therefore, it would be wrong to say whether she has any feelings for him. If she were truly married to Uchiha Fugaku, she would rather die than betray him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 30,000 evil points. Although the reward this time was far less than before, it was still more than anything Kanzu had earned in the past. He stared at Mikoto. She was simply a treasure trove. Now fully dressed, Kanzu once again looked like a respectable gentleman and handed Mikoto her clothing so that she could get dressed. This time, he made sure to give it back properly. He wasn't going to keep anything of hers, after all. He had returned what he had borrowed earlier, and there was no need to take anything more. Mikoto looked at her panties and recalled how the ones he had pocketed previously were discovered in the cupboards of his home, becoming a matter of public discussion that she had heard about from a fellow kunoichi of her clan. She was really glad that no one knew that it was her panties and that Kanzu didn't reveal that they were hers either. Otherwise, everything would have been over. Heck, since that day, she didn't dare wear the same kind of panties. She had gotten rid of all of them, afraid that someone might catch on if they noticed. Although the chance of that happening was negligible, since there was no way anyone was going to see her panties, she didn't dare risk it out of shame and fear. At the same time, she was also glad that Kanzu wasn't taking her panties this time, because if he was, it would have only made things more uncomfortable for her. Shaking her head, Mikoto snatched them from Kanzu's hand and put them on with a distracted expression. Watching her distracted expression, Kanzu was a bit curious and asked her, "What are you thinking?" "Just lamenting my fate. I am wondering if I will ever be able to escape your clutches," answered Mikoto mockingly. "Nope, there's no escape. This is your fate now," Kanzu said with a chuckle. "And you'll never escape, not even through death. If you try, they'll just bring you back to life and drag you right back into this mess of ours." Mikoto wanted to scoff at the absurdity of it, Kanzu bringing her back to life just to trap her in this situation again. Obviously, such a thing would be impossible. There was no way she was going to believe that he'd be able to bring her back to life should she commit suicide. But when she looked into his eyes, she couldn't be so sure. There was a confidence in his gaze that made her believe he would do exactly that. And he would be able to do exactly that. She had no idea how he could bring her back to life, but the confidence in his eyes made her believe he could and would. "Why are you doing this to me?" she asked, unable to hold back her doubts. What did I ever do to deserve this? She was certain she had never wronged him. And yet, he treated her like this. Kanzu answered plainly, "You didn't do anything wrong." "Then why?" she pressed. "Because I'm a bad person," he said with a casual shrug. "And bad people do bad things." "I thought that was obvious." "Because you're a bad person?" she echoed, barely a whisper. His words sank into her chest like a weight. She lifted her head to look at him and murmured, "I respected you. Even admired you, albeit secretly, but I really did. I held you in such high regard, but to think you can still do all of that," Kanzu said, staring into her eyes. "Respect me, revere me, admire me, obey me, follow me." Mikoto flinched, averting her gaze as she shook her head. "How can I? After what you did to me," she cried. "And you say this is my fate now? Is this really how it's going to be? Will I never be able to break free?" "It would seem so," Kanzu replied with a faint smile. "You're my canary now, trapped in my cage, living and breathing according to my whims." "It's suffocating," she whispered, unable to hold back her tears. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Kanzu said calmly, "If you can't escape something, embrace it. ITLL, make things much easier and enjoyable." "If I can't escape it, then embrace it," Mikoto repeated softly, trying to grasp the meaning behind his words. Kanzu didn't say anything, just sat there silently with a smile as those words echoed in Mikoto's mind. A voice suddenly called from outside. "Mikoto, are you in your room?" Since the door was left open, the voice drew closer and soon its source stepped into view. "Mikoto," he began, eyes falling on Mikoto, but then froze as his eyes landed on Kanzu, seated calmly on her futon. "Kanzu-kun?" Upon seeing the person enter, Kanzu rose from the futon and greeted the elder calmly. Toughisima indeed. It was Elder Tadayoshi. His brows were furrowed in suspicion. The scene before him was troubling a grown man alone in Mikoto's bedroom, sitting on her futon. Meanwhile, Mikoto looked up at her grandfather in panic, her heart pounding. "Why is SFU-sama back this early?" She froze, wide-eyed with dread. "Kanzu-kun, what are you doing here?" Tadayoshi asked sharply. Kanzu shrugged. "Just chatting about a few things." "Just chatting?" Tadayoshi repeated, his eyes drifting to the futon. Its presence in the room was questionable after all. It was still the middle of the day. Mikoto wasn't the type to nap in the afternoon. Even if she had been tired enough to rest, she would have folded the futon and put it away, especially if someone was visiting. And certainly, she wouldn't have allowed anyone, let alone a man, to sit on it. Kanzu and Mikoto weren't that close. Elder Tadayoshi was quite sure they hadn't had much contact before. At most, they were mildly acquainted, and that level of familiarity was certainly not enough for Mikoto to allow Kanzu into the house in Tadayoshi's absence, let alone lead him into her bedroom and let him sit on her futon. In fact, even if they had been very close acquaintances, it still wouldn't have justified her bringing him into her bedroom and letting him sit there so casually when no third person was around. Tadayoshi was certain his granddaughter fully understood what such an action could imply. Yet here Kanzu was, sitting calmly on her futon. It raised far too many questions in Tadayoshi's mind. Not to mention the faint odor drifting in the bedroom. If it were an innocent child, they may not understand the meaning of that faint odor, but Tadayoshi was an elderly man who had lived his youth, and he understood everything perfectly. He turned to his granddaughter, looking for an explanation. "Mikoto?" Meanwhile, Mikoto had a look of horror on her face. It felt like she had been caught doing something shameful by her grandfather. Which she really was. She couldn't even open her mouth to say something facing the questioning gaze of her grandfather. She wanted to hide instinctively. She clutched the hem of Kanzu's shirt with both hands while turning her head to the floor in shame and fear as her body trembled. Elder Tadayoshi's gaze narrowed as he noticed Mikoto's subtle actions and the flushed color in her cheeks. Even if she didn't dare to give an explanation, the air around her and the room was enough of an explanation. Tadayoshi's expression darkened. So that's it. This bastard Kanzu had really done something to his granddaughter. No wonder Makoto had been acting strange lately. Kanzu, however, met the elder's stare with perfect calm. Had already done so many terrible things that even getting caught red-handed with the old man's granddaughter didn't faze him in the slightest. Makoto-san, I really enjoyed our conversation today, Kanzu said with a smile. Let's talk again some other time, and I hope you put some thought into what we talked about. I understand, Kanzu-sama, stuttered Makoto instinctively as she pulled her cold hands back. Kanzu then turned to the elder and spoke calmly. Tayoshi-sama, they'll be leaving now. I wish you a pleasant night. With that, Kanzu walked out of Makoto's bedroom and left the house, leaving Makoto alone to face her grandfather. Inside the house, Makoto remained standing and didn't dare lift her head, let alone meet his eyes. Elder Tadayoshi's expression shifted, emotions flickering across his face. He looked at Makoto, who stood there like a frightened quail, not even daring to meet his eyes, and sighed deeply. He understood it couldn't have been her fault. Knowing her character, Makoto would never willingly do something like this, which meant only one thing. She had been forced. She was the victim. Chapter 19. A decision made with logic reason. Tadayoshi activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his expression turning grim. His face was terrifying to behold. He could barely contain the urge to confront Kanzu right then and there. Even if Kanzu had tried to assassinate him, Tadayoshi wouldn't have been this enraged. But to lay a hand on Makoto? That damn bastard. Makoto, he asked, his voice trembling with anger. How did Kanzu threaten you? Makoto remained silent. I can guess even if you want to say it, did he use me to force you? Still, Makoto said nothing. But her silence spoke volumes. The elder understood his guess was correct. Kanzu had used him to threaten her. No wonder Fugako has been so distant with me lately. He must already know. In that moment, Tadayoshi realized the reason behind Uchiha Fugaku's recent coldness. The truth had reached him, too. Fugako-sama knows? Makoto, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Sigh. Tadayoshi exhaled a deep sigh. What are you going to do now? He asked gently. I don't know, Makoto murmured, her voice filled with uncertainty. Her thoughts were in disarray. Who could have imagined her life would take such a turn? Blame me, I'm your grandfather. You were my responsibility. Yet I've failed you. I couldn't protect you properly, the elder said bitterly. Kanzu had used him to threaten Makoto, and he couldn't bring himself to blame her. Who would have expected Kanzu to be so insidious? Tadayoshi regretted letting him walk away earlier. But even if he had tried to stop Kanzu, what could he have done? He was an old man now. His strength was barely on par with a Chunin. Against someone like Kanzu, he wouldn't stand chance. This was the era of the younger generation. Meanwhile, Makoto's thoughts were in turmoil. Her life felt utterly ruined. On one side, she was being used and abused by Kanzu, with him saying that this was her fate from now on. On the other, her fiancé already knew everything about it. Now that Fugako knew, there was no way he would marry her. In fact, she was certain no one ever would. After all, she had lost her purity. She was no longer a pure woman. She was impure in the eyes of the world. Thinking about her bleak, hopeless future, she felt the overwhelming urge to disappear, to run away from Fugako, from her grandfather, from the Uchiha, from Konoha, and from Kanzu. For forever and never return, but she knew that wasn't an option. The choice was no longer hers to make. She truly felt like a caged canary stripped of freedom, condemned to live at the mercy of its owner's whims. There was no hope, no escape, only suffering. Even death was no longer an option for her. In that moment, Kanzu's words echoed in her mind. If you cannot escape it, embrace it. With that in mind, Makoto spoke in a trembling voice. So, Fusama, I want to break off my engagement with Fugako-sama. For some time now, a weight had been pressing down on her, a heavy sense of guilt she couldn't shake. If she broke off her engagement with Fugako, the guilt that weighed on her would finally be lifted. That's why Makoto spoke with such firmness. I still try to do something, murmured Tadayoshi with a sigh. Makoto had already suffered enough. He didn't want her to suffer from further guilt. Moreover, by now, Tadayoshi was already certain that Fugaku couldn't defeat Kanzu. And perhaps it was better for Makoto to be freed from the entanglement with Fugaku altogether. Although it would be complicated since the matter involved Fugaku's dignity, Tadayoshi was still going to do something about it. But what to do? He thought. Even if Fugaku knew the truth, would he be willing to accept the outcome? Even if he doesn't want to accept Makoto, he'd be a fool to break off the engagement that easily because, obviously, it was a matter of dignity and reputation, not to mention the support from Tadayoshi. If the word got out that Uchiha Fugaku's fiancée was having an affair with Uchiha Kanzu, had become the laughing stock. It would seem that we really can't solve this problem without offending Fugaku, thought Tadayoshi, as the only option. But then again, is that really such a big problem? The outcome of the power struggle between Kanzu and Fugaku remained uncertain, and the position of clan head had yet to be decided. But in his heart, the elder no longer had faith in Fugaku because of his repeated failures to get a significant win over Kanzu. With overwhelming strength, merciless methods, shameless tactics, and scrupulous behavior, and an unhinged attitude, Uchiha Kanzu has maintained the upper hand, stomping over Fugaku again and again, humiliating him again and again. At this point, the wisest choice was indeed to shift the camp from Fugaku to Kanzu, and the best method of doing so would be to further the relationship between Kanzu and Makoto. Anyway, it was Kanzu who tore away Makoto's dignity and her purity, and if they end up together, this matter would no longer be that big at best. It would be just a couple unable to control themselves before marriage, which would not be much of a scandal, but even if Tadayoshi knew this, he couldn't bring himself to speak of this to Makoto. Not after she has suffered so much at the hands of the very same man. He really couldn't bring himself to make his granddaughter spend the rest of her life with the man who had tormented her. How could he do such a thing to his beloved granddaughter? But even if Tadayoshi didn't speak about it, Makoto, who understood this matter very well, chose to bring it up to her grandfather out of her own volition. Sofu-sama, apart from breaking off the engagement with Fugaku-san, I have one more request. Another request? Yes, speak, nodded Tadayoshi, turning his attention to Makoto. If possible, Makoto began with a conflicted expression. Let me marry Kanzu-sama. Makoto Yu Tadayoshi was taken aback by the request of his granddaughter. He didn't expect she'd bring it up. Obviously, he can also see the sacrifice she was trying to make. If Kanzu-sama is willing to marry me, then perhaps things could still end well, Makoto said, clenching her fist. Makoto, will you really be able to do it? Asked Tadayoshi solemnly, taking a deep look at his granddaughter. Makoto hesitated. Though she harbored deep resentment toward Kanzu, what choice did she have now? After what had happened, her path had narrowed to just two possibilities. Live out her days in isolation while being forced to serve Kanzu whenever he wants, or resign herself to becoming Kanzu's legitimate wife. She didn't even bother considering the third possibility in which Kanzu wasn't there, because she understood that escaping from his web wasn't going to be possible for her. And out of the two, Makoto still preferred the latter. Her choice was influenced by a few factors, one of them being that by becoming Uchiha Kanzu's wife, she'd retain her dignity, and by extension, her reputation. Reputation is oftentimes more important to people than their self-worth, especially for a woman like her, who was raised in a traditional and conservative environment. If the matter of infidelity were to be exposed, it would be a scandal. It would ruin her. She didn't want that. She'd much rather suffer internally than bear the shame and resentment externally. Although this was a very twisted and self-harming choice. It was her choice. But truthfully speaking, this was still not the decisive factor that influenced her decision. The decisive factor was her disappointment towards Fugaku, who, despite knowing the truth, didn't do anything about it. If Fugaku didn't even have the guts to confront Kanzu, the one who wronged his fiancée, she didn't want to be with him. If Fugaku hadn't known anything about this, she'd still be willing to try something else, bear the shame and resentment, even if she had to, but the man clearly knew, yet he didn't do anything, let alone confronting Kanzu. He didn't even confront her, questioning her infidelity. We're trying to find the reason. Why didn't Fugaku do that? Makoto didn't know. Was he afraid of the matter blowing up as a scandal? Was he afraid of Kanzu? Makoto didn't care. What mattered was that he didn't do anything about a man like Fugaku, who could completely ignore his fiancée being violated by his very enemy. Such a man was only going to bring disappointment and suffering to her as Head continued to let others walk over him again and again. Women, by nature, are drawn towards men who are providers and protectors. But the same women, by desire, also want fair treatment, mutual respect, shared values, and intellectual compatibility. Makoto was no different. She too wanted these. It's a pity that she wasn't going to get all of these from the same man. Neither Fugaku nor Kanzu seems to hold all qualities. So she had to make a choice: go by nature or go by desire. In fact, the choice was quite obvious. Because qualities like fair treatment, mutual respect, shared values, and intellectual compatibility only come into play when the provider and protector aspect is fulfilled. If the man isn't even a provider and protector, what point is there for him to show fair treatment, mutual respect, shared values, and intellectual compatibility? On one side was Fugaku, who had already shown incompetence in his capability to provide and protect. And on the other side, Kanzu, who openly acknowledged that he wouldn't give her the fair treatment, mutual respect, and so on. The conclusion was she was going to suffer either way. And her fight or flight reason told her that if she was going to suffer either way, it was better to suffer with someone who had a better future and provided security for her. Moreover, Makoto herself also understood that Fugaku didn't have much chance based on her personal experience and understanding of Kanzu and Fugaku. She felt certain that the son of the former patriarch, who could easily let Kanzu walk all over him again and again, wasn't going to become the next patriarch. So, rather than becoming the wife of someone who didn't have a chance of becoming the patriarch, it was better to marry the person who had that chance. After all her life, she has been trained and groomed to be the wife of the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for who exactly that patriarch is, what does that matter? Since Kanzu was going to become the next patriarch, she'd be his wife. It might also be Stockholm Syndrome acting up, but Makoto didn't think so, since the choice wasn't being made out of unhealthy attachment towards her abuser, but by pure logic and reasoning. With such a thought in her mind, Makoto gave a determined nod. I shall try my utmost to be the faithful wife for Uchiha Kensen. Hearing her decision, Elder Tadayoshi was silent for a while, then gave a nod. I see you'll speak with Kenkun. Elder Tadayoshi had made up his mind to confront Kanzu. However, he might have to wait, because at that very moment, Kanzu was at Fugaku's residence. Crash! Smash! Kanzu heard the sound of things being shattered from outside. Such a short temper. You're injured. You really shouldn't be getting this worked up, Kanzu remarked, stepping in casually. What are you doing in my house? Get out! Fugaku growled, his voice thick with fury. And it wasn't hard to guess why he was so enraged. His spy had just reported back that Kanzu had visited Elder Tadayoshi's home again. The elder wasn't even in. So what was Kanzu doing there? Again? It didn't take much imagination to put the pieces together. The thought alone made Fugaku's blood boil, and his wound began to reopen, causing them to vomit blood. Relax, Kanzu said coolly. I actually came to talk business with you. You might even find it beneficial. Kanzu sat down casually and even poured himself a cup of tea. Come on, sit down. No need to stand there like a guest. Just treat this place as your own home. Make yourself comfortable, he said, taking a sip of tea. Fugaku's face darkened. The way Kanzu said it made it feel like this wasn't his home anymore. What do you want? Fugaku asked coldly. His tone wasn't just indifferent, it was icy. If looks could kill, Kanzu would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces on the spot. The hatred for a man who had both killed his father and stolen his fiancée burned deep in Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku, do you really want to be the clan head? Kanzu asked, sipping his tea. Honestly, I have no need to fight you for the position. In fact, I could even support you in becoming the patriarch. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Not for a second did he believe Kanzu giving up the position of clan head, supporting him. Fugaku didn't trust a single word. Wait, hear me out first, Kanzu said calmly. I'm willing to give you the position of the patriarch, but you'll need to pay a price. Fugaka narrowed his eyes, studying Kanzu carefully. Judging by his expression, Kanzu wasn't joking. What kind of price? Fugako asked cautiously. Becoming the patriarch had become an obsession for him. Kanzu's offer was incredibly tempting. And truth be told, Fugako wasn't confident he could win against Kanzu in a fair contest. Not with two elders already dead and Elder Tadayoshi changing his camp because of Kanzu and Mikoto's secret affair. If Kanzu truly intended to step aside, it would make things much easier. Some people crave power, others chase money. Kanzu said with a smirk, "Me, am a man of desire." It was perhaps the first time someone had declared their lust so brazenly. Fugaku, your fiancée Uchiha Mikoto is an exceptional woman. I fancy her a lot, and she happens to admire me. She has done so for many years secretly in her heart, without letting it show on her face or others learning about it. If you give her to me, it'll back your claim to the position of patriarch without any resistance. You have my word. What Kanzu said was enough to drive Fugaku into a frenzy. Kanzu was asking Fugaku to willingly wear a green hat on his head. But Fugaku didn't lash out, rather. He calmed himself and began to think. He wasn't ignorant of the fact that several things had already happened between Uchiha Kanzu and Uchiha Mikoto. There was no changing that now. In any case, Mikoto could no longer be his future wife. Even so, the thought tore at his heart. He genuinely liked Mikoto for her personality, beauty, and status. The two may not have spoken much to each other, but Fugaku believed that Mikoto was, in every way, the perfect wife to be for him, the next patriarch. And yet, she had been taken by this beast Kanzu before he ever even had the chance to hold her hand. This bastard, if Fugaku had the strength, had killed Kanzu without hesitation. But Kanzu was far too powerful. There was nothing he could do. Agreeing to the deal? Fugaku didn't want to. If word got out, the humiliation would be unbearable. Surrendering something precious to that man on Kanzu's terms? What did Kanzu think he was? A cuck? Besides, could Kanzu's word even be trusted? Fugaku suspected this was all just another way to humiliate him. As the thought took root, his face twisted with fury. Glaring at Kanzu, Fugaku looked as though he wanted to tear him apart with his bare hands. Chapter 20. Kaga-level strength. Don't look at me like that. You're not going to be able to kill me with a glare. You don't have what it takes to be able to do that, Kanzu shrugged. Of course, he was talking about the Manjiki Sharingan, which Fugaku has yet to awaken. So, I'll ask you once more, do you agree or not? He asked. He stood up, making it look like he was about to leave. If you're not interested, it'll be on my way. Wait, Fugaku said sharply. Are you really serious? You're willing to step aside from the patriarchal succession and support me to become head of the Uchiha clan? As much as he wanted to strangle Kanzu then and there, Fugaku couldn't help but feel tempted. What if Kanzu was actually serious and not just toying with him? After all, what was done, Mikoto could no longer be his bride. So even if he gave her up, even if Kanzu was messing with him, it wasn't like he had anything left to lose. I've already said what I had to, Kanzu replied coolly. Believe it or not, that's your problem. My assurance means nothing if you've already made up your mind on the idea that I'm not someone you can trust. Kanzu's words were blunt. Whether Fugaku believed him or not was entirely up to him. Fugaku's expression shifted. As Kanzu said, he couldn't bring himself to fully trust Kanzu, but the idea of Kanzu willingly stepping away from the patriarchal race was undeniably tempting. Why would you choose to support me as patriarch? There's nothing in it for you. Don't tell me it's really just for Mikoto. Not only was there no benefit, but it came with obvious risks. Fugaku didn't believe Kanzu would do something so foolish. No man like him would give up power, just for a woman at least. Fugaku knew he never would. After all, even if Kanzu did step aside, it wouldn't erase the hatred between them. His father had been killed indirectly because of Kanzu. It wasn't wrong to say Kanzu was responsible. And Kanzu had put his hands on his fiancée as well. No matter how things turned out, their hatred would never disappear. It's not exactly a good deal, but it's not a bad one either. Even if you become the patriarch, do you really think you'll need to follow your orders? Kanzu's words made Fugaku's expression freeze. Still, for some reason, Fugaku began to believe that Kanzu might genuinely intend to back him for the position of patriarch. Fine, I accept. In the end, Fugaku agreed. After all, he had nothing left to lose. What should have been lost was already gone at this point. Nothing mattered anymore, except for the position of the Uchiha patriarch. And Fugaku was determined to let his butt rest on it. Ding successfully tempted Uchiha Fugaku to sell his fiancée out of his obsession reward. Amaterasu, 30,000 evil points. Kokuku, selling his fiancée for his obsession. Although I expected a reward, I didn't think it would be this generous. The generous reward caught Kanzu slightly off guard, but that was exactly why he had come. The better the reward, the more worthwhile the visit. A satisfied smile tugged at Kanzu's lips. And the moment Fugaku saw that smug expression, an unexplainable anger surged within him. It was as though Kanzu was silently mocking him as a cuck. "Are you happy?" Fugaku asked bitterly. "Of course. Do you think I wouldn't be?" Kanzu replied, laughing arrogantly. His laughter echoed through the room, so over the top that even the villains like Light Yagami and Doflamingo would pale in comparison. If he could, he even wanted to find a green hat for Fugaku and gift it to him. The more Kanzu laughed, the darker Fugaku's expression grew. Kanzu's joy came directly at the cost of his own humiliation. How could he possibly be happy? Just wait. Once I become the patriarch, they'll get rid of you. That silent vow burned in Fugaku's heart. Of course, Kanzu had no idea what Fugaku was plotting. But even if he did, had probably just flashed that same ridiculing smile, then double the cruelty in his next move, as if punishing Fugaku for daring to scheme. "They'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow," Kanzu said, patting him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Though the system reward hadn't come yet, the moment Kanzu returned home arrived, and the ocular technique was immediately fused into Kanzu's left eye. A wave of cool energy surged through him, making him feel slightly more refreshed. My visual prowess seems to have improved. Gaining this ocular jutsu also enhanced his visual prowess to some extent, which was a welcome bonus. Before evolving into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, every bit of visual power was valuable to Kanzu. But Kanzu also felt a bit disappointed. Of all the wonderful ocular jutsu, it had to be Amaterasu. What Kanzu truly wanted was Kimui or Kodo Amatsukami. But Amaterasu? Amaterasu was barely practical and not that great of an ocular jutsu. After all, despite being called the strongest fire style, it had no victim in the canon. Every figure it was used upon had successfully survived it. Therefore, Kanzu was more interested in Kimui or Kodo Amatsukami. Moreover, with Raijin Jaka in his arsenal, why would he care about Amaterasu's black flames? Forget it, something is still better than nothing. Shaking his head silently, he asked, "System, can you show me a status panel?" Kanzu voiced his request. The system didn't respond verbally, but sure enough, a status screen appeared before his eyes. Uchiha Kanzu age, strength, peak Kaga level Kekkei Genkai, Manjiki Sharingan Jutsu, left eye, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu right eye, Amino Jutsu, Rasengan, lightning style, Chidori fire style, Fireball Jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, other self-learn ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Demonic Illusion, Shackling Stakes Technique, Sharingan Jinjutsu, Tree Binding Death, Temple of Nirvana Technique, other self-learn Jinjutsu Taijutsu, Uchiha Style Flowing Fist Konoha Style Flowing Fist Kinjutsu, Swordsmanship Uchiha Style Kinjutsu Iaido, Draw Sword Technique, Weapon, Raijin Jaka Shurikai, accessible. Very comprehensive Uchiha Kansas attribute panel displays nearly all of his abilities. So my strength is already at the peak of Kaga level? I didn't expect to reach the peak so soon after breaking through to Kaga level, Kanzu murmured in surprise. This was understandable. Just having a pair of Manjiki Sharingan was enough to elevate him to the peak of Kaga level. If he used Raijin Jaka, His combat power would likely surpass the limits of Kaga level entirely. The only drawback was the short duration of that Shurkai. The intense chakra consumption made it difficult to maintain, especially without a sage body. Even without a perfect sage body like Senju Hashirama's, a standard one would still provide a tremendous chakra boost. While the Uchiha clan was known for having high chakra reserves, that was only impressive when compared to average shinobi. In comparison to those with a sage body, it was simply not enough. However, compared to those with a sage body or individuals blessed with extraordinary talent, the chakra reserves of the Uchiha clan were rather underwhelming. There were only two ways to solve this problem. One, to acquire a sage body, and two, to become a Jinchuriki by sealing a tailed beast within oneself. Between the two, Kanza much preferred the first option. Unfortunately, a sage body wasn't cheap, and Kanza wasn't interested in settling for some mediocre version. He wanted the real deal, a perfect sage body like that of Senju Hashirama. With a sage body of that caliber, Kanza would never have to worry about chakra shortages again. The only issue was the price. As valuable as it was, the cost was simply too high at the moment. Besides, Kanza wasn't eager to spend frivolously. He had his sights set on something even more important, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Compared to the sage body, obtaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was Kanza's true priority. With it, he would be able to unleash his ocular powers without restraint, and most importantly, he could manifest the complete version of Susanoo and wield its full destructive might. Chapter 21. The Hyuga clan is looking for trouble? At the entrance of the Konoha Police Force headquarters, Hyuga Hayashi stood calmly, flanked by members of the Hyuga clan. "Where's Uchiha Kanzu? Tell him to come out," Hayashi demanded. One of the policemen at Jinin, Uchiha Satoru, sneered without a hint of courtesy. "Who do you think you are? Just any stray cat or dog thinks they can meet our captain." As two of Konoha's great jutsu clans, the Uchiha and Hyuga had always harbored a silent disdain for one another. The Uchiha looked down on the Hyuga, and the Hyuga returned the sentiment. "You're asking for it." Hyuga Hizashi, standing behind his brother, instantly activated his Byakugan veins bulging at the temples and assumed the gentle fist stance. Satoru activated his Sharingan and reached out for the kunai in his shinobi bag, ready to counter. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Hizashi. "Satoru, stand down," came the commanding voice of Uchiha Suda, the chief of staff of the police force. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, he locked onto Hizashi. "If you dare think of making a move on the Konoha police force, well, you'd better be prepared for the consequences." "Hyugadano Hizashi," Hayashi called out flatly, stopping his younger brother in his tracks before turning to the chief of staff. "Uchiha Suda, where is your captain? Tell him to come out. You can speak to me if you've got something to say. There's no need to trouble Kanza-sama. He doesn't have time to deal with trivial matters like this." A flash of disdain appeared in Suda's eyes as he looked at Hayashi. He clearly held the Hyuga clan in contempt. The newly appointed patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi, was only at the level of an elite Jinin, and even then, it was debatable whether he could defeat Suda in a real fight. With that level of strength, "You think you're qualified to have a dialogue with Kanza-sama?" he thought mockingly. "The Hyuga clan members have been arrested, and your people have sealed off our storefronts," Hayashi said coldly. "Don't you Uchiha owe us an explanation?" "Explanation?" Suda scoffed. "And who are you to demand an explanation from us?" Suda's tone was firm, his posture unyielding. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by Hayashi. "If you lay a hand on me," he added to himself, "they'll have you arrested on charges of assaulting a member of the Konoha police force." Don't think that just because Hayashi is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he's untouchable. Even if he is the patriarch, Suda wouldn't hesitate to arrest him. "You're looking down on the Hyuga clan?" Hayashi said, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Duh, I'm looking down on you. Was that even a question?" Nodded Suda, not denying it all. "If you want to fight, go ahead and try, because I will continue to look down on the Hyuga clan," Suda replied coldly. A powerful wave of chakra erupted from Suda. Sensing this, The rest of the Konoha police force members revealed their killing intent. The Hyuga clan? They didn't have what it took to oppose the Uchiha. To be fair, the Hyuga Kekkai Genkai wasn't weak, but who among them had truly mastered the Byakugan? In the hands of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan was mostly used for long-distance scouting, X-ray vision, a technique Jiraiya, as well as other perverts of the wider world, really envies the Hyuga clan for, and near 360-degree vision. Aside from these, it was still capable of a lot of things, but it was clearly underutilized. Uchiha Suda, this is the last time I'm asking politely. Release my clansmen, if not, then, said Hayashi, forcing himself to remain composed. If not, then what? Humph. I'm actually curious to see what you'll do, snorted Suda, completely unfazed. Hayashi-sama, there's no need to waste words with them, said Hizashi coldly. He could already sense that the Uchihas had no intention of listening. The other members of the Hyuga branch family shared the same sentiment as Hizashi. Ha ha ha. So your brother and the rest of the branch family think they can defeat us? Well, that's interesting. Tell me, Hyuga Hayashi, do you think so too? Suda laughed mockingly. His gaze shifted to Hizashi, whose forehead was wrapped in a white cloth, and he sneered, by the way, Hyuga Hizashi, how does it feel? Born in the same family, just a few seconds apart, and yet you're a member of the branch family. Must sting, doesn't it? I almost pity you. You. Hizashi's body trembled as rage surged through him. Suda just touched his reverse scale. Hizashi, calm yourself, Hayashi scolded sternly. That's right, Hizashi, stay down and calm yourself like the dog you are. A dog of the main family, with no control over your own life or death. Mocked Suda. The other Uchihas from the police force nearby chuckled in amusement. Hayashi could sense the situation spiraling out of control. Hizashi was on the verge of losing his composure, and if that happened, a conflict between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would be inevitable. That was the last thing Hayashi wanted to see. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a cold gaze on Suda and warned, Uchiha Suda, you're going too far. Really? But I'm only telling the truth. Isn't that right, Hizashi? Aren't you the dog of the main family? Suda mocked again, his tone dripping with contempt. Haha, Hizashi's breathing grew heavier as he clenched his fists. It was one thing to harbor resentment in silence, but being mocked openly for it was another matter entirely. Containing his anger now felt impossible. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Suda taunted, smirking. Oh, but the real question is, who do you want to fight? Your brother? Or us? It's probably us, right? After all, a dog could never raise its fangs against its master. That question made Hizashi tremble. That's enough, Hayashi shouted, his voice sharp and commanding as he tried to silence Suda. Dropping his usual measured tone, he demanded directly, Uchiha Suda, are you going to release my clansmen or not? Nope, they'll be staying in their cells, Suda replied with a casual shake of his head. Is that so? Hayashi murmured, exhaling slowly before saying, Fine. Then he turned to his clansmen and ordered calmly, Let's go. Hiyashi-sama? What do you mean? One of the branch family members asked. Though Suda's words had angered them all, their discipline as members of the branch family compelled them to seek Hayashi's direction with respect. Well, speak with Hokage-sama, Hayashi replied coolly. In fact, given how much he, his brother, and the Hyuga clan had been insulted by Suda, Hayashi truly wanted to fight and put the Uchihas in their place, but the police force compound was their territory, and they had the numerical advantage. For now, he decided it was wiser to return to the clan, gather reinforcements, and inform the Hokage of the Uchiha clan's brazen actions. He refused to believe the Hokage would turn a blind eye to such behavior. Ha ha, and what makes you think you can just come and go as you please? Suda sneered, overhearing Hayashi's words to his clansmen. At his signal, several Uchiha officers who had been watching with amused expressions suddenly moved, surrounding the Hyuga clansmen from all sides. Uchiha Suda, what do you think you're doing? Hayashi demanded. Do I need to explain? Suda replied lightly, then nodded to the policeman, reading Suda's intent. Hayashi clenched his jaw. Fine, if that's what you want, losing his composure at last. He barked to his clansmen, attack them. Suda only sneered. I doubt you'll last. Come at us all at once if you must. At his signal, all the Uchiha officers from the Konoha police force sprang into action. And a chaotic clash between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans erupted. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist was indeed formidable, but they were up against the Uchiha, who could watch each of their movement with more precision than Hyuga themselves. Even Shin joined the fray. Among the Hyuga, only Hayashi had reached elite Genin level. His younger brother, Hisashi, was strong, but still a step below that rank because it was a member of the branch family that wasn't taught several secret jutsu of the clan. The imbalance was already beginning to show. In the end, the Hyuga clansmen were completely overwhelmed, and the Uchiha policemen emerged victorious with only a few injuries. What should we do with them? Shin turned to Suda. Arrest them, of course, Suda replied coldly. They dared to cause a disturbance handling. That is exactly what we, the police, are here for. Should we inform Kanzasama? Shin asked. No need. Kanzasama has important matters to attend to today. Let's not disturb him. We can't afford to embarrass him with something as trivial as this. They were well aware that this was likely only the beginning. The Hyuga clan was just the first wave. Others from different clans might follow. Not everyone, after all, was as sensible as the Ino-Shika CH alliance. What did you just say? You wanted to stay by Uchiha Kansas side? Makoto looked utterly shocked. Out of nowhere, Fugaku had called her to meet, and they were not sitting opposite each other at a tea shop, the owner of which was an elderly Uchiha woman and her granddaughter named Uchiha Kid, helping her run the shop as the waitress. Currently, apart from Fugaku and Makoto, there was no one present inside, making it a perfect opportunity for discussion. Makoto had not expected to be called by Fugaku for a tea, but she had accepted the invitation because she intended to use this opportunity to inform him that she wanted to break off their engagement, something she had already made up her mind about. But before she could do that, Fugaku spoke unexpected words that completely stunned her. Although she had mentally prepared to end things, the engagement hadn't been formally dissolved, yet since her grandfather hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him and was still trying to figure out what to do about it. So technically, she was still Uchiha Fugaku's fiancé. And now he was the one ending things. No, not only was he ending things, but actually handing her over to Uchiha Kinu. She had never seen anyone so willingly allow themselves to be humiliated. With a cold expression, Fugaku said, "From now on, you belong to that bastard. You don't get a say in this, you have to agree." Gone was the considerate tone he once used with Makoto. His demeanor now was cold and indifferent towards her. Makoto remained silent, staring at him with the same coldness in her eyes. Her contempt for Fugaku was only growing by the minute. Seeing Makoto remain silent and look at him with contempt, Fugaku's temper flared. What, trying to act like a virtuous woman now? Do you think I don't know what you and that bastard Kanzu have been up to behind my back? At this point, isn't it only fitting that you become his woman? After all, you aren't even ashamed of handing over your things to him. His sarcastic tone made Makoto feel both guilty and wronged. He spoke as if she had willingly thrown herself at Kanzu, when in truth, she was the victim. If Kanzu hadn't threatened her by using her only remaining family, Makoto would have chosen death over betrayal or submission. At the same time, her contempt for Fugaku only grew because it was his incompetence that she was threatened with and was stolen, having to submit to another man. Looking at the man who not only didn't confront her or Kanzu about it until now, but actually came to her with the suggestion of offering herself to Uchiha Kanzu, Makoto felt that he was truly a cuckold. Fine by me, even if you hadn't broken it off, I would have. I had only agreed to meet you with that in mind. I, too, want to end our engagement. From now on, there will be nothing between us, Makoto said calmly. Whatever, Fugaku scoffed. He glanced at Makoto with disdain, as if she were the most vile woman. He was the one destined to become the next Uchiha patriarch. How could he possibly marry a woman who had already lost her purity, especially one who was about to be handed over to Kanzu? If he didn't break off the engagement now, it would mean publicly admitting he had been cuckolded. But by ending it himself, even if Makoto became Kanzu's woman, he could pretend it had nothing to do with him. It was a form of spiritual self-consolation, his way of preserving pride in defeat. Chapter 22. Can you marry me? Makoto, what is this I'm hearing? Tadayoshi called out as he stepped into the house, looking around for his granddaughter. What is it, SFU-sama? Makoto replied, emerging from her room and approaching him. I was just outside. He stopped mid-sentence as his eyes landed on her. She was dressed elegantly, clearly prepared for something significant. Are you going somewhere? He asked. Makoto hesitated for a moment, then replied honestly, I'm going to visit Kanzu-sama at his house. Gansukun. Tadayoshi frowned, his eyes narrowing as he took in Makoto's attire and pieced together her intentions. Then he recalled the whispers he had overheard on his way back from Fugaku's residence. Unable to ignore them, he asked, I heard someone mention the annulment of your engagement with Fugaku. Is that true? Indeed, the discussion between them that took place at the tea shop had quickly spread in the entire clan, of course. Not every detail, but the annulment part. As for who was responsible for spreading these cheesy details, of course, that was Uchiha. Keyed. Makoto nodded. Yes, it's true. He called me out to talk, and we decided to end it. Tadayoshi fell silent for a moment. So, she ended it herself after a pause. He hesitantly asked another question. Did anything else happen? His tone was cautious, wondering whether Fugaku had reacted violently. After all, he was the one who had been cast aside. It wouldn't have been surprising if emotions had flared. But Makoto gently shook her head. No, everything went smoothly. We both wanted it to end, and that's exactly what we did. Honestly, it went so smoothly that it was somewhat disappointing. I see, murmured Tadayoshi, unsure of what else to say as he looked at Makoto, and gently asked her, Are you feeling all right? Under her grandfather's gaze, Makoto lowered her eyes, nervous and ashamed, before saying, I am all right, Sofa-sama, and I've already prepared myself for what's to come. Elder Tadayoshi grew silent. Makoto took his silence as a form of acceptance and continued softly, I've already prepared dinner for you. Please make sure to eat on time and get some rest. You don't need to wait for me. I won't be coming back tonight. After a long pause, Tadayoshi finally nodded. Be careful, I will, nodded Makoto, and with that, she stepped out, gently closing the door behind her. As he watched her leave, a deep sigh escaped Tadayoshi's lips. I've truly failed to protect her, haven't I? At Kansas Mansion, Makoto arrived specially dressed for the occasion. Technically, after breaking off the engagement, Makoto no longer had to obey Fugaku's commands. He had no authority over her anymore. And yet, driven by her own conflicted emotions and resentment, she still came. As she stepped into the courtyard, Makoto felt a pair of eyes intently watching her every movement. She lifted her gaze in the direction of the sensation and spotted a pair of activated 3-tomo Sharingan staring back at her, the rest of the body hidden, difficult to make out. If not for the glowing eyes, Makoto might not have noticed anyone at all. The moment she met their gaze and activated her own Sharingan, the observer, confirming her identity, deactivated theirs, vanishing from view. Makoto frowned slightly, puzzled. One of Kanzu-sama's guards? She wondered, but then shook her head. Try not to think about unnecessary things at the moment, and continued ahead. Standing at the door, she raised her hand to knock, then hesitated and let fall. Her expression was filled with uncertainty. Don't overthink it, come in, came Kanzu's voice as the door suddenly opened from within. You knew I was coming? She asked, stepping inside and seeing Kanzu already waiting for her. Makoto wasn't foolish. Based on what Fugaku had said earlier, she could easily guess that this meeting had something to do with him, perhaps even some agreement between the two men. A sense of grievance settled in her heart. She couldn't help but feel like a bargaining chip being passed around. It's not as though I haven't already made up my mind, she thought, deciding not to think about it too much, since she too had made up her mind towards the direction things were progressing. Well, Kanzu said with a smirk. You even dressed up for the occasion. Kanzu carefully observed Makoto from head to toe. She was dressed in a pure white kimono with flower prints, her long black hair flowing gracefully down her back. Her delicate, beautiful features were particularly striking. Her figure, modestly concealed by the conservative attire, gave nothing away. But Kanzu, having experienced everything firsthand, could confidently say that Mikoto's figure was nothing short of perfect. Mikoto grew nervous and blushed under Kanzu's unabashed gaze as his eyes roamed across her body without restraint. Without a hint of hesitation, Kanzu pulled her into his bedroom. They spent the rest of the evening together, and tonight, for the first time, Mikoto responded warmly to him. She seated herself on top of him and let herself lose in the moment as she moved in a steady rhythm over him of her own volition, without Kanzu having to do anything or worry about anything else. For now, this is what I was seeking from her, smiled Kanzu, looking at the delirious woman, gazing into his eyes. The next morning, Kanzu enjoyed a rare moment of deep sleep. Meanwhile, Mikoto lay beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. They were filled with exhaustion and conflicting emotions. "You're awake?" Kanzu asked lazily upon opening his eyes. "Couldn't sleep," Mikoto murmured softly. "What do you got on your mind this time?" asked Kanzu. She parted her lips slightly, as if wanting to say something, but then fell silent, unsure, and hesitant to say what was on her mind. "Just say what you want to say. I haven't taken away your right to speak, you know?" shrugged Kanzu. "I've broken things off with Fugaku. You, Kanzu-sama, will you please marry me?" Mikoto's voice trembled slightly as she asked the question with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Deep down, Mikoto was a traditional woman, and now she felt she had no choice but to turn to Kanzu. That's what had brought her here, not Fugaku's words. After all, her engagement with Fugaku had already been broken off. His opinion no longer held any weight in her life. "Marry you?" Kanzu chuckled. "Well, I wonder about that." Hearing his rhetorical question, Mikoto's face went pale. Even if she was hoping to marry Kanzu to preserve her dignity, there was no guarantee he would accept. Given Kanzu's looks and strength, he could have almost any woman he wanted. Mikoto couldn't help but feel insecure. What reason would a man like him have to truly want someone like her? "Don't be so nervous. It's not as though I'm opposed to marrying you," said Kanzu, sensing her nervousness. "Really?" asked Mikoto as her eyes lit up. "I'm not opposed to the idea, after all. You are an incredibly beautiful woman, and you do fit my taste. If not for that, I wouldn't have laid my hands on you," answered Kanzu, stroking her back. "Then can you please agree to my request, Kanzu-sama?" questioned Mikoto, hoping for him to say yes. "Before we go any further, why don't you tell me why you want to marry me?" Kanzu asked curiously, gently toying with her hair. "Have you forgotten everything I've done to you?" "There's no one who would marry me after what you've done," Kanzu-sama Mikoto replied, her eyes filled with quiet hopelessness. "That's it?" he asked, sounding mildly disappointed. Mikoto shook her head. "But that's not the main reason." "Oh, then what is?" Kanzu leaned in, intrigued. "Instead of running from me, why do you choose to stay?" Mikoto took a breath, her voice soft and steady like a storyteller recounting a quiet truth. For a canary trapped in a cage, the idea of flying through the open blue sky is certainly tempting, but the sky is dangerous, filled with predators waiting to strike. Compared to that, the cage is safe. There may be no freedom, but there is security. Her life may not be her own, but she will stay alive. And though she must obey her owner's every whim, she is rewarded, sometimes with treats. Kanzu blinked, surprised by the depth of her answer. "Have you accepted your fate?" he asked. "In your own words," Kanzu-sama Mikoto replied quietly. "If I cannot escape it, then I must embrace it." "I see," murmured Kanzu, satisfied with her response. "Does that answer your question, Kanzu-sama?" asked Mikoto. "It certainly does," nodded Kanzu. "Then, Kanzu-sama, would you be willing to reward this canary with treats for faithfully serving her master?" Mikoto asked softly. "Perhaps, but I want you to know that I have a few requirements," said Kanzu, not agreeing immediately. "Requirements?" repeated Mikoto with a confused expression. "Yes, don't most women have requirements from their husbands? I, too, for one, have certain requirements and expectations for my wife to be..." Nodded Kanzu. Mikoto bit her lip before asking, "What requirements, Kanzu-sama?" If she could, she was determined to fulfill those requirements. Noting her determined expression, Kanzu explained, if you want me to marry you, you need to meet my expectations. These expectations aren't just related to beauty and character. I have no problem with you in regards to those. Then what? Makoto asked softly. It's about strength and usefulness, Kanzu replied. Strength and usefulness? She repeated, her brow furrowing. Kanzu gave a slight nod and began to explain. Although the idea of owning a canary is certainly tempting, honestly speaking, I have no real desire to own a canary. Canaries are weak, fragile, a mere push, and they are squashed. At best, they serve as decoration, but beyond that, they're useless. What's the point of owning something so delicate? Makoto's face went pale. Her voice trembled as she asked, then what does that mean? If not a canary, then what is it you wish to own, Kanzu-sama? I desire a swan, a black swan, Kanzu said, his voice low and deliberate. Beautiful, gentle, graceful, loyal, and obedient, but also strong. He held Makoto's chin between his fingers, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I want the bird in my cage to be more than just a pretty ornament to feed my ego. I want her to be fierce, powerful, useful when I call upon her. If you truly wish to be my wife, if you want to marry me, you need to be more than just an object to feed my ego. If you remain a canary, I will soon lose interest in you. I would become bored, which is certainly not something you'd want as my wife, right? So, you'll need to evolve from a canary into a black swan. Makoto herself wasn't particularly weak. She had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan and held the strength of an elite genin, certainly a rare accomplishment among female ninjas. But to Kanzu, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, he isn't that eager to marry her. As for what he had said to Fugaku, the truth was, when he had gone to Fugaku and asked for Makoto, it had been more about gaining a reward and evil points than anything else. Unaware of Kanzu's thoughts, Makoto asked, then if I can evolve, will you be willing to marry me, Kanzu-sama? She looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. Ever since she had been forced to give him the most precious part of herself as a woman, she had felt lost. Now, being accepted as Kanzu's wife seemed like the only way to give that pain meaning. All right, if you can properly evolve into a black swan, as per my requirements, then I'll accept you, Kanzu said with a nod. Makoto's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. I'll do my best, she replied earnestly. Will you now? Kanzu said, arching a brow. Then let's see if you're up for it. I have a task for you. A task? Makoto echoed, caught off guard. What is it? Kanzu-sama? This one isn't to test your strength, he said with a devious smile. It's to test your usefulness and whether you're willing to go to any lengths for me. And you'd have to go pretty far, if I'm being honest, so tell me knowing this. Do you want to do it? I'll try my best, Makoto said softly. Good. Kanzu's smile deepened. Then if you're ready to take the first step, come here. He pulled her close, leaned in, and whispered the task into her ear. So it's like this. Makoto's face flushed deep red. The warmth of Kanzu's breath tickling her ear made her cheeks grow even hotter. And then there was what Kanzu said, so brazen, so shameless it made her feel a pang of guilt towards Fugaku. Yet, she put no word of protest against the task he was asking her to do. For the first time, she realized just how far she might be willing to go, and how corrupt she could become on her path to evolving into a black swan from canary. If she followed through with it, Fugaku's dream of becoming the patriarch would be completely shattered. Worse still, he'd be disgraced to the point where he could no longer even lift his head in public. Ding! Host has broken his promise and betrayed his word. Reward obtained. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. 10,000 evil points. Kanzu had promised Fugaku that if he willingly gave Makoto to him, he would withdraw from the competition for the clan leader's seat and fully support Fugaku's candidacy. But how could anyone take Kanzu at his word? That promise was, of course, a lie meant only to deceive Fugaku. Chances are Fugaku suspected as much. But driven by his ambition and obsession to become the patriarch, he chose to take the gamble. The real tragedy was that Fugaku believed he had nothing left to lose. But was that really the case? Fugaku forgot that this was Uchiha Kanzu. He was dealing with someone who could make anyone question the meaning of life itself, and now he was going to suffer for it. So, tell me, do you agree? Kanzu said, his voice low and steady. Makoto nodded silently. Yes, she had carried guilt over her betrayal of Fugaku, but now that he had broken things off, that guilt had begun to fade. All that remained in her heart for him was contempt and disdain. Given how things had ended between them, Makoto was more than willing, perhaps even eager, to see Fugaku humiliated and disgraced. Driven by the dissatisfaction she now felt toward him. That's exactly what a cuckold like him deserves, she thought, letting out a quiet snort of scorn. Fufu indeed, it's always the most silent and gentle ones, smirked Kanzu as though reading through Makoto's thoughts. Very good. Kanzu kissed Makoto on the lips. And Makoto, closing her eyes, returned the kiss with renewed passion, letting out a soft moan. "Ah, Kanzu-sama," she whispered, savoring his touch as she breathed in his smell. After they separated, Kanzu questioned her, "By the way, have you done something like that before?" Obviously, Kanzu was referring to the task he had entrusted to Makoto. Makoto shook her head honestly. "No, in that case," Kanzu said after a moment's thought. "We might as well do a little practice just to make sure you don't fumble and that everything looks believable." He didn't want Makoto to suffer from stage fright and make a mistake. "Practice? How are we going to practice?" Makoto asked uncertainly. She couldn't quite picture it. Even if they rehearsed here, the environment wouldn't feel right. After all, a rehearsal was one thing, but the pressure of performing in front of others was entirely different. "Of course, I have the perfect method for practice," Kanzu replied, his Sharingan spinning to life before shifting from its simple three-tomo form into the Manjiki Sharingan. "Kanzu-sama, your eyes," Makoto was taken aback as she noticed the altered pattern. Shikanzu placed his index finger against her lips, silencing her. "Judging by your reaction, you understand what this pattern implies, don't you?" he asked lightly. Makoto didn't speak, but she nodded, unable to hide her shock. After all, she was the granddaughter of an elder, of course. She knew what such a pattern meant. In fact, every member of the Uchiha clan knew it was the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Upon learning that Kanzu had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Makoto didn't know exactly what to think, but one thought was certain in her mind. "Now I'm even more sure that Fugaku doesn't stand a chance against Kanzu-sama." Even before she knew about Kanzu's Manjiki Sharingan, she already believed Fugaku was utterly helpless against him. Now, with this revelation, her conviction only deepened. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan was the very power that allowed Uchiha Madara to stand against the Shodame Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Knowing that Kanzu had awakened it, Makoto couldn't help but feel he might one day become as powerful as Madara himself, and if that happened, Fugaku truly wouldn't stand a chance. While Makoto might have been overestimating the Manjiki, she wasn't wrong in thinking that Kanzu could one day become as strong as Madara, or perhaps even surpass him. After all, with the system on his side, his rise was inevitable. Smiling faintly, Kanzu said, "For now, the fact that I've awakened the Manjiki is a secret. Not even my most loyal subordinates know. So keep it to yourself." Makoto nodded, feeling touched. Kanzu was entrusting her with a piece of information that even his most trusted followers were unaware of. Naturally, she understood she had to live up to that trust. She wouldn't even tell her grandfather. "Since we're clear on that, let's begin our practice, all right?" Kanzu said. Makoto nodded again, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She was about to witness the power of the legendary Manjiki Sharingan firsthand, and the thought thrilled her. Kanzu smiled as he activated the ocular jutsu of his left eye Tsukuyami. Sometime later, as Kanzu got up, he noticed that Makoto had quietly slipped into the role of a devoted wife gently helping him dress. He had to admit, Makoto was truly suited to be the devoted wife of the patriarch. Her demeanor radiated grace and attentiveness. Perhaps marrying her wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. "I wonder if Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke will still be born in the future," Kanzu mused. Honestly, he wouldn't mind if they weren't. He had no desire to deal with Uchiha Itachi, that infamous clan killer. Still, Kanzu figured that even if Itachi never existed, Uchiha Sasuke might still be born, perhaps not as Sasuke, but as Saori or Suguru or whatever, being the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. But it didn't matter. Who cares if Sasuke is born or not? No rewards for Mikoto this time, thought Kanzu, feeling a pang of regret, though the thought of having made Fugako willingly wear a green hat did leave him satisfied. Chuckling to himself, Kanzu ate the breakfast prepared for him by Mikoto, while reminding her, "Be ready for what's about to come." Mikoto nodded. "I will do my best." Kanzu-sama, they have already practiced using Kanzu's Tsukuyomi, so Mikoto felt somewhat confident. Satisfied with her response, Kanzu finished up the breakfast, then stepped out of his house. While walking out, Kanzu felt a pair of eyes staring at his back, but he didn't pay them any mind after all. Those are the eyes of his very own subordinates. Why would he care about them watching him? Soon, he left the Uchiha compound and headed straight for the police station. He hadn't shown up at the station at all the previous day, so he wasn't sure if any trouble had occurred. Of course, this was intentional. Kanzu wanted to test Shin and Suda's capabilities. He didn't want his subordinates to be too weak or overly reliant on him for everything. Chapter 23. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't sit still. Upon arriving at the police force headquarters, Kanzu noticed clear traces of battle. But seeing that the officers were working normally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Shin and Suda handled things well. At least they managed to keep the police force from being completely overwhelmed. The two had successfully withstood pressure from the other major clans, and that alone was enough to earn Kanzu's approval. Kanzu-sama. After Kanzu arrived at the office, Shin and Suda immediately came forward to report. Both of them were still bearing visible injuries, their faces weary and exhausted. It was clear they'd had a rough time. But the moment they saw Kanzu, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found their pillar of support. They had been under immense pressure the entire previous day, yet despite the challenges, they had accomplished a great deal. Many members of the Hyuga clan were imprisoned, along with individuals from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Even members of ANBU and Root Ninja came demanding their release, but were turned away. Of course, that refusal hadn't been peaceful. Force had to be used to make them back down. Once the report was finished, Kanzu dismissed Shin and Suda, telling them to get some rest. He then made his way to the prison cells. Konoha had two detention facilities, one managed by ANBU and the other by the Konoha police force under Kanzu's command. Standing outside the cell, Kanzu sneered and said, "Hyuga Hayashi-san, how was your night? Comfortable in there?" Kanzu first laid eyes on Hayashi. Hayashi, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in meditation, slowly opened them. Known for always maintaining his dignified image, he now looked noticeably disheveled and embarrassed. "Uchiha Kanzu," Hayashi said coldly, "anyone who dares offend the Hyuga clan will not be forgiven." "Huh? Still putting on airs?" Kanzu laughed mockingly. "Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you right here and now?" Without hesitation, Kanzu unlocked the cell door and stepped inside. Hayashi wisely remained still. He hadn't even been able to defeat Uchiha Suda. How could he possibly stand against Kanzu, especially in his injured state? "I don't believe you'd actually kill me," Hayashi said, try to remain composed. "Are you certain?" Kanzu smirked darkly. "What if I said you were a traitor trying to defect from the village? Who'd actually believe that the Hyuga patriarch is a traitor?" Hayashi scoffed. "I agree on that, and certainly there would be a lot of backlash. There might be a major conflict with the Hyuga clan, and the Hokage wouldn't sit still either. So indeed there would be many risks, but did you stop for a moment to think what would happen to you? You'd already be dead." Kanzu smiled as he looked at Hayashi. If he wanted to fabricate a crime, framing Hayashi would be all too easy. It didn't matter whether others believed it, so long as Kanzu believed it himself, that was enough. Although there would be a lot of backlash. Was Kanzu afraid? He didn't fear anyone in Konoha, not even the Hokage. And honestly, who would go out of their way to defend a dead man? All that they demand would be compensation, and that's it. "If I feel like it," Kanzu said casually, "I could search your residence tomorrow and conveniently find evidence that you were colluding with another village to conspire against the Hokage and the village, and deliver the judgment. As for whatever happens after that, it will happen. but you'd be dead. Hayashi's face turned pale as he looked at Kanzu, thinking, madman faced with an unscrupulous madman like Kanzu with no bottom line. He was momentarily speechless. There were no ethics and reasonable thinking pattern of wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble at all. What do you want in exchange for sparing the captured members of the Hyuga clan? Though reluctant to yield, Hayashi was genuinely afraid Kanzu would execute the imprisoned Hyuga members. Everyone in Konoha knew Uchiha Kanzu's reputation ruthless and unrelenting. Even as a boy, barely a teenager during the Second Great Ninja War, Kanzu had made a name for himself through sheer brutality and unscrupulous behavior. It's very simple. All I want is a bit of money, a modest security management fee, Kanzu said with a smile. Your Hyuga clan is wealthy, running all kinds of businesses, gemstone shops, clothing shops, and many more. Surely, this won't be a burden for you? You stirred up all this chaos just for money? Hyuga Hayashi frowned in disbelief. To offend so many people for mere money, it was hard to accept. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Isn't that how the world works? Kanzu shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. He had no intention of revealing his true motive. It wasn't about the money. What he really wanted was the evil points he gained from his actions. How much? Hayashi asked coldly. Not much. 10 million ri per month. No bargaining. Kanzu's words were light, but Hayashi's face twisted with anger at the amount. 10 million ri per month? That was no small sum. If it was just a one-time thing, Hayashi wouldn't care too much, but to pay that amount every month, that's 120 million a year. And 120 million a year is not a small sum that can be handed over casually. But even if he was unhappy with Kanzu's demand, in the end, though, Hayashi chose to compromise. As the esteemed patriarch of the Hyuga clan, remaining imprisoned any longer would be an unacceptable humiliation. Let me return home, and I'll have someone deliver the 10 million ri, Hayashi said, and added, gritting his teeth, every month. All right, Kanzu replied. I trust you won't try anything dishonest, Hayashi Dano. But let me make one thing clear. If the money doesn't arrive, don't blame me when I come to collect it myself. With that, Kanzu waved his hand, signaling for Hayashi to be released. After dealing with Hayashi, Kanzu moved on to handle the others. These prisoners had been wasting space and food for days, and now it was time to make them useful. Finding ways to extort money from them was exactly what Kanzu enjoyed. Although extortion didn't yield a massive amount of evil points, each incident still earned him 1,000 or 2. And when the numbers added up, the value grew quickly. Just then, an ANBU ninja wearing a cat-faced mask appeared before Kanzu. His tone was cold and emotionless. Uchiha Kanzu, Hokage-sama requests your presence. So he finally couldn't hold back. Lasting 2 days was more than I expected. Kanzu sneered after the ANBU ninja disappeared using the body flicker technique. Just yesterday, Kanzu had been wondering when Sarutobi Hiruzen would summon him. He was surprised the old man had held out for an entire day, but clearly he couldn't sit still any longer. It made sense, though. The new recruits Kanzu brought in today had been ordered to act just like the guards had 2 days ago, which only added to the growing chaos in Konoha. Many shopkeepers had shut their stores, afraid of being arrested for any fabricated reason. And on top of that, the expansion of the Konoha police force was bound to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage had always been wary of the Uchiha clan, and now Kanzu was pushing to enlarge the guard unit, making it seem as though he were building his own power base. There was no way Hiruzen could stay idle after that. And so, Kanzu made his way to the Hokage building once more. When Kanzu entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's office this time, the Hokage wasn't wearing his usual smile. Instead, his face was stern and serious. I wonder what business the Hokage-sama has with me, Kanzu asked calmly. Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Kanzu. Not noticing the subtle disrespect in Kanzu's tone, his thoughts were focused on something else, and he looked at Kanzu, as if Kanzu didn't already know why he had been summoned. This time, Hiruzen had no intention of wasting time on pleasantries or meaningless conversation. What's going on with the Konoha police force these past 2 days? I've heard multiple people have been arrested all over the village, Hiruzen said coldly, releasing his Kage-level aura to pressure Kanzu. Chapter 24. I will help Hakusama educate his son. Others might buckle under Hiruzen's oppressive aura. But it had no effect on Kanzu. Kanzu's strength was on par with Hiruzen's, perhaps even superior. Why would he be intimidated? Everyone we arrested had legitimate issues. The Konoha police force never lets criminals go free, Kanzu said firmly, with a righteous tone. Hiruzen placed his pipe on the table and stared intently at Kanzu, then explained the so-called security management fee to me. This is something you should ask yourself, Hokage-sama, Kanzu replied flatly. Konoha doesn't fund the police force properly. Are we supposed to survive on thin air? Unless you have another way to keep us going. We work hard to maintain the village's safety. It's because of the police force that shop owners enjoy peace and order. So, charging a small fee for security is perfectly reasonable, Kanzu explained to Hiruzen calmly and without haste. Hokage-sama, do you know what I discovered this time? In Konoha village, there are actually some truly vile people. We asked them to pay a small security management fee to contribute to Konoha's peace and order, and yet not a single one is willing. He sighed dramatically. It's honestly heartbreaking. How can they not understand the need to support Konoha? Selfish people like that don't deserve to live in this village. As he listened to Kanzu's words, Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. Kanzu's rhetoric was sharp. He was painting himself as a champion of justice, while portraying those who didn't pay as ungrateful people. Let's put an end to this, Hiruzen said flatly. Release everyone who was arrested. After all, many of his own clansmen had been caught by the Konoha police force, including his son, Shinosuke. Hiruzen had 2 sons. The elder, Sarutobi Shinosuke, was 1 year older than Kanzu and had just turned 18. He also had a younger son, Sarutobi Isuma, who was born a little 5 years ago. After several members of the Sarutobi clan were arrested, Shinosuke attempted to have the Konoha police force release them. When he caused a disturbance, Shin showed no mercy and had him imprisoned as well. Release all those who were arrested? That's out of the question. They're criminals. The justice in my heart won't allow their release, Kanzu replied without hesitation. He was still counting on squeezing some gains, whether in money or in evil points from those detainees. Letting them go would mean losing both opportunities. Even after being flatly rejected, Hiruzen didn't lash out. As the Hokage, he had to maintain his dignity and composure. Uchiha Kanzu, he said calmly, why has your Konoha police force suddenly expanded? Care to explain that? Hiruzen stared at Kanzu intently, clearly suspicious that he might have ulterior motives. The Uchiha clan had always coveted the position of Hokage. Did Uchiha Kanzu share that ambition? If so, Hiruzen couldn't allow such dangerous thoughts to take root. As the village grows and expands, the police force responsible for maintaining the law and security should expand as well, right? It's quite simple, otherwise. How'd we maintain the law and order in Konoha? Answered Kanzu casually. I see, Hiruzen replied calmly, his tone neutral, neither pleased nor angry. By the way, Hokage-sama, Kanzu continued, smiling, your son openly attacked members of the police force. That's a serious offense. Of course, someone as wise as you wouldn't let your own son ruin your reputation. Allow me to assist you by properly educating Sarutobi Shinosuke on your behalf. Hiruzen's hand rested firmly on the desk. If one looked closely, fine cracks had begun to appear in the wood, evidence of the pressure from his clenched fist. He realized that, at this moment, he was powerless against Uchiha Kanzu. He couldn't afford to make a full enemy of him, at least, not yet. Turning against Uchiha Kanzu would be the same as turning against the entire Uchiha clan, something that would only bring harm to Konoha village, not benefit. Hiruzen had indeed considered the idea of having Kanzu assassinated. However, he couldn't find anyone capable of carrying out the task. After all, Kanzu's strength was formidable. In Hiruzen's estimation, only he, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Hitaki Tsukumo might stand a chance against him. But even that assumption was made without knowing Kanzu's true power. Hiruzen had no idea that Kanzu had already reached beyond Kage level and had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. If they were to actually fight, Hiruzen would not be a match for Kanzu. Among the Kage still alive across the 5 great shinobi villages, the only one Kanzu could consider somewhat of a challenge was the 3rd Reikage, and perhaps Noki if he manages to catch Kanzu off guard. After all, the 3rd Reikage had gone head-to-head with the 8 Tails, Jaiki. Meanwhile, Noki can use Dust style of very dangerous Keki-Itta. Apart from them, Kanzu didn't worry about anyone else, not even Hokage in front of him. In Kanzu's eyes, his strength already surpassed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though Hiruzen was often referred to as the god of shinobi, professor, and the strongest Hokage of all time, Kanzu was well aware that realistically Hiruzen ranked weakest among all the Hokages so far. Whether it was Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobirama, both were far superior to Hiruzen to the point that it wasn't even a match. Even among the 5 Kages of the current generation, Hiruzen was probably the weaker than Sandaime Reikage, who can use the Lightning Chakra mode, weaker than Sandaime Tsuchikage, who can use many secret Earth-style jutsu, and the Keki-Itta Dust Release, weaker than Sandaime Izukage, who is a master of Ice Release Keki-I Genkai, and probably even weaker than Sandaime Kazekage, who has mastered the Magnet Release Keki-I Genkai to an unnatural degree. Indeed, among the Kages of the current, Hiruzen with no Keki-I Genkai or special jutsu to back him up Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is probably the weakest Kage. Yet he calls himself the strongest god of shinobi, professor, and the strongest Hokage of all time. Kanzu couldn't help but disdain Hiruzen, a weak man, trying to hide his weakness behind titles. It's truly pathetic. Kanzu left the Hokage building. As he departed, he made sure to ask once more about funding for the Konoha police force. Uchiha Kanzu, your existence is indeed a threat to Konoha, Hiruzen muttered, standing by the window and watching Kanzu walk away. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wanted to eliminate Kanzu. But what he didn't know was that Kanzu had already grown too powerful and the opportunity to kill him had long since passed. With Kanzu's strength, while it might be difficult for him to take on an entire ninja village alone, no one could actually stop him or pin him down. Even if the aged Uchiha Madara were to personally attack him, Kanzu would not be defeated at worst. He could simply retreat. After all, the current Madara had already given both of his eyes to Nagato. No matter how formidable he once was, his power was now limited in fact. Even if Madara appeared before him, it might end up being him who dies, considering Kanzu's Amanoto Kotachi, which can momentarily freeze his victim in time. As such, Kanzu was indeed not afraid of anyone returning to the police headquarters. Kanzu immediately ordered his men to bring Sarutobi Shinosuke to him. After all, he had promised Hiruzen to help educate his son, and Kanzu always made good on his word, especially when it came to settling scores. Let me go. My father is the Hokage. Release me at once. Shinosuke struggled frantically, restrained by 2 Uchiha clansmen. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't break free. Since his imprisonment, a specialized sealing technique had been used to suppress his chakra. Though he was a Chunin by rank and an elite Chunin by strength, without access to his chakra, even 2 Chunin were enough to keep him restrained. Watching him thrash about, the 2 Uchiha couldn't help but sneer. One of them even slapped Shinosuke across the face. They had no regard for his status. To hell with your status, as that stupid Sarutobi Hiruzen's son Uchihas are the true founders and rulers of this village. One of them muttered coldly, giving him another slap in the face. Chapter 25. Sarutobi Shinosuke soiled himself in fear. Sarutobi Shinosuke Senpai. It's been a while, Kanzu said with a cold smile. He knew Shinosuke from their time at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Shinosuke had been a year senior. They'd clashed back then, and Kanzu had already taught him lessons a few times. Now, fate had delivered Shinosuke into his hands again. Shinosuke glared at Kanzu with pure hatred. Their past conflict had already been intense, and now it was about to explode. You dared to attack my police force, senpai? You shouldn't have done that. Kansas' eyes narrowed. That takes guts, senpai. After all, there are no academy instructors here to safeguard you here. I am the instructor, and I am the principal, and you are a disobedient child, and do you know how the disobedient children are corrected? Well, I certainly know about it thanks to your credit, so let me give you a taste as well you would. Didare. If you lay a finger on me, my father won't let you off. Shinosuke tried to throw his weight around by invoking his father's name once more. Senpai, do you think dragging out the Daddy Hokage's name will help you now? Kanzu scoffed and gestured toward the two Uchiha guards. Without hesitation, the two Chunin moved in and began pummeling Shinosuke. His screams echoed throughout the room. Uchiha Kanzu, just wait, I won't let you get away with this. Shinosuke roared defiantly. Senpai, do you know I like people who talk tough the most because it's fun when their real cowardice is revealed, Kanzu said with a smirk. Slap him again. The corners of Kanzu's lips arched slightly. Acting stubborn, huh? Let's see how long that lasts after a few more slaps. As for whether this would worsen things with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kanzu didn't care. That bridge had long since burned. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen were never going to coexist peacefully. After the beating, Kanzu picked up a red-hot iron rod and slowly walked toward Shinosuke. What are you planning to do? Shinosuke's voice wavered with fear. SSSS. Kanzu didn't bother answering. Instead, he pressed the glowing iron against Shinosuke's chest. A searing hiss filled the room, followed by a guttural scream of agony. A mark was now scorched into his skin. TSK. Shame no one could see it with your shirt on. Kanzu mused. Senpai, want me to brand another one on your face this time? Kanzu waved the still glowing iron rod, and the sight alone was enough to terrify Shinosuke into wetting himself. He literally peed his pants as yellow liquid dripped visibly down from his crotch. Being branded on the chest was one thing. He could at least hide that with clothing. But if Kanzu scarred his face, how would he ever show himself in public again? Wait. Stop. Please stop. Shinosuke shouted in panic as the iron neared his face. 50 million RY, that's the prize for your release. Interested, senpai? Kanzu asked casually. Yes, I agree. Shinosuke didn't dare refuse. He was convinced that the moment he declined, Kanzu would slam the red-hot iron rod into his face without hesitation. Have someone bring the money. Once I see it, you're free to go. But if I don't get it by the end of the day, Kanzu let the words hang. Then added coldly, this iron will leave a mark on your face for life. Senpai. With that, Kanzu tossed the hot iron rod aside and strolled out of the torture room, leaving Shinosuke trembling behind on his own pee. Back in his office, Kanzu had barely sat down to rest, and was presented with tea by a beautiful dark gray-haired Uchiha Kunoichi named Hazuki when someone came knocking again this time, a messenger from the root organization. Uchiha Kanzu, Dan-sama wants to see you. Come with me. The root agents were even colder and more emotionless than the AMBU. These operatives were nothing more than tools completely brainwashed and under Dan's control. Dan's wants to see me? Then tell him to crawl over here, shrugged Kanzu, taking a sip of tea, not paying any attention to the root ninja. Uchiha Kanzu, how dare the root ninja, tried to draw his kunai and attack. But before he could make a move, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air from behind him. His head was severed cleanly from his body and fell to the side with a dull thud. Daring to threaten Kanzu-sama in front of me, Hazuki murmured coldly, wiping the blood from her short sword with a handkerchief. Very good. Hazuki, your speed this time was satisfactory. Kanzu murmured in approval, pleased with how swiftly she had dealt with the root ninja. The poor fool hadn't even realized when Hazuki, who had been standing quietly beside Kanzu, vanished and reappeared behind him to deliver the killing blow. Her speed was indeed up to standard. Of course, it's all thanks to your teachings, Kanzu-sama, Hazuki said with a respectful bow. Kanzu hummed with a smile. He'll get this trash cleaned up, Hazuki said flatly. Kanzu nodded and added, also bring me the one who allowed this trash inside. As you command, Kanzu-sama, Hazuki replied with a bow before leaving the office. Kanzu-sama, Satoru rushed in from outside, dropped to one knee, and glanced at the headless corpse. My apologies, Kanzu-sama. I failed to guard the door and let him break in. They'll let it go this time. But I don't want to see it happen again, no matter who it is, unless they are given permission to meet me. They must not be allowed inside, even if it's the Hokage. They must not be allowed inside, understood? Yes, Kanzu-sama, I understand, nodded Satoru. I'm quite optimistic about you. Satoru, don't disappoint me, said Kanzu, adding, Yes, I am grateful for that. I swear I won't let you down again, said Satoru. In Uchiha Satoru's heart, he wanted nothing more than to whip the corpse of the intruder who had broken in. He had nearly caused Kanzu-sama to lose interest in him. Anyway, help Hazuki with the cleanup of trash. The official report will state that a spy infiltrated the police force with the intent to steal information and was executed on the spot. The accusation was made without hesitation. After all, the dead couldn't defend themselves, especially the dead of the root. Understood. Satoru swiftly got to work. His movements were sharp and efficient, proof that he was indeed worth training. As a genin on the verge of reaching elite genin, Satoru stood out as one of the most promising leaders among the current ranks. To Kanzu, the root operative was nothing more than a minor annoyance. These rats lurking in the gutters of Konoha, barely managing to gnaw on their roots, weren't even worthy of his attention. After the corpse was cleared away, Kanzu turned to Hazuki and said, What do you think? Isn't it about time I officially claimed the title of Patriarch? Hazuki smiled and replied, That position has always been yours, Kanzu-sama. It's only natural for you to take your rightful seat. We Zodiacs have always looked forward to the day we could call you Patriarch. Well, then it's time to return and put on a grand performance, Kanzu murmured with a smile. In the past, Kanzu had no interest in becoming the Uchiha Patriarch. Indeed, even if his Zodiacs and other loyal subordinates wished for him to become the Patriarch, he still wasn't all too keen. The position was thankless, full of responsibility, but offering no real benefit, especially with the constant pressure from Konoha's leadership. But now things had changed. The pressure from Konoha's higher-ups no longer fazed him, and Kanzu needed the entire Uchiha clan support to help him accumulate evil points. As the team of police force marched through the streets of Konoha, everyone who saw them quickly stepped aside. Over the past 2 days, both the Uchiha and the police force had made a name for themselves. But it wasn't a good reputation, it was one of fear and infamy. Now, whenever the villagers saw a member of the Uchiha clan, they instinctively backed away. Walking behind Kanzu, the Uchiha clansmen noticed the fear in the villagers' eyes and held their heads high with pride. So arrogant, someone muttered. I suggest you shut your mouth, unless you want to be summoned by the guards for tea. Oni-chan, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Neither ordinary villagers nor most ninjas dared to provoke the Uchiha clan. Rumor had it that even the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans had suffered humiliating defeats at their hands. For civilian-born shinobi with no powerful backing, offending the Uchiha was out of the question. Even when they talked about the Uchiha, it was always behind closed doors, or in their hearts no one dared speak ill of them face to face. Kanzu returned to the Uchiha compound with his entourage, exuding the clan's full authority. At this time, the Uchiha district was still located at the heart of Konoha. It was only after the Nine-Tails attack that the higher-ups began pushing the clan further out from the village center. But for now, as one of the 2 founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha compound still sat at the village's center. Upon returning, Kanzu didn't head home. Instead, he led his people straight to Uchiha Fugaku's residence. A good show was about to begin. Chapter 26. Uchiha Fugaku, you disappoint me. Fugaku frowned deeply as Kanzu suddenly arrived at his home with a group of policemen. He wanted to ask Kanzu about the promise he had made earlier, but with so many people around, he was too embarrassed to bring it up. After all, that sort of matter could only be discussed in private. Kanzu, what's the meaning of this? Fugaku asked, trying to maintain composure. A playful smile curved Kanzu's lips. Fugaku-san, don't you know why I'm here? What are you trying to pull? Are you going back on your word? Fugaku stepped forward, lowering his voice. "What do you think?" chuckled Kanzu. Though Kanzu didn't outright deny it, the look in his eyes was enough. Fugaku understood immediately Kanzu had never intended to keep his promise. No, this wasn't betrayal. Kanzu had never planned to withdraw from the patriarchal race in the first place. He had never intended a hand over the position. All he wanted was for Fugaku to willingly put a green hat on his head, which Fugaku really did. "Fugaku-san," Kanzu said coldly, "I'm here to arrest you." Kanzu waved his hand, and immediately, Shin and Suda, who stood behind him, moved into action. Their blades came to rest against Fugaku's neck. Caught off guard and still recovering from injuries, Fugaku was too slow to react. "What is the meaning of this? Kanzu, do you think I want to expose all the disgraceful things you've done?" Fugaku shouted angrily. It was one thing to betray trust, but to humiliate him like this? "If I make your secret affair with Mikoto public, your reputation will be ruined," he barked. "Don't forget Mikoto hadn't broken off the engagement with me at the time. What you two did was utterly immoral. Of course, it would also be humiliating for Fugaku himself, which is why he had kept quiet about it. But if pushed into a corner, he wouldn't hesitate to go down swinging. If I'm going down, then I'm taking you down with me," he thought grimly. "I'm sitting here with a clear conscience. What have I done wrong?" Kanzu spoke without the slightest hint of shame, a testament to how thick-skinned he was. "On the contrary, it was you, Fugaku-san, who came to me with a depraved scheme having her seduce me so that I'd support you as patriarch," said Kanzu deviously. "Uchiha Mikoto was your fiancée, wasn't she? I didn't expect you, of all people, to pull such a scheme using your own fiancée. Using her to seduce me? How vile can one man be? To think someone as shameless as you exists in our Uchiha clan. If word of this spreads, what do you think the other clans in Konoha will say about us?" Kanzu lashed out at Fugaku mercilessly. His words caused a stir among the onlookers, many of whom were now murmuring in shock and curiosity. When Kanzu stormed into Fugaku's home, had already drawn the attention of other Uchiha clansmen. Those who were neutral had gathered to watch the drama unfold, while Fugaku's supporters looked increasingly anxious as Kanzu turned public opinion against him. Everyone present had just overheard a shocking revelation, and now all eyes were fixed on Fugaku with disbelief. Some of the clansmen even looked at him with open contempt. None of them had expected Fugaku to be that kind of person. When word first spread that Fugaku was breaking off his engagement with Mikoto, many had been puzzled. Had he lost his mind? After all, without Mikoto by his side, there was no way Elder Tadayoshi would continue to support his bid for clan leadership. It was as if Head willingly severed his own arm. But now, hearing the truth, everything made sense. He had planned it all along. He tried to deal with Kanzu using Mikoto, his own fiancée, as a tool in a political scheme. Had broken off the engagement just to make it easier for his plan to succeed. No doubt, Fugaku was a ruthless strategist who'd sacrifice even people around him, but that only made the clan's disgust for him grow. At that moment, Fugaku's face was flushed a deep red, humiliation and rage mixing beneath the surface. Seeing Fugaku's flushed face, the crowd of onlookers felt even more convinced that the accusations must be true. Their expressions of disdain and distrust toward him only deepened. What they didn't realize, however, was that Fugaku's face wasn't red from shame, but from rage. It was only now that Fugaku understood he had been played by Uchiha Kanzu. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Kanzu's 3-tomo Sharingan locked onto him. The oppressive force of the Sharingan's gaze, combined with Kanzu's powerful aura, left Fugaku rooted to the spot. He couldn't move a muscle. How is this possible? How is his visual prowess so strong? Fugaku thought bitterly, overwhelmed by a creeping sense of fear. Suddenly, a voice called out from the edge of the crowd. "Kanzu-sama, I've brought Uchiha Mikoto." It was none other than Hazuki. "Uchiha Mikoto is here? Look, it's really her." Everyone turned their eyes to the woman. Her appearance was intact, but her body was trembling, and her hands were bound as she was escorted by Hazuki. But no one pitied her rather. They looked at her As if looking at a vile wretch, some of the clansmen who still supported Fugaku perked up with renewed hope. Perhaps Makoto would deny everything, perhaps she would expose it all as a lie and turn the tide against Kanzu. Makoto-san, did Fugaku-sama force you to seduce Kanzu? I hope you'll tell us the truth, Uchiha from Fugaku's supporters said with a stern expression. The situation had turned dire for Fugaku. Now, everything hinged on Makoto's response. After a moment of hesitation, he added in a grim tone, I hope you think carefully before you answer. Oh, is it a threat? Kanzu turned his head sharply and shot that particular Uchiha a cold glance. The immense pressure from Kanzu's Sharingan made the said Uchiha's breathing grow shallow. Instinctively, he activated his own 3-tomo Sharingan. But even then, he immediately realized his visual prowess was nowhere near Kanzu's. Not even close. That was only natural. Kanzu had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Even if he was currently using only the standard 3-tomo form, his chakra and ocular power were far beyond that of an average Uchiha. After confirming that Uchiha had fallen silent, Kanzu turned to Makoto and asked coldly, Speak, woman, did you approach me and whisper sweet words in my ear with the foul intent of seducing me and gathering dirt on me? Makoto's face twisted in horror as her body trembled. Kanzu snarled, Did I not tell you to speak? Pushed by Kanzu, Makoto gave a slight nod. I did with that intention. Fugaku-sama ordered me to seduce you, have you fall in love with me, and gather dirt on you, so that you couldn't compete for the position of the patriarch. She's lying. I never gave her any such order. Fugaku shouted in protest as Makoto confessed to something he had never commanded. Silence. Shin barked, delivering a harsh kick to Fugaku's gut, cutting off his words as Makoto's statement echoed through the crowd, stirring whispers and tension. She actually admitted it? Fugaku really ordered her to do something like that? What kind of man sends his own fiancée to seduce another? Better question is, what kind of woman is she to agree to do it? The onlookers erupted in murmurs, their reactions a chaotic mix of shock, disdain, and curiosity after hearing Makoto admit to her actions. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Makoto quickly shook her head and lifted her tear-streaked face, speaking desperately. Kanzu-sama, I didn't do it, because I didn't have any ill intentions towards you. I just, if you didn't harbor any ill intentions, then why did you go through with it? Kanzu asked coldly, his expression hard. Why would you speak those sweet words to me? Did you think I wouldn't be able to figure out your true intentions? Makoto fell silent. Then, breaking into sobs, she cried out, Uchiha Fugaku, this incompetent and vile man, he threatened me. I didn't want to do something so disgraceful, but he threatened me with Sama's life. He knew that he was an incompetent man and could never defeat you on his own, so he chose to use me to achieve his goal. He threatened me for it. He said if I didn't do as he said, he would kill Sama, just as he killed the other two elders. I tried to fight him, oppose him, but he was far too strong. I was helpless and had no choice. She repeated the story exactly as Kanzu had taught her. But since it was her first time lying so brazenly, there were a few noticeable flaws. Still, her tears made the act quite convincing. Kanzu would definitely give her an 8 out of 10. Makoto, you shut up. You have no right to speak. Shin landed another kick in Fugaku's gut, sending the furious man stumbling backward. Fugaku-sama, I truly misjudged you. Not only did you make your fiancée seduce another man, but you also forced her into it by threatening her family. I'm deeply disappointed in you. A few Junins who had previously supported Fugaku looked at him with deep disappointment. A man who could sacrifice and threaten his own fiancée, what else might he be willing to do? Serving under someone like that filled him with unease. One by one, supporters began to waver. In an instant, nearly 3/4 of those who had backed Fugaku stepped away. Even the few who remained were his closest allies. Those personally favored or groomed by him looked at him with conflicted expressions. Though they didn't leave, their trust had clearly been shaken. Just one last question, Kanzu said, his voice low and steady, his gaze solemn as it locked onto hers. Those sweet words you spoke to me, the whispers you shared, tell me, what were they? Were you simply following orders, or was there something more? Mikoto bit her lip and looked down, shame written across her face. At first they meant nothing, she admitted softly. Just cold, scripted lines I was ordered to say. She paused, then slowly raised her head, meeting his eyes with quiet sincerity. But the more time I spent in your arms, the more I got to know you, learn about your other sides. I began to understand my feelings. I had always admired you from a very young age, even back when we were in the academy. We were in different years, but I often found myself watching your back and working hard from a distance. That admiration was something I kept buried deep inside, and I stayed away because I believe it was never meant to be. After all, I was already betrothed to him, but when I was threatened to seduce you by him and I began spending time with you, everything I'd suppressed in my heart started to break free, and I started falling in love with you. Those words, I whispered, they weren't hollow. Those murmurs, they became real. Uchiha Fugaku may have forced me to whisper words of love and passion by threatening Sofa-sama's life, but the emotions behind them became mine. On one hand, I came to love you, and on the other hand, I came to despise Fugaku for what he made me do. And with you I found strength. I did everything I could to resist him, to fight back. She hesitated for a moment, then added, "Do you remember the underwear I gave you? That was my silent protest against Fugaku. I could truly meant it. That's enough," Kanzu said, cutting her off gently before her words spilled further. "Kanzu-sama," Mikoto began, trying to say more, but burst into tears meanwhile. Kanzu secretly glanced around, observing the expressions of those nearby, as Mikoto confessed her guilt and revealed her true feelings for him. Some appeared genuinely moved, as if witnessing a tragic love story unfold before their eyes. A tragic woman, forced by her cruel fiancé to commit an immoral act against the person she had loved from a very young age, only to find solace and protection in the very arms of the man she was meant to deceive, as the love she had always had for him could no longer be suppressed. Someone in the crowd murmured, "Uchiha Mikoto, she's not to blame, she's the victim here. Kanzu-sama, please forgive her, please accept her." Seeing Mikoto in tears, few people doubted the sincerity of her words. After all, society often views women as victims by default. Kanzu, his expression stern, looked at Mikoto in silence for a long moment before finally speaking. "As for your situation, we'll discuss it later." Then, turning to a woman nearby, he said firmly, "Hazuki." "I understand, Kanzu-sama," Hazuki replied, stepping forward to assist Mikoto. With Mikoto taken care of, Kanzu shifted his gaze now. It was Fugaku's turn. "Uchiha Fugaku-san, you're truly inhuman. Are you so obsessed with the position of patriarch that you'd force your fiancé to seduce another man? That you'd threaten fellow clansmen by using their loved ones and coerce them into obeying your every command, even against their own will? To think someone so vile is part of the noble and proud Uchiha clan, I can't accept it. It makes me feel disgusted," Kanzu said, shaking his head as though even looking at Fugaku was beneath him. He then turned to the gathered crowd. "Everyone, listen to me." Although what Fugaku-san, he stopped himself and shook his head. "No, someone like him doesn't deserve that respect." Shaking his head, he continued, "Although what Fugaku did isn't a crime punishable by death, our Uchiha clan cannot allow a man like him to remain among us. I propose we expel him from the clan before he brings even more shame upon us and puts his vile hands upon other men and women, threatening them with their relatives. What say you all?" At last, Kanzu's true aim was laid bare, exiling Uchiha Fugaku from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 27. Kanzu becomes the Uchiha patriarch. Wait a moment. Just as Kanzu proposed expelling Fugaku from the clan, the few who still supported Fugaku couldn't stay silent any longer. Among them, Uchiha Shinkaru, one of his remaining key allies, stepped forward. Shinkaru had harbored doubts about Kanzu and Mikoto ever since those panties were found in Kanzu's drawer. Though he had never uncovered any concrete evidence to confirm his suspicions, he couldn't help but speak up now, trying to challenge Kanzu's decision. "These are just the one-sided claims of Uchiha Mikoto. Who can prove that what she said is the truth? He glanced sharply at Mikoto, noting the uneasiness hidden beneath her tear-stained expression and the way she avoided eye contact. If he could manage to make others notice that as well, he was certain that it would expose her. But obviously, something like that wasn't going to be easy, especially when Kanzu was still there. "Oh, are you suggesting this guilt-ridden Mikoto-san would speak about her disgraceful and scandalous actions that she did with me just to frame Fugaku?" Kanzu asked with a sneer, his voice laced with mockery. "Impossible. Mikoto-sama would never do something like that," someone interjected. "Just look at her pretending to deceive. Kanzu-sama has clearly taken a toll on her. And now you're saying it was all an act?" "Yes. Her character is beyond reproach. She's always been kind and honest. She wouldn't lie about something like this," another added. "That's right, I've noticed Mikoto-sama hasn't been herself these past few days. She seemed sad, anxious, afraid, reluctant. I kept wondering what was troubling her. Now it all makes sense. It must have been because of what that vile man was forcing her to do. If she truly intended to betray Fugaku, why would she look so torn and guilt-ridden these past few days?" Several voices rose in agreement, defending Mikoto's integrity. Mikoto's reputation in the clan was indeed impeccable, known for her gentle nature and sincerity. She had never done anything bad to anyone, always helping out fellow clansmen whenever she could. It was hard for anyone to believe she'd fabricate such a serious accusation against Fugaku. Compared to that, people were more willing to believe that it was Fugaku who was threatening her. Kanzu had anticipated this. He knew the clansmen's trust in Mikoto's character would work in his favor, exactly why he orchestrated things this way. Hearing that so many people still believed in her unconditionally, Mikoto lowered her head slightly, a wave of guilt washing over her. She was no longer the gentle, kind-hearted Mikoto they all knew and admired her for. She has started to be colored by Uchiha Kanzu in his colors. She has started to become a bad woman. But she wasn't just any bad woman, she was Kanzu-sama's bad woman. She thought to herself, feeling better. She then turned her attention to Fugaku with contempt in her eyes. "Serves you right, you incompetent cuckold. Kanzu, you bastard. Mikoto, you slut. You shameless bastards." Fugaku roared, nearly hysterical. His fury boiled over as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, losing consciousness on the spot. "Such a fragile heart," Kanzu remarked coldly, looking down at Fugaku with disdain. Anyone in his position would be furious to the point of collapse. Surviving it without going insane was an achievement in itself. "I'll say it again," Kanzu declared, his voice ringing through the courtyard. "Expel Fugaku from the clan. If anyone objects, step forward now." He paused briefly before adding, "Our Uchiha clan does not welcome such disgrace. If you disagree, you're free to leave the clan alongside Fugaku." With Fugaku unconscious, all eyes turned to Shinkaru, the last remaining pillar of support for him. Although Shinkaru felt the urge to stand up and oppose Kanzu, he remained calm. He knew it would be pointless. At this point, Fugaku had lost all faith and support, and the disparity between opposition and support was far too great. "Fugaku has already been expelled from the clan. If I get kicked out too, it'll become nearly impossible for him to return to the Uchiha family someday," Shinkaru thought, forcing himself to hold back. When a few of the loyalists behind him began to step forward in protest, Shinkaru discreetly stopped them. They didn't understand his reason, but they still chose to trust his judgment. "Throw him out. A man like Fugaku has no place in the Uchiha clan. Keeping him here only stains our honor," Kanzu declared. At his command, a few men stepped forward and dragged the unconscious Fugaku away. Shinkaru and the others watched in silence, their fists clenched tightly. Kanzu took note of the subtle changes in their expressions. He saw everything. It seems these people are loyal supporters of Fugaku. "I can't keep them close," Kanzu thought to himself. He made a mental note to deal with each of them in due time. The previous patriarch has been gone for a while, and the clan cannot remain leaderless. Elder Tadayoshi, who had remained silent the entire time watching everything, suddenly stepped forward. He looked at Mikoto for a moment with a gaze that seemed to say that this was the first time he had seen such a side of hers, feeling her grandfather looking at her. Mikoto felt so guilty and shameful that she dared not meet his gaze. Tadayoshi sighed and didn't say anything to her, since he was aware that she was only acting as per Kansas orders. Shaking his head, he addressed everyone. I propose that Kanzakuen become the next patriarch. At present, no one is more suited for the position than he. Kanzu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then smiled. A wise choice, he mused. The elder was indeed shrewd. No wonder he held such a position. I support it. Who else is more worthy than Kanza-sama? Shin declared. This Uchiha Suda also urges Kanza-sama to take up the mantle of patriarch. Of course, no one other than Kanzu deserves to be the patriarch, followed Satoru in support. Indeed, patriarch's seat has always been Kanza-sama's, and it's about time that he takes on his rightful seat, murmured Hazuki. One by one, voices of support echoed through the crowd. In mere moments, the majority of the Uchiha clan had rallied behind Kanzu, calling for his ascension as the new patriarch. Shinkaru's expression was grim. What had transpired today was undoubtedly Kanzu's scheme from the start. He hadn't expected even Elder Tadayoshi to side with Kanzu. But that was only to be expected given the relationship between Kanzu and Mikoto. His three-tomo Sharingan glinted coldly as he shot a murderous glare at Elder Tadayoshi. That old traitor betraying Fugaka-sama like that unforgivable. And then there was his granddaughter, Uchiha Mikoto, who had also turned against Fugaka. She, too, deserves punishment. Since you all trust me so much and wish for me to be the patriarch, I shall accept the position, Kanzu announced without hesitation. There was no longer any need for pretense. If he was going to play the part, he would do so for real. After all, this was exactly what he had been aiming for, the position of clan head. Here and now, I promise this. I will lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. And this wasn't just empty rhetoric. Kanzu truly had the strength to make it happen. The news of Uchiha Kanzu becoming the patriarch spread like wildfire, leaving almost no one unaffected. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence, puffing on his pipe with a somber expression. Uchiha Kanzu has become the patriarch. This development was very alarming because a dangerous man like Kanzu held the reins of the Uchiha clan in his hands. Uchiha Fugaku, he turned out to be even more useless than I expected, Hiruzen muttered. He had originally assumed Fugaku wouldn't be able to match up to Kanzu, and was even preparing to offer support. But before he could act, Kanzu had already outmaneuvered and expelled Fugaku from the clan. Truthfully, Hiruzen believed that if Kanzu had any justification to kill Fugaku, he would have done it without hesitation, and Fugaku wouldn't have made it out of the Uchiha compound alive. Onichi, Hiruzen said, turning to the ANBU beside him, go bring Uchiha Fugaku. Take him to my residence and keep him under guard for now. Although Fugaku had been expelled from the Uchiha clan, he still held some value. He couldn't be allowed to fall victim to an assassination by Kanzu. Hiruzen knew Fugaku had to be protected. He wasn't naive enough to believe that Kanzu wouldn't dare assassinate him, even within the boundaries of Konoha. Judging by Kanzu's previous actions, Hiruzen was well aware of how audacious and unscrupulous he could be. Still, Kanzu's unscrupulousness might work in Hiruzen's favor. The more people he offended, the more enemies he'd make, and that could ultimately be good for Konoha. Chapter 28. Eyeing Uzumaki Kushina. While Hiruzen was deep in thought, strategizing how to isolate the Uchiha and fully strip them of influence in Konoha's central power structure, the door to his office suddenly burst open. He frowned, clearly displeased. Don't you know how to knock? Hiruzen, your temper's gotten worse. Is the Uchiha clan giving you that much of a headache? Dan stepped inside. Dan's? What are you doing here? Hiruzen's frown deepened. Though Dan's was officially the Hokage's advisor, he usually remained buried within the root organization, rarely showing himself. I'm here to talk about Uchiha Kanzu, Dan said bluntly. That boy is a cancer, much more so than the rest of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan itself has no place in Konoha village. We need to eliminate them, especially this boy Uchiha Kanzu. A dangerous glint flashed in Danza's eyes. The root ninja he had sent to summon Kanzu had gone completely silent. Danz was certain the operative hadn't betrayed him. Something must have happened. Someone had dared to act against him, and the fact that it was a Uchiha, the very clan he despised most, ignited a quiet, seething fury within him. If the Uchiha clan had been any weaker, Danzo would have already led the Root organization to wipe them out. But relying solely on Root to take down the Uchiha would result in significant losses, even in victory. That's why Danzo had come to Hiruzen. He wanted the Hokage support. With the combined strength of Konoha's Umbu and Root, exterminating the Uchiha could be done even if not the entire clan. At least, Uchiha Kanzu and his top followers, it could be dealt with, which would make it easier to control and exploit the rest of the Uchiha clan. Even eliminating them won't be an issue. Danzo, you're being too extreme. I won't allow it. Hiruzen replied firmly. It wasn't out of mercy that he refused to move against the Uchiha. It was because he couldn't afford to. Launching an assault on the Uchiha would cause enormous damage to Konoha as well. And once word of internal conflict spread through the spies hidden within the village, the other villages would seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, such an attack would raise alarm among the other clans in Konoha. If the Uchiha could be wiped out, what would stop the same fate from befalling them? Hiruzen, don't be naive. The Uchiha clan will be the death of this village. They're a ticking time bomb, Danzo said, glaring at Hiruzen with growing fury. His dissatisfaction with Hiruzen had only deepened. The once proud hero of the first great Shinobi War had grown soft. In Danzo's eyes, Hiruzen no longer deserved the title of Hokage. He should have been Hokage all along. Danzo, a fellow disciple of the second Hokage, had never once considered himself inferior to Hiruzen. You clearly don't understand the consequences of moving against the Uchiha, Hiruzen warned coldly. I won't authorize it. And I suggest your Root organization stay out of it, because if you don't, I won't hesitate to dissolve Root myself. Hiruzen's voice was calm, but firm. Seeing his plan rejected, Danzo left with a gloomy expression, but not without throwing one last warning over his shoulder. You'll regret this, Sarutobi. Meanwhile, the major ninja clans of Konoha were stunned by how swiftly Uchiha Kanzu had risen to the position of clan head. The only one who wasn't surprised was probably Nara Shikaku. Although many people were unhappy with Kanzu's rise, they couldn't change the fact that he had become the new head of the Uchiha clan. Patriarch Fugaku has disappeared. He's suspected to have been taken away, Shin reported with a grave expression. After Fugaku was expelled from the clan, Shin had secretly kept an eye on him, even planning to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Though no longer a member of the Uchiha clan, Shin believed it was safest if Fugaku were dead. It had turned out that Fugaku seemed to have vanished. I see. Kanza nodded calmly. He didn't consider Fugaku a threat. After all, even though Fugaku was the clan head in the original timeline and managed to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, Kanza now held complete control. Keep an eye on Shinkaru's movements. Try to win him over, Kanzu added. Shinkaru was an elite Genin-level shinobi and not far from achieving Kage-level power. That guy was raised by the old man Doma. I doubt he'll betray Fugaku. It'll be hard to win him over, Shin said with a troubled expression. He was clearly hesitant. After all, Shinkaru was a loyal follower groomed by the previous patriarch to support his son. It was unlikely he would defect to their side. Try anyway. It doesn't matter if you fail. And if he refuses to see reason, then there's no need for him to keep living. Though Kanzu couldn't openly execute him, if he truly wanted Shinkaru dead, there were plenty of ways to make it happen discreetly. After giving his instructions, Kanzu dismissed Shin, leaving only him and Mikoto in the room. You did well earlier, Kanzu said, eyeing Mikoto with satisfaction. Hearing his praise, Mikoto wasn't sure how to feel. It was obvious he saw her as nothing more than a pawn used to bring down Fugaku. It doesn't matter, shaking her head. She bowed to Kanzu and turned to leave. But Kanzu stopped her. "Mikoto, what is it, Kanzu-sama?" asked Mikoto, turning around. "Come here," said Kanzu, patting his lap. Mikoto blushed, but having grown to be submissive to him, she didn't complain and silently sat on his lap. Soon enough, she felt something pressing against her which made her all the more flustered and ashamed. "You do deserve some reward for your performance," said Kanzu, lifting her chin, and said to her in a dominating voice from now on, "Stay here with me, serve me," nodded Mikoto, burying her head in his chest. Absent-mindedly caressing her hair, Kanzu began to think of what Shin had said earlier. Who the hell took away Fugaku? Two likely suspects coming to mind. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo of the Root Organization. There was also a third possibility, that being Uchiha Madara. But recalling Fugaku's incompetence, and that he has no one close by who'd be able to help him awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, Kanzu felt that it was probably not Madara. Since that option was excluded, he focused on the remaining two before him. Both were highly suspicious, though Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed the most likely. No matter who was a beaten dog, isn't worth worrying about, Kanzu scoffed. He didn't care who had taken Fugaku either way. Fugaku no longer posed any threat to him. Even if he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Kanzu wouldn't be concerned, rather. He would be happy, as there would be a pair of Manjiki Sharingan that he could make use of, ill hand over the task of locating Fugaku, and keeping an eye on him. To Hazuki, she should be able to find him with that. He decided not to focus on Fugaku at the moment. Turning his attention back on Mikoto, he casually asked her, "You have a friend named Uzumaki Kushina, right?" The moment Mikoto heard Kushina's name from Kanzu's mouth, her expression changed. She instantly realized what Kanzu was thinking. "Kanzu-sama, you're after Kushina-chan?" she whispered, already knowing the answer. That's right, Kanzu had set his sights on Kushina. Beyond the evil points he could gain, Kushina herself was a rare treasure. The Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, carried the legacy of their powerful Fuinjutsu. Many of the most renowned sealing techniques in the ninja world originated from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki were blessed with both the sage body and advanced sealing prowess, and they too were descendants of the sage of Six Paths, specifically the bloodline of Tsutsuki Ashura. Kanzu couldn't help but feel envious of the Uzumaki clan's mastery over sealing techniques. Chapter 29. Tadayoshi-sama's visit? A man may be innocent, but possessing something valuable that others don't have or can't have makes him guilty in the eyes of the world. The main reason the Uzumaki clan was wiped out was their mastery of Fuinjutsu. Their ability to perfectly seal tailed beasts within human hosts made them a target of envy and fear, ultimately leading to their destruction. "I do have a good friendship with Kushina-chan," said Mikoto to Kanzu, "but she's still young, and she already has someone she likes." Indeed, Uzumaki Kushina was still quite young. Mikoto had turned 19 a while ago, and while the two shared a close bond, there was a noticeable age gap between them. Kushina was about 3 or 4 years younger, barely 16 now. "She has someone she likes? So what? Not like I care," Kanzu replied coolly. Of course, Kanzu already knew who it was. Namikaze's Minato, the future Yondaime Hokage. Kushina didn't care for him at first, thinking he was a timid weakling who was stalking her and liked watching her being bullied because she was not from Konoha. But after he rescued her from being kidnapped by the squad of Kumo Shinobi, her view of him changed completely, and she developed a deep crush on him. It was a pity that Kanzu had been too focused on training, growing stronger, participating in wars, dealing with the death of his Junin instructor, and laying some groundwork while planning the future at the time, to pay any attention to Uzumaki Kushina back then. Back when the Kushina kidnapping incident happened, Kanzu wasn't even in Konoha. He was at the battlefield of the Land of Rain, killing Chinins and Jinins of Amigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. Had he been in Konoha at that time, he would have stolen the opportunity and become her savior instead, earning the girl's admiration. Mikoto didn't know what to say. "You say you don't care, but did you ever think about whether others care?" But then again, was Kanzu the type to ever care about what others thought? If he cared about something like that, would she even be sitting so close to him like this? Suppressing the uneasy thoughts in her heart, Mikoto asked softly. Can you not target Kushina-chan? And quickly added, I'm willing to do anything you ask in her place. Her friendship with Kushina was somewhat good, and as Kansas' victim, she didn't want another woman, especially a friend of hers, to fall into a similar situation as hers. Kansas narrowed his eyes and sneered, holding her chin. Do you really think he'll agree to that? And even if I say I will, would you actually believe me? His words left Mikoto speechless. Indeed, not only was Kanzu unlikely to change his mind, but even if he did make such a promise, Mikoto knew she couldn't trust it. Kanzu had no credibility to speak of if he did. Fugaka wouldn't have ended up cast out and disgraced. It's late. Let's take a bath before going to sleep, said Kanzu as he released Mikoto, making his way to the bathroom. Nodded Mikoto as she followed him. Naturally, the one who was going to be helping him wash would be her, as tonight was also going to be a night filled with love, lust, and passion. The next morning, Kanzu didn't head to the headquarters of the Konoha police force. Having just become the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan, there were plenty of matters that required his attention. You really are good wife material, Mikoto, Kanzu said with satisfaction after finishing the breakfast she had prepared. Although waking up to a warm meal wasn't anything new to him, Hazuki and the other girls in the Zodiacs always made sure that all his meals were always prepared and all his clothes and weaponry were in the right order. Mikoto's cooking still seems much better than any girl in the Zodiacs. Even Hazuki, despite all her dedication and effort, wasn't as good as Mikoto. Hearing Kanzu's compliment brought a flicker of happiness to Mikoto's heart, and she even began to hum softly to herself. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Who could be visiting this early? Is it one of Kanzu-sama's subordinates? Mikoto murmured as she walked over and opened the door, only to find Elder Tadayoshi standing there. Sofu-sama? Elder Tadayoshi looked at his granddaughter, surprised to see her much more cheerful than she had been over the past few days. He had been deeply worried about her, especially knowing she had been living at Kanzu's house for several days now. After all, Kanzu had coerced and threatened her into giving in to him, even though it was ultimately Mikoto's own choice to stay with Kanzu. Tadayoshi feared she would continue to suffer under his control, but seeing her now radiant and seemingly content brought him a small measure of relief. Mikoto, I need to speak with Kanzu-kun about something important. With Kanzu-sama? Mikoto echoed, unsurprised, and nodded. They'll ask him just then. Kanzu's voice called out from inside. Let him in. Mikoto nodded, stepped aside, and guided Elder Tadayoshi into the house. I wonder what it is that Tadayoshi-sama wishes to speak with me about, though he once looked as if he could eat Kanzu alive for what he had done to his granddaughter. The elder's attitude had clearly shifted. Kanzu-kun, to be frank, I don't like you as a person, especially if I were to take into account what you did to my granddaughter, the elder said bluntly. I stood up to support you as patriarch yesterday, only because of the choice Mikoto had made. Hearing this, Kanzu didn't seem offended. He didn't care whether an old man liked him or not. My old bones don't have much time left. The person I care about most is Mikoto. Now that she's with you, I just hope you won't let her down. Perhaps it's asking too much, but please treat her well. She's a good child, always has been. Gentle, considerate, devoted, kind-hearted, and I can assure you that she wouldn't let you down. Is that all you came here to say? Kanzu replied with a shrug, clearly uninterested in the elder's sentimental words. As for how he treated Mikoto, that was entirely his decision. Elder Tadayoshi's plea wasn't going to change anything. That said, Kanzu wasn't the type to indulge in pointless cruelty towards his women. He found things like domestic violence dull and distasteful. Compared to that, psychological dominance and control were more to his appetite, as it brought him great pleasure as long as Mikoto remained loyal, devoted, and proactive. He had no reason to physically abuse her. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't punish her if she did something against his interest. But as long as she doesn't do something to demand that he would be gentle with, well, as gentle as a twisted person like him can be, Tadayoshi really had nothing to worry about, at least not in that regard. Elder Tadayoshi sighed at Kanzu's indifferent response, but chose not to press the matter further. Pressing further would only make Kanzu dissatisfied. He didn't want to become a spark of resentment that might invite cruelty upon his granddaughter. Mikoto had made her choice, and now he could only pray that she didn't come to regret it. Shifting the topic, he calmly said, "I didn't come here just to say that. I know you don't want me holding any real power, and don't worry, I've no intention of clinging to it either. If not for Mikoto's well-being, he would have given up the title and power that came with being an elder long ago. This is for the best. It's better that you step down willingly than have me remove you." The elder had made the right decision. Even if he hadn't chosen to give up his position, Kanzu would have stripped him of the title of elder anyway. From this moment on, there would be no more so-called elders in the Uchiha clan. They were all relics of the past that had emerged as a result of Madara's disappearance, leaving the clan with no leadership because the previous patriarch's influence hadn't been strong enough. They had remained in power. Kanzu clearly despised these elders, weak in strength, yet always eager to meddle in clan affairs and fight over power and influence with the patriarch. In truth, their very existence served only to limit the authority of the patriarch. Naturally, he wouldn't allow even one of them to exist. It didn't matter if Tadayoshi was Mikoto's grandfather. "I hope you treat Mikoto with sincerity. She won't disappoint you." With those parting words, the elder turned and left. He didn't even speak with Mikoto while leaving and just left. Kanzu narrowed his eyes as he watched the old man walk away, a faint sense of doubt settling in his chest. Something about his demeanor felt off. Whatever, as long as he doesn't interfere with me or the clan affairs, they'll let him live for a while. After all, the elder was an experienced and wise man. If he ever did something foolish, Kanzu wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless and eliminate him. It didn't matter that he was Mikoto's grandfather. If he stood in Kanzu's way, Kanzu would not spare him. Heck, he wouldn't even mind being a bit too cruel and forcing Mikoto to be the one to put an end to him based on what he has discovered about it so far. He feels that he could indeed make her do it if he pushed her enough. I sure hope that it doesn't come to that, since having her kill Tadayoshi-sama is still a bit further ahead, as it's not yet time for that, he thought, shaking his head and turning to Mikoto as she entered the room. Not curious about what Tadayoshi-sama spoke to me about? She'd be lying if she said that she wasn't curious, but she didn't ask. She was smart enough to understand that if Kanzu wanted to tell her, he'd tell her on his own, and she'd listen as she should, but she wouldn't pry. That would mean stepping out of line. Whether as a kunoichi or as a woman, she was taught not to step out of line. It has been ingrained into her bones from a very young age. Therefore, all she said was, "Only if it's something I should know, he told me to treat you well. And that he's willing to give up his position as the elder," Kanzu said casually. Hearing those words, Mikoto was touched. She had been raised by her grandfather since childhood, and he had always put her first in his heart. "Don't worry. As long as Tadayoshi-sama doesn't get in my way, he can enjoy his remaining time in peace. I may not be a good person, but I can at least guarantee that I won't kill him on account of your devotion towards me." There were indeed some people within the Uchiha clan who needed to be dealt with, but the elder Tadayoshi wasn't among them. The ones Kanzu intended to remove were those who remained defiant, those still loyal to Fugaku. Such people no longer deserved a place in the clan. Kanzu would take his time dealing with them. He couldn't simply execute them outright. Doing so would give Sarutobi Hiruzen the perfect excuse to intervene. Kanzu had no desire to immediately break ties with Konoha openly. The reason was simple. Nothing good would come of it. At least for now, the Uchiha clan still needed to grow and strengthen under the shelter of the village. Chapter 30. Elder Tadayoshi's great sacrifice that afternoon, while Kanzu was still engrossed in planning reforms for the Uchiha clan. Satoru suddenly burst in with a look of panic on his face. Sensing something was wrong, Kanzu narrowed his eyes and asked with a frown, "Calm down, tell me what happened?" Satoru stammered. Tadayoshi-sama is dead." "Huh? What? What did you just say?" "Tadayoshi-sama is dead?" Kanzu shot up from his seat, his frown deepening as he stared at Satoru in disbelief. Crash! Mikoto, who had just entered the room with a tray of tea and snacks, lost her grip. The tray slipped from her hand and shattered against the floor, spilling tea everywhere on the tatami mats. Seeing her face go pale and her knees begin to buckle, Kanzu immediately reached out, wrapping an arm around her waist to steady her and preventing her from collapsing on the spilled tea. Turning back to Satoru, he asked with a scowl on his face, "What happened? Tell me everything." The elder had just visited him the very morning, and now Satoru was telling that he was dead? How did Sofa-sama die? Mikoto asked in grief and pain as her Sharingan activated. Shinkaru killed him, Satoru replied. The elder went to meet with Shinkaru. For reasons we still don't know, an argument broke out between them and it escalated. In the end, Shinkaru killed him. Right now, he has been captured by Mikoto, and currently they are at his place. Uchiha Mikoto was also an elite genin of the Uchiha clan. However, during the conflict between Kanzu and Fugaku, he had chosen to remain neutral and refrain from getting involved. Hearing that Shinkaru was being held off by Mikoto, Mikoto struggled out of Kanzu's arms and quickly ran off. Kanzu didn't stop her, but chose to follow her. The reason why he didn't stop her was the change that her chakra was going through, which made him wonder, is she going to awaken it? They soon arrived at Shinkaru's residence. The moment they reached, they were met with a gruesome sight, bloodstains splattered across the ground and the dismembered body of Elder Tadayoshi lying there. Upon seeing her grandfather's corpse, Mikoto collapsed to her knees. Sofa-sama, she had just seen him that very morning. She never imagined that would be the last time. Grief, pain, and hatred surged through her, and with her 3-tomo Sharingan that was already activated, she glared furiously at the man responsible, Uchiha Shinkaru. You killed Sofa-sama. It wasn't like that. He sought death on his own. Shinkaru, who was tied up, replied defensively, distressed by her rage. That old man, he suddenly came to me and started questioning whether I'd surrender to Uchiha Kanzu. I don't know what got into him, Shinkaru, assuming that Elder Tadayoshi had come merely to lobby on Kanzu's behalf, responded rudely and told him to leave. However, the elder was enraged by his attitude and lashed out first. Faced with an unexpected attack, Shinkaru didn't hold back. When Elder Tadayoshi came at him with a blade, Shinkaru moved to counter, but to his shock, the elder suddenly stopped defending, allowing himself to be cut down. The blow landed, and the elder was killed on the spot. Shinkaru stood frozen, stunned by what had done. Though he had acted in self-defense, he had never truly intended to kill Elder Tadayoshi. In a sense, it felt like the old man had chosen suicide. Mikoto listened to Shinkaru's explanation, but her mind was already overloaded. Her grief, rage, and hatred had reached their peak. Her 3-tomo Sharingan had already begun spinning wildly faster and faster until the 3-tomo merged and a beautiful 4-petal pattern emerged. That overwhelming emotional storm finally unlocked the next stage of her jutsu. The Meijiki Sharingan was awakened. Watching her transformation in silence, Kanzu nodded to himself. She really awakened those eyes. No wonder Kanzu had felt earlier that the elder was planning something. Turns out, he was preparing a future for his granddaughter. Shinkaru was just the unfortunate pawn. The elder had indeed sought death on his own terms, and Shinkaru had unknowingly become the chosen instrument. The elder's true aim had been to help Mikoto awaken her Meijiki Sharingan because strength is the only true safeguard in their world. He also understood Kanzu's nature well. Kanzu only valued people who were useful to him. Although Mikoto had chosen to stay with Kanzu, there was no guarantee he wouldn't eventually grow bored with her and cast her aside. After all, aside from her grace and refinement, she didn't fully meet his standards. And when it comes to women, there's always someone younger, more beautiful, or more useful. There's never a shortage of men like Kanzu who know how to steal women for themselves. Moreover, Kanzu didn't really have any real affection toward Mikoto. It's just that he fancies her beauty and refinement. That's it. Not to mention, one of the reasons he had targeted her was that he intended to humiliate Fugaku. Now that was done, he might not even care much about her. Even if he did care about her for a while, there was no telling that his interest in Mikoto would last long enough for a lifetime, which meant that once Kanzu lost interest in Mikoto, or found someone more to his liking, He might very well discard her, especially if she no longer served a purpose. But all of that could change if she possessed the strength that matched his expectations. With the Mangeki Sharingan, Mikoto would no longer be just a decorative presence at Kansas' side. She would become a real asset. At the same time, the Elder's death gave Kanzu a legitimate reason to move against Shinkaru. No wonder he said this morning that Mikoto wouldn't let me down. Kanzu murmured. Even if Kanzu wasn't a man easily moved, he couldn't help but admire Elder Tadayoshi at this moment. With his own death, he had carved out a brighter future for his granddaughter. It seemed the old man had long understood the secret behind awakening the Mangeki Sharingan among the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. The method for evolving the 3 Tomo Sharingan into the Mangeki Sharingan was no secret. As for why so few had ever succeeded well, the answer was simple. Not everyone possessed the qualifications to awaken the Mangeki. Did people truly believe that witnessing the death of a loved one was enough? If that were the only requirement, the battlefield would have produced countless Mangeki users by now. Many Uchiha had lost close relatives in war, yet the Mangeki Sharingan remained exceedingly rare. If it were that easy, the Uchiha would have already dominated the ninja world. So when Mikoto suddenly awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, it shocked everyone. Originally a Genin-level shinobi, Mikoto's strength surged to near Kaga level after her evolution. With the awakening of the Mangeki, her visual prowess skyrocketed, and along with it came 3 unique Mangeki abilities and a significant increase in chakra reserves. Tsukuyami. Mikoto coldly uttered the word. The moment her eyes met Shinkaru's, his consciousness was immediately dragged into the Genjutsu realm. Within that space, Mikoto unleashed her fury, tormenting him with relentless, vengeful rage. Regardless of how long the torture lasted inside the illusion, in the real world, it passed in less than a second. In Tsukuyami, time, space, and perception all were under the complete control of the caster. All that people outside saw was that one moment Mikoto glared at Shinkaru, and the next instant Shinkaru collapsed to the ground. His mind, utterly shattered, offered no resistance as a massive, turquoise-colored chakra arm slammed down, reducing him to a mangled heap of flesh dead beyond question. It earned her everyone's saw. It was unbelievable Uchiha Mikoto had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Only those born of the Uchiha truly understood what the Mangeki Sharingan represented and how lofty the status of its wielder became upon awakening it. It could now be said that Mikoto's status within the clan was second only to Kanzu, the patriarch. Put away the Mangeki. Kanzu's voice cut through the tension, snapping Mikoto out of her rage-fueled trance. Obeying his command, she deactivated the Mangeki. Almost immediately, a stinging soreness spread through her eyes, along with a faint burning sensation. That was the price of using the Mangeki Sharingan. Although this was her first time, the toll on her eyes was already noticeable. The more frequently one used it, the more visual power it consumed. The pain would only worsen, sometimes to the point of bleeding. Suddenly, Mikoto leapt into Kanzu's arms and burst into tears. Sofu-sama, he is as Yue, her only remaining family was gone. Overcome with grief and confusion, she clung to Kanzu, seeking comfort from the only person who could give her that. Even when Kanzu had threatened and coerced her, Mikoto hadn't cried like this. Even when she helped Kanzu falsely frame Fugaku, she hadn't cried like this. But now, her heart was truly shattered, and the tears that burst out of her eyes were genuine tears of grief and sadness. Chapter 31. Evolving from a canary to a black swan, Mikoto, still sobbing in Kanzu's arms, eventually fainted from exhaustion. The emotional strain had been too much. She had used Tsukuyami right after awakening her Mangeki Sharingan, and the exhaustion caught up to her. It was only natural for her to collapse. Clean up Tadayoshi-sama's body. Also, the fact that Mikoto has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, I don't want word of that getting out. Understood? Kanzu's eyes swept over everyone present, and the oppressive weight of his aura made them lower their heads in fear. Understood, Patriarch, they responded in unison. With that, Kanzu temporarily withdrew from the scene, carrying unconscious Mikoto in his arms. Later, after returning home, Satoru reported new information to Kanzu. Apparently, before his death, Shinkaru had relayed a message, instructing the diehards still loyal to Fugaku to temporarily leave Konoha. And they have indeed left while he wasn't paying any attention to them. Heck, even Shinkaru was about to leave, but Elder Tadayoshi got to him first. Patriarch, should I gather some men and eliminate those rebels? Satoru asked. No, Kansori Plaiv. Their time will come. Although letting them live seems kind of foolish, at first thought Kanzu had a plan, he had no intention of sending the clansmen after them not yet. Besides, those men had likely gone to join Fugaku. Let them gather. Kanzu would deal with them when the moment was right. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had really taken Fugaku in, would he allow Kanzu to retaliate against the Uchiha clan that had betrayed him? Certainly not. While Hiruzen did harbor not-so-good intentions towards the Uchiha, he also needed those same people to oppose Kanzu. That's why, if Kanzu were to send men to arrest them, the ANBU would undoubtedly intervene. There was no point in doing something so meaningless. Besides, the number of defectors wasn't even significant. Even when counting their entire families, they totaled no more than 30 people. In comparison to the Uchiha clan's numbers, over 800 members strong, this was hardly a concern. And that was only the ninjas he was speaking of. Yes, at this point in time, the number of active ninjas in the Uchiha clan was as high as 800 clansmen. As for the non-active and non-ninja part of the clan, well, if they were counted, the number was much more significant. It was no wonder the rest of Konoha feared them. Of course, that didn't mean Kanzu planned to let the defectors go unpunished. If he couldn't eliminate them openly, he would resort to the shadows, just like how the Senju clan had quietly faded into extinction. If they couldn't be dealt with inside the village, then it would be done outside. And even if they didn't leave the village, Kanzu would still find a way to make trouble for them. He was the captain of the Konoha police force. Finding a reason to eliminate them wouldn't be difficult. Shin, inform all the clansmen that a grand funeral ceremony will be organized in honor of Tadayoshi-sama. And start preparations for that. Understood. Kanzu-sama. Shin knew there was something special between the Patriarch and Uchiha Mikoto, and that she might very well become his wife in the future. And truth be told, Mikoto was more than worthy of the role. There wasn't even the slightest doubt about it. Especially now that she had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's visual prowess. So, it was only fitting that her grandfather be given a grand funeral ceremony. After dismissing Satoru, Kanzu made his way to the bedroom to check on Mikoto. By the time he arrived, Mikoto was already awake, but she sat there with her back against the wall, disheveled, her cheeks streaked with dried tears, and her eyes clouded with sorrow. You're awake. This is the letter Tadayoshi-sama left behind for you. The suicide note had been found in the elder's house by one of the Zodiacs, addressed specifically to Mikoto. Kanzu hadn't opened it. Sofa-sama left this? Mikoto immediately unfolded the note, and as she read it, fresh tears began to fall. Sofa-sama, I didn't want the Manjiki Sharingan. I just wanted you to live in the letter. The elder had written out his plan in full and urged Mikoto not to grieve. His old body was already nearing its limit, and this was the final gift he could leave her. He'll make sure Tadayoshi-sama receives the most honorable funeral possible, Kanzu said quietly to Mikoto. Thank you, Kanzu-sama, Mikoto replied, casting him a grateful glance. No one from other clans attended the elder's funeral, only the Uchiha came. It was to be expected. The Uchiha's relationship with the other clans had grown colder ever since Kanzu took the reins. And besides, he was only an elder, not the patriarch. Even though only members of the Uchiha clan attended, the funeral was far from modest since almost the entire clan was here, including the ninjas and civilians. After the ceremony concluded, Kanzu gently patted Mikoto on the shoulder. Let's return home. Standing here any longer won't bring Tadayoshi-sama back to life. Mikoto nodded quietly and followed behind him in silence. As they walked, Mikoto suddenly spoke in a slightly hesitant voice. "Kanzu-sama, what is it?" Kanzu asked casually. "Do you remember?" she began. "Back when I asked if you'd be willing to marry me, you told me that you had no issue with my beauty or character, but it was my strength and usefulness that were lacking. And you promised me that if I became strong and useful, you'd grant me that wish, yes." Kanzu nodded. He remembered that night clearly, since it was also the night he had planned Fugika's downfall. "Am I strong and useful enough now? Have I evolved from a canary to a black swan, as you desired? Would you be willing to grant me that wish of mine?" Mikoto asked, her voice soft, her expression tinged with loneliness. She was truly alone now. Her heart needed someone to keep beating for, and Kanzu was the only one who could give her that. At this point, her request wasn't born of reason, calculation, logic, resentment towards Fugaku, a woman's nature to search for someone who could provide and protect, or because it was the best thing to do. No, none of that was the reason. She wasn't asking because it was the most sensible choice. She was asking because it was the only choice she had left. She was acting like that in search of a reason to let her heart beat. The only person she could try to reach out to was Kanzu. Even if he was her abuser, he was still the only person in her heart who could give her the reason. And she hoped that he would give her that reason, because if he doesn't, she knew that her heart would just stop beating. It wouldn't even be able to see the sun tomorrow. Kanzu turned to look at her and was able to see through her thoughts. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "You have indeed evolved, although not fully completed, and not taking the path I had intended for you. But I suppose we can ignore all that for now, as you do deserve this." The true and complete evolution from a canary to a black swan in Kanzu's eyes would have been if Mikoto had been the one to plunge her kunai through Elder Tadayoshi's heart. It's a pity that Elder Tadayoshi just sacrificed himself in another way, saving Mikoto the agony. He might have even predicted that I might instruct this to her someday, thought Kanzu, not ruling out the possibility. "You're now indeed qualified to be the black swan in my cage," nodded Kanzu, extending his hand to her. A beautiful, strong, humble, and devoted woman offering herself willingly. Why not? Especially one like Mikoto, who now possessed strength close to the Kaga level and potential for higher, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. A kunoichi with both strength and beauty, along with endless devotion, was a rare asset in the shinobi world. Mikoto slowly raised her hand and placed it gently over Kanzu's. "Thank you, Kanzu-sama," she said softly, her voice full of gratitude as she felt his fingers clasp hers. Hand in hand, the two then began to make their way to her cage. "A word of warning for you. Mikoto, don't use the Manjiki Sharingan recklessly. It has side effects. Overuse will eventually lead to blindness." Although Kanzu knew that Mikoto wasn't the type to abuse her Manjiki Sharingan, he still gave her a word of caution. "I understand. You'll keep that in mind," Mikoto nodded gently. She also knew that Kanzu had the Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, she didn't question whether what he said was really true or not. Since he said this, it must be true. She also kept in mind that she was going to be very careful when using the Manjiki Sharingan. Kanzu then asked her, "By the way, one of your ocular techniques is Tsukuyami, right? What's the other one?" Susanoo was available to anyone who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in both eyes, so Kanzu wasn't particularly concerned about that. Mikoto should naturally have access to it as well. What intrigued him was the unique ability of her other eye. "It's called Kuninoto Kotachi," answered Mikoto before explaining its usage. "It allows me to absorb an enemy's ninjutsu and convert it into chakra." She paused before adding, "But it also has a trump card. It can also absorb the visual prowess of another Sharingan to restore my own visual prowess." If anyone else had asked about her Manjiki Sharingan's abilities, she would have never shared them. But since it was Kanzu, she revealed everything to him without much hesitation. Not because she was naive or careless, but because Kanzu had agreed to take her as his wife. And to Mikoto, that made him her husband now. She believed that with her husband, she had nothing to hide. She was loyal and devoted to the core, and saw no reason to keep secrets from the man she had chosen to follow. Your ocular technique is incredibly powerful, Kanzu couldn't help but remark. The ability to absorb an opponent's ninjutsu makes such attacks completely ineffective against her, and even allows her to replenish her own chakra. Heck, it's a Rinnegan tier technique, and that was something the Sutsuki are known for her trump card. It was even more absurd. The ability to absorb the visual prowess of other Sharingan users to restore her own, it practically eliminated the risk of going blind. In fact, Kanzu suspected that if she absorbed enough visual prowess, her Mangeki Sharingan might even evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan without the need of having to transplant a sibling or close relatives. Awakening such a broken ability, it really felt like Uchiha Mikoto had been handed a protagonist script. Chapter 32. The intention of nurturing Mikoto, come on. Try using your ocular technique, Kanzu said. He had brought Mikoto to the Uchiha clan's private training ground. Since it wasn't open to the public, only the two of them were present. Mikoto stood across from Kanzu and activated her Mangeki Sharingan. The moment she did, Kanzu swiftly performed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged toward Mikoto. Calmly, Mikoto activated her Mangeki Sharingan. As the fireball neared her, it was instantly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. How much chakra did that cost you? Kanzu asked. Mikoto replied, it's manageable. The chakra cost is much lower than using Tsukuyami. But the consumption of Kunenoto Kotachi isn't fixed. The stronger the jutsu I absorb, the more chakra it drains. This was her first time using the ability in a real scenario. With continued practice, she would better understand and master its mechanics. All right, Kanzu nodded. Now try absorbing visual prowess. Kanzu took out a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. They had originally belonged to Uchiha Haruto. After Kanzu killed him, he had ordered Shin to extract the eyes. At the time, Kanzu had planned to transplant them into one of the Kunoichi that might end up joining the Zodiacs, and hadn't yet awakened her Sharingan, but once Shin handed them over, Kanzu simply forgot about them. Besides, Hazuki has also not presented him with any new members for the Zodiac at the moment. Now, they served a new purpose, to help Mikoto test her ocular technique. These eyes? Mikoto asked, looking at the pair of Sharingan stored in the glass capsule. Her expression filled with surprise. They're Uchiha Haruto's, Kanzu replied casually. I killed him and kept the eyes for later use. He took them out of the bottle. They were perfectly preserved, without any sign of damage, highlighting that he has done so with many pairs of Sharingan over the years. Mikoto stared at the Sharingan, but didn't reach for them. What's wrong? Are you feeling uneasy? Kanzu asked gently. Don't worry. The more you go through things like this, the more normal ITLL feel. Kindness can be a flaw in this world, and Kanzu was never a good man to begin with. His system further ensured that he could only walk the path of villainy. As the saying goes, marry a chicken and be a chicken. Marry a dog and be a dog. Kanzu intended to gradually reshape Mikoto's character to better suit his world. After all, she intends to marry a villain. She too needs to become a villain. And Kanzu wasn't too concerned about whether it would be difficult to influence an adult woman who already had her own values and morals. That might have posed a challenge with others, but not with Mikoto. Unlike most, she had one distinct trait that set her apart. She was extremely obedient. After a moment of hesitation, Mikoto took the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan that Kanzu offered and activated her ocular technique. Kunenoto Kotachi, unlike when absorbing ninjutsu, which consumed visual prowess, absorbing the visual prowess from Sharingan required no such cost. In fact, not only did it spare her the consumption of visual prowess, it even replenished what she had previously spent using her Mangeki Sharingan. As a result, her eye power was not only restored but enhanced. This meant that even without transplanting Hashirama Senju cells, Mikoto could use the Mangeki Sharingan without the typical risk of blindness. Of course, That advantage came with a condition. She needed a steady supply of Sharingan to absorb. As for whether the visual prowess of the Byakugan can be absorbed, Kanzu wasn't sure. Perhaps he could have Mikoto test it out someday. But to even attempt that, they would have to target the Hyuga clan, and there was a problem with that. It's not that Kanzu was afraid of the repercussions that might come with attacking the Hyugas, rather. He wasn't certain if attacking them would be useful after all. The branch family of the Hyuga clan bears the cursed seal of the caged bird on their foreheads. This seal is specifically designed to protect the Byakugan. It automatically destroys the eye and the brain tissue upon the user's death, or if the eyes are forcibly removed. Additionally, members of the main family of the Hyuga clan can activate the seal at will, effectively killing the branch member or destroying their brain, rendering them brain dead and their Byakugan destroyed. In essence, the life and death of the branch family are entirely in the hands of the main family. So extracting Byakugan from Mikoto to absorb will be very difficult, which meant that Sharingan was the only option. If there's an opportunity in the future, Kanzu mused, we should collect more Sharingan from Mikoto. I'd like to see if her Manjiki can evolve into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan after absorbing enough visual prowess. He couldn't help but feel it was possible after all. The branch members of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon had once united their entire lineage to awaken the Tensigan. Unfortunately, even if this method proved successful, it couldn't be replicated. It was an evolutionary path unique to Mikoto alone. Forget it. Let's not think about that for the time being. Shaking his head, Kanzu turned his attention back on the woman who was quietly standing beside him. He'll perform several fire-style techniques I've learned. You can try copying them if you don't know already, Kanzu said to Mikoto. Understood. Kanzu-sama nodded Mikoto. He then demonstrated both Great Fire Annihilation, Blazing Fire Annihilation, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and other jutsu one by one to her, by deliberately slowing down his hand seals to make them easier to follow. One of the basic abilities of the Sharingan is the power to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu. The techniques that others spend years mastering can be instantly copied by the Uchiha clan, which is one of the reasons behind their formidable reputation. However, unlocking the Sharingan is not easy. Even now, many in the clan have yet to awaken it. In fact, the majority still haven't. Anyway, Mikoto had managed to successfully copy all the fire-style jutsu he had shown her, though she had needed to do a bit of practice performing them to build up some experience of using them. But that was not an issue. Once they were done with the training, the two returned home. Meanwhile, Kanzu summoned Hazuki. Patriarch, do you have a mission for me? Hazuki asked respectfully, genuflecting before him. Go to Ren's residence and bring me his eyes, Kanzu ordered. Kanzu had already decided to cultivate Mikoto. Given her character and how she revealed the abilities of her Manjiki to him without hiding anything, he was confident that she would never betray him. Since Mikoto's eyes had the potential to evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Kanzu saw no reason not to invest in her growth. It's important to understand that the Manjiki Sharingan and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan are entirely different in nature. Only the eternal Manjiki allows access to the fully developed Susanoo, the true god of destruction. I understand, Patriarch, replied Hazuki. Although Hazuki herself was still only a Chunin by rank, that was only because she had never bothered to take the promotion test. In reality, her strength, being the leader of Zodiacs, is as high as an elite Jonin. Meanwhile, Ren had already been crippled despite having once held elite Genin-level strength. He could no longer use it, making him weaker than even an average genin. Abandoned by Fugaku's faction, Ren had become a useless burden. No one had any use for deadweight. Since he was of no further use, Kanzu decided there was no harm in putting Ren's eyes to good use to further improve Mikoto's strength. Standing beside Kanzu, Mikoto watched it all unfold with a somewhat hesitant expression. She clearly understood why Ren's Sharingan was being retrieved. Her loyalty to the Uchiha clan and its members made her want to object, but at the same time, she knew Kanzu was doing it for her. In the end, she could only sigh in silent acceptance. Kanzu glanced at her and immediately recognized the unease in her eyes. That was simply who Uchiha Makoto was, gentle and considerate to her own people. But Kanzu was confident that, with time, he would mold her character into what he envisioned. Under his guidance, she would eventually become his most dependable and capable ally. This was already evident from the way she silently accepted what was about to happen without saying a single word. Chapter 33. A visit to Hitaki Tsukumo. It didn't take long for Hazuki to return with a pair of freshly retrieved 3-tomo Sharingan. As for what happened to Run during the process, Kanzu didn't care. Hazuki was capable enough to have taken care of everything. What mattered was that she had brought the eyes back. You may go, take a break, or something, Kanzu instructed. Yes, Patriarch. Satoru nodded, disappearing. Fresh 3-tomo Sharingan absorbed them. Kanzu said, turning to Mikoto. Yes, Kanzu-sama. Mikoto began, but was interrupted by Kanzu. You don't need to keep addressing me like that, as if you're my subordinate, Kanzu said, interrupting her gently. You're going to be my wife. You can call me without honorifics. Why without honorifics? Mikoto mumbled awkwardly, uncomfortable at the idea. It wasn't something she could do so easily. If you're not comfortable, then it's fine, Kanzu replied with a shrug, not pushing the matter. Mikoto fell silent for a moment. Then, after a brief hesitation and a faint blush on her cheeks, she murmured, Then can Kan-sama, would that be all right? Kan-sama? Kanzu murmured, blinking in surprise as he looked at Mikoto. He hadn't expected her to use a nickname. Is it not okay? Mikoto asked softly, fiddling with her fingers. It's fine. Call me Kan-sama from now on, Kanzu chuckled, pulling her gently into his arms. She didn't resist. She had grown used to it by now, and besides, the warmth he offered brought a strange comfort to her lonely heart. While being held by Kanzu, Mikoto murmured, Kan-sama, please don't gouge out our clansman's eyes for my sake. If word ever got out, it could damage your reputation within the Uchiha. She truly meant it for Kanzu's sake. Even if Run had been his enemy, many within the clan would feel uneasy knowing such an act had been committed. As a clan possessing a jutsu-based Kekkei Genkai, the Uchiha held their eyes in the highest regard. While they didn't go as far as the Hyuga clan, who placed caged bird seals on members of their branch family, they still treated their jutsu with utmost reverence. If an outsider dares to transplant a Sharingan, the Uchiha will never let it slide. In the original story, Kakashi was allowed to keep his Sharingan only because he wasn't weak and had an exceptional background. After all, his teacher was the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. His father, Tsukumo Hitaki, was once a revered hero who had fought alongside many Uchiha, and the Third Great Shinobi War had only just ended. It was likely due to Tsukumo and Minato's influence, combined with Uchiha Fugaku's passive nature and reluctance to spar conflict, that the matter was overlooked. Moreover, since the eye had been gifted to Kakashi by Uchiha Bito himself, the clan ultimately chose not to pursue it. But if it had been anyone else, the matter wouldn't have been overlooked. The Uchiha would have fought tooth and nail to reclaim the Sharingan. Do you think I care about any of that? In this world, strength is all that matters. If you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want, Kanzu said coldly. As long as Kanzu remained powerful, his position as clan head would be as immovable as a mountain. Now, hurry up and absorb it. Don't waste my time, Kanzu added impatiently. Hearing the edge in his voice, Mikoto, fearful of displeasing him, nodded. I understand. Kan-sama then activated her Manjiki Sharingan and used Kuninoto Kotachi to absorb the visual prowess. Under the power of her Kuninoto Kotachi, the pair of 3-tomo Sharingan slowly began to turn gray as she drained their visual prowess. Watching her, Kanzu thought to himself, looks like Mikoto's still quite afraid of me. Is it fear of being abandoned? Well, whatever, he nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. It's not such a bad thing, ITLL. Allow me more control over her and keep her obedient and loyal to me. That night, Mikoto didn't leave Kanzu's residence. But it was nothing new. Since before Kanzu expelled Fugaku from the clan, Mikoto had been living with him, and no one expressed dissatisfaction or spoke ill of it. After all, Mikoto had openly confessed her feelings for Kanzu on the very day Fugaku was cast out, so everyone was aware of where her heart lay. Given what Fugaku had forced her to endure, many pitied Mikoto and were genuinely relieved that Kanzu had forgiven her and accepted her. To them, she had been truly wronged, and this outcome felt like a small redemption. With Mikoto tending to him, Kanzu had been enjoying life immensely. Even simple things like dinner, baths, sleep, and breakfast had become far more satisfying and pleasant. After all, Mikoto devoted herself wholeheartedly tending to his needs every time he desired, without a single word of complaint. The days had become nothing short of satisfying and pleasant. Ah, this is the life. Kanzu sighed contentedly, stretching out with a satisfied smile. After completing his training, Kanzu decided to visit the Konoha police force, a rare occurrence lately. He hadn't shown up at the police HQ in a while, even though the police force had been bringing him substantial evil points on a regular basis following Kanzu's orders. The police force had been especially active extorting security management fees from shop owners and deliberately stirring up disorder throughout the village. As Kanzu once said, if Konoha becomes too safe, we'll be out of a job. Thanks to that approach, the police force had earned a fearsome reputation across the village. Have the security management fees been collected? Kanzu asked Shin and Suda. Kanzu hadn't visited the guard team lately, leaving everything in the hands of the two. Patriarch, there are still a few stubborn holdouts who haven't paid. Shin replied with a sinister smile. But I doubt they'll last much longer. Either they'll pay up or go bankrupt. After a few more rounds of reminders, I don't think they'll be able to keep resisting, he added with a chuckle. By the way, Patriarch, about Hatake Tsukumo, whom you had me monitor, I heard he recently returned to the village after failing his mission. Suda relayed the update. Kanzu had indeed instructed him to keep an eye on Tsukumo. Ever since acquiring Raijin Jaka, Kanzu had taken a keen interest in the famed Hatake Kenjutsu and was now entertaining the idea of replicating it. It was a pity that Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo, wasn't in the village recently. He had been away on a mission. A failed mission looks like Hatake Tsukumo's suicide isn't far off, Kanzu thought. Judging by the timing, it was about that point in history when Tsukumo would take his own life. He had risked life and limb for Konoha, only to be driven to suicide by baseless rumors. His fate was undeniably tragic, but Kanzu felt no pity for him. For a man of Kaga-level strength to be shaken by the words of weaklings was, in Kanzu's eyes, laughable. Before he dies, I want to meet him, Kanzu decided. Don't get him wrong, he wasn't planning to save Tsukumo. At best, he wouldn't fan the flames. But help? That was out of the question. After all, Tsukumo's loyalty to Konoha was unwavering. If that weren't the case, he would have rebelled instead of choosing suicide under pressure. Kanzu wanted to meet Tsukumo purely for one reason: his Kenjutsu. The legendary sword techniques of the Hatake clan had always intrigued him. The Hatake residence was quite large, which made sense. As a Kaga-level powerhouse, Hatake Tsukumo had completed countless missions and amassed significant wealth. A spacious home was only natural. Without so much as knocking, Kanzu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Courtesy was never something a man like him cared for. As it happened, Tsukumo was in the courtyard. When he saw the door forcibly swung open, his brows knitted together in displeasure. His mood was already sour from the backlash and stigma that came with his decision to abandon the mission in order to save his comrade, which resulted in heavy losses for the village. And now, someone was entering his house without even knocking. "It's you, Uchiha Kanzu," he said, his frown deepening as he recognized the intruder. Chapter 34. Fighting Hatake Tsukumo. Although he had only just returned, Tsukumo had already heard the news Uchiha Kanzu had become the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Whether Kanzu was the patriarch or not didn't matter to Tsukumo. What had mattered was why he had suddenly come here. After all, there was no friendship between them, and judging by Kanzu's demeanor, this visit was clearly not friendly. Forcing open the front door without a word was anything but courteous. "What do you want?" Tsukumo asked, his voice calm but firm. Konoha's white fang, Kanzu began, "I've taken a great interest in your kenjutsu. Would you be willing to teach me?" The moment those words left Kanzu's mouth, Sakomo's expression turned cold. "The kenjutsu passed down through my family is not something you'll teach to outsiders. You're not welcome here. Please leave." Sakomo was a man of calm temperament. Had it been someone more hot-headed, they likely would have already drawn their blade at such a presumptuous request. Asking to be taught the Hitaki family's kenjutsu right off the bat, how absurd. Even if Sakomo were to take on a disciple, there was no guarantee head pass on the Hitaki kenjutsu. That legacy was meant solely for his son, Hitaki Kakashi. "I'm not planning to leave so easily," Kanzu said as he slowly drew Raijin Jaka. What was the meaning of this? Seeing Kanzu unsheath his blade, Sakomo's eyes sharpened, fixed intently on him. Judging by Kanzu's posture, it looked like he was prepared for a fight. If Kanzu truly wanted to cross blades, Sakomo didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Sakomo had full confidence in his strength. "Hitaki Sakomodano, I'm sure you wouldn't want anything to happen to your son," Kanzu added darkly. That single sentence immediately lit a fire in Sakomo's eyes. "Is he threatening me with my son?" "I suggest you take those words back," he warned, voice low and steely. Kanzu merely chuckled, and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He already knew Hitaki Sakomo would never willingly pass down his family's kenjutsu, so he had no choice but to copy it with a Sharingan. But to do that, Hitaki Sakomo needed to engage him in combat. Kanzu said coldly, "Sakomodano, are you ignoring the fact that I can find an excuse to arrest Hitaki Kakashi and put him behind bars? Do you think a 5-year-old boy would still cry out Tusan from inside the prison cell?" "You're asking for it," Sakomo growled. Already in a foul mood, Kanzu's provocation pushed him over the edge. With a flash of white, the famed short blade of the White Fang was drawn in an instant, slicing toward Kanzu like lightning. "What great speed!" Kanzu muttered, raising Raijin Jaka to block the strike. Sakomo's White Fang was no ordinary weapon. It was a specially crafted chakra short sword, designed to conduct chakra with remarkable efficiency. A rare and powerful ninja tool. Not just anyone could wield it. White Fang radiated a brilliant white chakra light with every swing. Each slash of the blade was sharp, swift, and deadly. Despite being on the defensive, Kanzu appeared remarkably composed. While his pure kenjutsu skills were indeed inferior to Sakomo's, he had one crucial advantage: his Sharingan. Even with just the 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Kanzu could clearly trace the path of each of Sakomo's strikes. Within moments, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. As the battle continued, Kanzu grew increasingly adept at handling his sword. Being a natural genius, his learning speed was extraordinary. As he clashed with Sakomo, Kanzu began to understand the key characteristic of Hitaki kenjutsu: the speed. Without his Sharingan, keeping up with Sakomo's swift movements would have been nearly impossible, at least when relying solely on kenjutsu. But now, Kanzu was adapting quickly. With each pass of the blade, he not only held his ground, but also began to discreetly learn and internalize Sakomo's sword style. Sakomo was growing increasingly alarmed. He had heard of Uchiha Kanzu's talent before, and while he had acknowledged that Kanzu might one day surpass him, he hadn't expected Kanzu to already be this powerful. This wasn't just quasi-Kaga level strength. Kanzu had undeniably reached Kaga level, and Sakomo wasn't holding back. Enraged and going all out, he had used his full strength. Yet, Kanzu was keeping up with ease. Nothing is indestructible, but speed is unbeatable. Is that it? Kanzu mused inwardly, beginning to grasp the essence of Hitaki kenjutsu. With such blistering speed and precision, it was likely that Sakomo's swordsmanship could even slice through ninjutsu. Of course, Sakomo rarely relied on head-on combat. His short blade wasn't designed for prolonged frontal engagements. It excelled in stealth and surprise, striking swiftly from the shadows where no one could react in time. Clang! Raijin Jaka clashed violently against White Fang's short blade. Sparks flew. Sakomo was forced to retreat, flipping gracefully in midair before landing lightly on his feet like a watchful civet cat. Gripping the white fanged short blade with both hands, Hatake Tsukumo's arms trembled slightly. Across from him, Kanzu held Raijin Jaka in one hand, his arm also quivering from the clash. "You've got some strength," Kanzu remarked. "You've got even more," Tsukumo replied, eyeing Kanzu like he was some kind of monster. "Let's go again." A surge of lightning sparked at Tsukumo's legs. Lightning-style chakra coursed through his muscles, amplifying his speed. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming his blade straight for Kanzu's throat. But Kanzu remained calm. He raised his sword with one hand to block and simultaneously performed a one-handed hand sign. Fire style, great fireball jutsu erupted toward Tsukumo. Yet the Tsukumo who took the hit vanished in a puff of smoke poof. A shadow clone. But Kanzu, his Sharingan spinning, scoffed, "Under my eyes, nothing is hidden." Twisting his body sharply, Kanzu channeled power from his waist into his arm and swung Raijin Jaka behind him right at the real Hatake Tsukumo, who had reappeared for a surprise attack. Only Tsukumo's lightning-fast reflexes saved him. Had he been a second slower to block, that strike would have taken his life. Tsukumo was half kneeling on the ground, a long groove carved into the earth behind him, the result of being forcefully knocked back. "Sharingan," he muttered, head lowered. The Uchiha clan's jutsu was truly something to envy. In this world, those with Kekkei Jinkai always held an edge over those without, and among them, the Sharingan was undoubtedly one of the most powerful. During the battle, Tsukumo had felt the full weight of that disadvantage. The Jinjutsus cast by the Sharingan can lead to terrifying yet instantaneous outcomes. For this reason, he hadn't dared to make direct eye contact with Kanzu even once. It was common knowledge in the ninja world when fighting a Uchiha, avoid their gaze at all costs. Just a moment of eye contact could mean falling into a Jinjutsu, and even a second's delay could be fatal. Kanzu slowly sheathed Raijin Jaka. The Hatake clan's Kinjutsu really lives up to its name. "It was a pleasure exchanging blows with you. But sadly," Kanzu added with a pointed tone, "even if I wanted to continue learning from you, I doubt there will be another opportunity." Chapter 35. Uzumaki Kushina. By sparring with true masters, Kanzu's Kinjutsu had progressed rapidly. It was a shame that Hatake Tsukumo was fated to die. Soon going forward, Kanzu would have to refine his swordsmanship alone. Perhaps, in time, he could train with the samurai of the Land of Iron. Their leader, General Mifune, was said to be a formidable swordsman. As Kanzu sheathed his blade, Tsukumo glanced down at his own white-fanged short sword. A chip had formed along the edge. Kanzu's final strike had managed to damage the famed blade. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean Kanzu's Kinjutsu was superior to Tsukumo's. It was simply that Raijin Jaka, Kanzu's blade, was of higher quality than Tsukumo's white fan blade. In truth, Kanzu had held the upper hand during their match, but that was largely thanks to his Sharingan. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to match Hatake Tsukumo's technique. Even with just the 3-Tomo Sharingan, its predictive insight gave a tremendous advantage in battle, especially in close-quarters combat involving Kinjutsu and Taijutsu. To Kanzu, Tsukumo's movements had slowed down several times over. With the Sharingan, it was easy to predict and counter each strike. Having achieved his goal, Kanzu turned to leave. There was no reason to stay. He had already copied Hatake's swordsmanship. "Did he copy my Kinjutsu?" Tsukumo muttered with a heavy heart, surveying the damage in his yard. The battle had left the area in ruins. His home was partially destroyed. The white fang blade now bore a chip. And worst of all, his family's treasured sword technique had likely been copied. He knew better than anyone what the Sharingan was capable of. Uchiha Kanzu had almost certainly replicated his style with frightening precision. And what did he mean by that last sentence? There won't be another opportunity to spar? Tsukumo scowled, recalling Kanzu's parting words. Even if Kanzu had meant to spar again, Tsukumo wasn't sure he'd ever welcome him back. Tsukumo usually didn't drink, but now feeling deeply upset, he pulled out a bottle of sake, intending to drown his sorrows. Hokage Building, Kanahagakure news of Uchiha Kansas visit to Hitaki Tsukumo's home had already reached the ears of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi had always paid close attention to Tsukumo, and now that Kanzu had grown powerful enough to be considered a serious figure, their sudden meeting was enough to raise alarms. Could it be that Uchiha Kanzu is trying to win Tsukumo over? Hiruzen wondered. It wasn't impossible. Uchiha Kanzu had always been unpredictable and difficult to manage. As for Hitaki Tsukumo, even though he had never shown signs of rebellion, Hiruzen still felt uneasy around him. The reason was simple: Hitaki Tsukumo's reputation. Even Shinobi from outside villages trembled at the mere mention of Konoha's White Fang. Within the village itself, both the villagers and the ninja held him in the highest regard. Many even believed that Hitaki Tsukumo would be the next Hokage. Hiruzen didn't doubt Tsukumo's loyalty to the village, but what about loyalty to him as Hokage? What if Tsukumo harbors ambitions of becoming Hokage himself? At this point, Hiruzen was far more concerned with maintaining his grip on power. He had no desire to step down anytime soon, which wasn't surprising since he was only in his late 30s at this point. Looks like he'll have to bring Tsukumo down a notch, Hiruzen muttered, setting aside his pipe as he walked over to the window, gazing toward the Hitaki residence from the Hokage office. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to act personally. There was someone else who would take care of it for him. And without a doubt, that person is Shimura Dance. Tsukumo had just returned from a failed mission, and knowing Dance, he would undoubtedly use this opportunity to strike. Dance had always coveted the Hokage title. To him, anyone besides Hiruzen who could contend for it was an obstacle, and Hitaki Tsukumo was one of the biggest. Dance had likely already begun moving against Tsukumo. All Hiruzen had to do was turn a blind eye. They didn't need to communicate openly. Their unspoken understanding had always been remarkably efficient. Tsukumo, drinking alone at home to ease his worries, was completely unaware that he had already been marked as a target. Meanwhile, Kanzu, having left the Hitaki residence in high spirits, didn't bother returning to the police force headquarters. He is the patriarch with many duties on his shoulders and with his subordinates taking care of everything. No one would dare to question his absence anyway. Upon arriving home, Kanzu found a beautiful red-haired woman chatting with Mikoto. Red hair was a rare sight in Konoha, especially on someone so young and striking. Given her vibrant presence and easy rapport with Mikoto, there was no mistaking her identity: Uzumaki Kushina. Although Uzumaki Kushina is still quite young, barely 16 years old, her beauty has already begun to appear, and Kanzu had to admit that her beauty is not at all inferior to Mikoto's. But despite her beauty rivaling Mikoto's, their personalities couldn't have been more different. Mikoto was calm and gentle like flowing water, while Kushina was fiery and outspoken, known throughout the village as the red-hot-blooded habanero, a nickname that perfectly captured her feisty nature. Mikoto-chan, what's with you today? Why do you keep brushing me off? Did I do something wrong to make you angry that you don't want to see me? Kushina asked, feeling somewhat miffed. She had just returned from a mission, only to hear about the recent upheaval in the Uchiha clan, the passing of Mikoto's grandfather, as well as the annulment of her engagement, along with many other things. After hearing the news, Kushina had immediately rushed over to see Mikoto, only to find her not at her own home, but at the home of the new patriarch, as pointed out by someone within the clan. But that didn't matter, and she was going to question Mikoto about everything. But as they chatted, she began to notice something odd. Mikoto kept trying to find excuses to send her away. It made Kushina uncomfortable. What's going on? Aren't we friends? Why are you acting so distant? Did I do something wrong? Mikoto, it's a bit rude to drive a guest away so soon. A smiling voice interrupted their discussion as Kanzu stepped through the door. The moment Mikoto saw Kanzu return, she knew it was over. She glanced at Kushina helplessly. I was trying to send you away for your own good, not because I didn't want you here, but because I didn't want you getting caught in Kinsama sites. But it was too late. Kanzu had already noticed her, and in fact, he had taken an interest in her long ago, which is something Mikoto already knew. Unaware of the regret in Mikoto's heart, Kushina turned her attention to Kanzu. So, you're the current Uchiha patriarch Uchiha Kanzukuen? She said, studying him. He really was handsome, more rugged and masculine than Minato, who, in comparison, seemed a little delicate. Well, that didn't matter. Minato-kun is still the most handsome, she thought to herself. Though she had a crush on Namake's Minato, she couldn't help but acknowledge Kanzu's striking presence. You must be Mikoto's good friend, Uzumaki Kushina, that I have heard so much about. A pleasure to meet you, Kanzu said, his lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at the spirited young woman. Kushina. This woman had definitely caught his interest. Not only was she the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but she also inherited the powerful Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. She was, without a doubt, a valuable asset, a hidden gem. Meanwhile, Mikoto sat silently, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. I told you to leave, Kushina-chan, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. She felt conflicted. A part of her wanted to warn Kushina, wanted to tell her that Kanzu was going to make her life a mess. But how could she bring herself to speak ill of her future husband? She was torn between two bonds, a dear friend she had known for years, and the man to whom she had already offered herself and was soon going to be marrying. If she warned Kushina, it would mean standing against Kanzu, which was something she couldn't do. But staying silent and letting Kanzu do what he wants with her felt like betraying her friendship. Mikoto bit her lip, her heart caught in the middle. Chapter 36.1 Mikoto's Punishment. IR 18. Mikoto-chan told me that you two are going to be getting married. Is that right? Kushina asked, narrowing her eyes at Kanzu. As soon as Kushina posed that question, Mikoto's cheeks tinged with color. In the past, Mikoto had been engaged to Uchiha Fugaku, and while Kushina never liked Fugaku's stiff personality, she didn't say anything since it was an internal matter of the Uchiha clan, of course. In private, she did grumble a bit to Mikoto, saying that he didn't seem to be the right choice, as had probably let anyone walk over him, for which was just shrugged off by Mikoto, who'd always say that even if that was the case, there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, Kushina was proven right with how things turned out between Fugaku and Mikoto. So, although she felt sad for Mikoto, she was also glad that Mikoto didn't end up with Fugaku. At the same time, when she heard that Kanzu, who, despite what happened between him and Mikoto, had forgiven her and agreed to marry her, this caused Kushina to have a good impression of Kanzu, and she was looking forward to meeting him. And now, seeing him, she had to admit Kanzu gave off a much better impression, at least in terms of appearance and presence. He was probably the most handsome man in all of Konoha. This guy might really look good next to Mikoto, she thought to herself, but his reputation isn't exactly stellar. Though she had only just returned from a mission, even Kushina had heard of Kanzu's notoriety. The police force, under his leadership, was rumored to have turned into a gang of thugs. Many shopkeepers secretly called them bandits in uniform. Based on this, Kushina didn't quite know what to make of Uchiha Kanzu. On one hand, he had forgiven Mikoto for something she had been forced into by Fugaku, and accepted her wholeheartedly, which made Kushina greatly appreciate and respect him. On the other hand, his terrible reputation left her feeling conflicted and uncertain about what kind of person he is. Unaware of Kushina's thoughts about him, Kanzu nodded to her. Yes, it won't be long before Mikoto becomes my wife. He looked at Mikoto with warm, gentle eyes. Mikoto's heart skipped a beat. Even though she knew how dangerous and cunning Kanzu could be, the tenderness in his gaze shook her. For a moment, it truly moved her. Hearing Kanzu's nod, Kushina broke out of her thoughts and looked at him again. I'm warning you, she said sharply, stepping forward with her hands on her hips. If you ever bully Mikoto-chan, I won't forgive you. Before Kanzu could even respond to Kushina's so-called threat, Mikoto interrupted from the side, brushing off Kushina's warning. Kansama, she didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take her words seriously. Kushina frowned. Hey, what you embarrassed about? You're going to be bullied for sure after marriage if you act like this. I would never bully Mikoto. Kanzu replied smoothly. We love each other very much, don't you agree, Mikoto? As he spoke, Kanzu sat down and gently pulled Mikoto onto his lap. Mikoto squirmed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed to be held like that in front of Kushina. If they were alone, it wouldn't matter, but with Kushina still present, being held in Kanzu's arms like that made her self-conscious. She tried to pull away, but Kanzu's grip was firm. Unable to break free, Mikoto eventually gave up. "You guys," complained Kushina, glancing at the two of them, her expression a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Watching such an overly affectionate couple flaunt their love in front of a single person felt like a direct hit to her heart. As a single woman, watching them, she felt as though she was forced to eat dog food. And it certainly did very heavy damage, making her a bit depressed, wondering why she is still single. Not wanting to be a third wheel, Kushina stood up. "Mikoto-chan, they'll be taking my leave since I still have a lot of things to do. Let's catch up another day." Kanzu looked at Mikoto as though telling her to stop Kushina and let her stay for dinner, but Mikoto, ignoring that signal, nodded to Kushina. "Okay, I'll see you next time." Then Kushina pouted. Seeing that Mikoto didn't even try to stop her, it made her feel a little lonely and not going to be discarded. Am I? She wondered if Mikoto was really going to discard her now that she was about to get married. But even if she felt that, she didn't think too much about it, and just left the mansion as she watched Kushina leave. Mikoto let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kanzu hadn't done anything out of line in front of Kushina. At the very least, he maintained the appearance of a decent husband-to-be and a man in love. "Why did you send her away this early despite my signal?" Kanzu softly whispered in Mikoto's ears, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and lowering his head on her shoulder. She might have been tired from a mission, and I was just answered Mikoto, stammering, tried to explain herself, but couldn't really finish her sentence as she felt Kanzu's grip tighten around her stomach and grew silent. Kanzu said coldly, "I am about to become your husband. As my wife, it's your duty to support me no matter what I choose to do. Not stand in my way. Don't you understand something so simple?" Had he said this to any other woman, he would have earned a slap. After all, plotting against your future wife's close friend right in front of her while demanding obedience, compliance, and assistance was audacious. But Mikoto was different. From a young age, she had been taught how to be the perfect, traditional wife for the Uchiha patriarch. She understands that as the wife of the Uchiha patriarch, she must do everything as per the patriarch's desires, even if those things go against her own views and values. So, Mikoto lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry." "Is sorry enough?" Kanzu said coldly. "If an apology could fix everything, what need would there be for the police force? What need would there be for the armies? Why would there be wars? Conflict? These things exist because a simple sorry isn't enough to fix anything. Do you understand that?" Mikoto nodded with a timid expression. "I do. Kakan-sama, then do you understand that you have done something very wrong by going against the wishes of your future husband, despite being aware of his intentions?" Kanzu questioned further. Although a bit hesitant, Mikoto gave a nod. "I do. If you do something wrong, there must be a punishment. Otherwise, how do you learn not to repeat the same mistake?" said Kanzu, as he turned her to face towards him, lifted her chin with a finger, and spoke in a commanding tone. "Come into the bedroom with me. They'll be giving you the punishment for deliberately trying to sabotage your husband-to-be." Mikoto's face paled, a little afraid of what she might have to go through as punishment. Her lips flailed, wanting to beg for an apology, but seeing those cold eyes. Kat caught her tongue as she couldn't utter a word of protest or apology and silently followed him with sweaty hands. Inside the dimly lit bedroom, Mikoto's heart pounded as Kanzu closed the door behind them with a soft click. The air grew thick, charged with the weight of her impending punishment. She stood frozen, hands clasped tightly before her, sweat beading on her palms. "Get down here," Kanzu commanded, his voice low and unyielding as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her with those abyss-like eyes. Right now, Mikoto's cheeks burned, but obedience towards him is something that is already being etched into her very being. So even if she felt nervous, there was no resistance. With trembling fingers, She reached for the elastic of her plum skirt, sliding open the zipper and letting it fall past the curve of her hips. The fabric pooled around her feet, revealing the smooth whiteness of her thighs and the soft roundness of her ass. Next came the blouse as she unfastened it, button by button, before letting it slip from her shoulders to join her skirt on the floor. Her full breasts rose and fell with each shallow breath, the fabric of her bra straining against her hardened nipples. The graceful taper of her waist led down to the gentle swell of her hips, every line of her body trembling under his gaze. Those two, you wouldn't be needing them with what you are about to experience. Kanzu gestured toward her. Why, yes, she whispered shakily, her hands trembling as she slowly removed the rest of her clothing, letting each piece fall to the floor until she was undressed. Bouncing softly before his gaze. Now completely naked, vulnerable beneath his eyes, she stood there. One hand tried to cover herself while the other shielded her breasts, a blush creeping from her chest up to her neck. Even as she had been naked before his gaze many times didn't mean she didn't feel shy. Moreover, today she felt a bit different. Yes, today was indeed different. Today, he had made her get ready for the punishment he was about to give her, which made her gulp in nervousness. Good, Kanza murmured, a dark smile tugging at his lips. Now on the bed. Bend over and take your punishment. Show me with your actions how sorry you are. Makoto swallowed hard but still nodded. Understood. She climbed onto the bed, her limbs trembling, and positioned herself on her hands and knees, her back arching as she lifted her hips in a gesture of submission, which caused her posture to shift slightly as she looked back at him with her long black hair spilling over one shoulder. Already, Kansama, she said timidly. Kanza hummed, approaching slowly, admiring the sight before him like a predator savoring his prey. The elegant line of her spine, the faint quiver in her thighs, the way her toes curled into the sheets, it was perfection. Beautiful as always, he murmured, his hand gliding over the smooth curve of her hips, squeezing lightly and feeling the heat radiating from her skin. The tension in his body was undeniable, but he paid it no mind. But beauty doesn't excuse disobedience, Kanzu said coldly, raising his hand, then brought it down without warning. Ja! The sharp crack of palm against flesh echoed through the room, blooming a vivid red handprint across her right ass cheek. Makoto gasped, her body jerking forward on reflex as the sting spread like fire. Aya! She whimpered, biting her lip to hold back the cry. Ja! Another strike, harder this time, landed on her left ass cheek. The impact rippled through her flesh, making her thighs tremble. Please, Kansama, I'm sorry, Makoto breathed, her voice trembling as she held her position, her reddened ass still thrust out obediently. No words came, only the sound of twin slaps, both hands striking her ass cheeks at once, echoed through the bedroom. Ja! Ja! Each impact sent a jolt straight through her core. Her skin flushed crimson, and her breath came in ragged pants as she cried out, NNGH. It H hurts, that's good. Let hurt since that's the intention, Kanzu said coldly, his hand gripping her hip to steady her before delivering another strike. Ja! The slap landed with precision, reigniting the fire across her tender skin. Makoto's fingers clenched the sheets, knuckles whitening as the sting spread outward. And no more, please, she whimpered weakly. But Kanzu ignored her pleas. Ja! 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 3 in rapid succession, each harder than the last, turning her ass cheeks a deep, glowing red. The impacts echoed like thunder through the quiet bedroom as her flesh quivered with each hit. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling freely as the pain blurred into a throbbing heat that made her tense, a trembling ache trailing down her inner thighs. Kansama, it burns. I'm so sorry. Makoto sobbed, her head dropping forward, hair curtaining her tear-streaked face. As if a mere sorry would be enough, he scoffed. You had the audacity to sabotage me, to ignore my signal. You deserve to be punished, no? You need to be punished. Ja! The next strike landed squarely on the underside of her left buttock, hard enough to lift her hips slightly off the bed. Mikoto's cry broke into a strangled gasp as the sting spread like wildfire across her skin. Her back arched instinctively, her skin marked with overlapping handprints, red, raw, and burning. On. Forgive me, I'll never do it again, she pleaded, voice cracking. Yet despite the pain, she pressed on. Her thighs pressed together instinctively, trapping the warmth gathering between them. Kansas' laugh was low and mocking. Your words mean nothing when you're responding like this. His fingers slid down her skin with deliberate pressure. She jolted at the touch, a broken whimper escaping her lips as he held his hand up to her face in the dim light. See? That only proves you haven't learned your lesson. He withdrew his hand only to bring it down again. Ja, ja, ja. The trio of slaps came faster now, landing atop the fresh welts, each one drawing a sharper yelp from her lips. Her ass quivered under the impacts, the air filled with the rhythmic crack of flesh on flesh and her ragged sobs. Tears streamed freely down her cheeks, soaking the sheets beneath her forehead. Please, Kansama, Independent, Illinois, obey everything from now on. I'll never ever do anything to sabotage you, Mikoto babbled, her voice shaking as her arms trembled on the verge of collapse. Of course you wouldn't, Kanzu said, his voice low and amused as it cut through her pleas. Because when I'm done with you, you'll have learned a lesson you'll remember for the rest of your life. Ja. Chapter 36.2. Mikoto's punishment 2 18. Would you try to sabotage me again? Kanzu questioned coldly, his gaze fixed on the raven-haired woman trembling before him, on all fours, her head buried into the sheets. Her bare ass raised high, both ass cheeks flushed crimson from the relentless spanking she had endured. Mikoto couldn't answer. Her mind spun in a dizzy haze. Her body felt like molten jelly. Every nerve still tingled from the punishment, leaving her trembling and humiliated in ways she couldn't put into words. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled against her restraints. Every time Kansas' palm met her skin, a shockwave of pain rippled through her, twisting her insides until she felt like she might lose her mind. Another sharp strike cracked across her back, each blow more brutal than the last, and her body jerked violently as something warm gushed over her. Kanza didn't acknowledge, it didn't even slow down. His tone remained firm, commanding, almost clinical. Answer me when I ask you a question. Mikoto couldn't form words. Her throat trembled, her lips parted, but no sound came. Instead, she weakly shook her head. The motion, however, made her shift unsteadily left and right, her body swaying out of her control. She hadn't meant to draw attention, but her trembling frame gave her away. And Kanzu saw everything. Every quiver, every twitch, every drop. I need to hear it clearly from you, Kanzu scolded in a low and cutting tone. He was unwilling to accept her weak, trembling silence. She tried to speak, but her voice broke into a startled gasp as Kanzu suddenly brushed his thumb against her in a deliberate, provocative motion, sending a jolt of pleasure up her spine and wrenching a helpless moan from her lips. It seems, he murmured with a smirk, I still need to punish you properly, give you a real disciplinary lesson. Without another word, he unfastened his pants as he moved closer to her, inveined with hunger that he aligned at the entrance, and in the next instant he thrust forward. There was no warning, no mercy as he drove himself forward in one savage motion, the wet heat swallowing him to the hilt. Ja! At the same time, his hand struck her already throbbing ass cheek again. The sting and the sudden fullness collided, pain and pleasure exploding together like lightning through her nerves. Mikoto's world went white. Her back arched, her breath hitched, and her scream tore free from her throat. Keikan-sama, it's too much, she wailed, her body lurching forward on the bed, fingers clawing at the sheets just to hold herself together. But Kanza didn't give her a moment to adjust. He pulled back, then pressed forward again, sticking to that rhythm again and again. Each movement was merciless, his body driving forward with brutal, rhythmic force while her skin rippled with every impact. Another strike landed mid-motion sharp and searing. Perfectly timed. The impact bloomed hot across her skin, sending shockwaves through her body with every movement. Kanzu growled, his voice thick with intensity as his hand clamped onto her hip hard enough to bruise. He pulled her back against him roughly with every movement, his words cutting through her cries like a cruel decree. This is what disobedience gets you, brought to heel until you remember your place. His free hand came down again, striking in rhythm with his movements on the right as he pressed forward. Ja! On the left as he pressed deep against her, the intense rhythm making her whole body shudder. NNGH. And, please slow down, it hurts. Mikoto sobbed, her voice cracking, her head thrashing from side to side as her dark hair whipped across her sweat slicked back. But her pleas melted into soft gasps, her body reacting to every impact, her skin growing redder as welts formed across her back, the sharp sounds of strikes echoing in the air around them, coating his fist in a glistening sheen that made every strike land deeper, rougher, crueler. Ja, 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 plap, plap, plap. Hurts? He laughed darkly, the sound low and mocking as he leaned forward, pressing his chest against her trembling back. I didn't hear it correctly. Did you say that it hurts? He repeated near her ear, his breath hot and heavy. Well, isn't that good? Feel it. Every strike, every blow, this is your punishment. This is your lesson that you need to learn. His movements turned savage, relentless, and brutal as he drove the lesson home with fierce intensity. The bed creaked and groaned beneath the relentless force. Each powerful push scraped over every sensitive spot that made her vision explode with white stars. The spanks didn't stop either, each one a sharp burst of fire that turned her backside a furious shade of red, the sting making her gasp and tremble. "Imha, El learning, it'll be good, it'll be obedient," she cried, her voice splintering into desperate gasps as she struggled to speak through the sharp pain. Her body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an intense wave of sensation. Instantly, her muscles clenched erratically in desperate, rhythmic spasms. The rough pressure against her, the searing contact on her burning skin, it was too much. Too intense. Her body gave in completely, and before she could even comprehend it, the coiled tension inside her snapped. An overwhelming wave of release crashed through her like a violent storm. "Aan, kakonshama, forgive me," she cried out in a raw and broken voice as she trembled, overcome by the moment. Splurt splurt gush. A sudden rush drenched everything around them until the sheets clung wetly to her skin. Her whole body quivered, shaking uncontrollably as wave after wave of tremors rolled through her. Limp and shuddering, she lay back with her mouth open, drool bubbling down her chin as her face froze in an exaggerated, wide-eyed grin. Kansas' eyes narrowed, fury flashing in their black depths. "How dare you act out of turn?" He snarled in a venomous growl that sliced through her hazy daze. "You think this is a game? This is discipline, and when I'm disciplining you, you don't get what you want without my permission," he said. Pathetic, he spat again, his lips curling in disgust. "Even in punishment, you can't do anything right, and you have the nerve to say you're learning? Worthless. You really do need to be taught a lesson." Without mercy, his hand fisted in her long black hair, gripping at the roots. He yanked her head back viciously, the sharp pull sent white-hot pain lancing through her scalp. Her spine arched in a trembling bow, her tear-streaked face forced upward toward him. Her eyes crossed slightly in distress, her mouth hanging open, cheeks burning crimson with shame and pleasure interwoven. Forgive me, it was too much and too good." Mikoto whimpered, tears spilling anew as her scalp burned under his grip. Yet even through the pain, she only pulled him closer, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, as the physical agony only stoked the twisted fire of her need. Kansas' other hand shot up, fingers digging into her cheeks with bruising force. squeezing until her lips puckered into a helpless, pained pout. I see couldn't MMPH control at all. Shut up, he hissed. Then he crashed his mouth against hers in a brutal, claiming kiss, teeth clashing, lips bitten, tongues tangling as he devoured her muffled whimpers and sobs. Mikoto yielded completely, kissing him back despite the pain, wanting to please him despite the roughness. Driving forward again, pressing hard against her with savage, unrelenting force. The rhythm never faltered, each impact landed with punishing weight, jolting her entire body as her chest bounced beneath her, while his lips pressed against hers in a fierce, breath-stealing kiss. Kansas' hand left her face, sliding down to seize one of her heaving breasts in a cruel, possessive grip. His fingers dug deep into the soft flesh until it bulged between them, as if on the verge of being burst open like balloons, but that didn't mean there wasn't pain. Next, he found her sensitive peak and pinched it with deliberate intensity. The sharp sensation shot through her like lightning, and she cried out against his mouth, her back arching. But he swallowed every sound she made. The kiss turned sloppy, wet, and punishing saliva trailing messily from their joined lips. Finally, he broke away with a wet pop, a glistening strand of spit stretching between them before snapping. His eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth in her shoulder, biting down hard enough to draw blood. The coppery tang met his tongue as Mikoto's scream tore through the room. Ayaya, Holhuchkan Shama, she wailed, the pain blooming hot and raw, branding her skin in crimson marks. But he didn't stop. He trailed the bites up her neck, nipping and sucking at her delicate skin, leaving behind a trail of bruises that would stain her for days. Each mark was a signature, each movement a reminder of her punishment. Savage strikes punctuated his every move, the crack echoing through the bedroom. Her body tensed reflexively in his grip, her frame twitching from the dual onslaught of pain and pleasure. Tears mingled with drool on her chin as she struggled weakly in his grasp, caught between torment and bliss, completely at his mercy. Feel that? Every bite, every pinch, that's for your insolence. Kanzu rasped against her skin in a low and rough voice, muffled slightly by another savage nip at her collarbone. His teeth sank in just long enough to make her gasp before he released, his breath still hot against her trembling, white, sweaty flesh. His hand switched to her other breast, which he seized with the same relentless intent. He pressed the soft dough until it bulged between his fingers and threatened to break, then found a small raised bump already swollen and tender and rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, pinching until she cried out in raw, broken sobs. Please, she'll be better. Mikoto babbled between gasps, her voice hoarse, the words slurred and trembling. Humph! Kanzu snorted, lifting his head from her neck. He released her skin with a final, bruising suck, leaving behind a dark hickey that bloomed purple against her pale flesh. Then, without warning, he shoved her head down into the bed, her cheek mashed into the sheets, soaked from her own sweat. His hand shifted away, and in its place he hooked one leg over her head, pressing his foot firmly on the back of her skull. The weight pinned her mercilessly. Her cries were muffled into the mattress, reduced to garbled, broken whimpers as she struggled beneath him. And no more, please, mercy. Mikoto's trembling plea came out as a choked sob. Her scalp still ached where he had grabbed her hair, and her neck throbbed where he had struck her, and her nerves sang with the exquisite torment of it all. She squirmed weakly beneath him, her body still tense, wordlessly begging for the intensity he intended to deliver. His hips blurred into a frenzy, moving with savage determination. Unrelenting force, each thrust a punishing collision that drove the air from her lungs and slammed his body against hers. The rhythmic sound of their violent struggle drowned out her muffled sobs, the noise echoing obscenely through the room. His foot pressed harder into the back of her head. She pressed her face harder against the damp sheets, her breath coming in sharp, uneven gasps through the fabric as he moved over her with furious, relentless force. Every motion was raw and unforgiving. Cracking strikes landed across her marked skin in time with his rhythm, the impact jolting through her. Her body jerked violently, trembling in chaotic spasms as a sharp sting mingled with a relentless rhythm. "That's it, take your punishment, you disobedient woman," Kanzu growled through gritted teeth, his voice rough with fury. His free hand dug cruelly into her hip. Gripping her firmly, he pulled her back toward him with brutal precision. The bed groaned beneath them, its frame creaking in protest. Her body jolted forward with every violent motion, her chest pressed hard against the sheets, skin scraping raw against the fabric. The coil inside her tightened unbearably, twisting agony into something dangerously close to bliss. A wet sound accompanied every withdrawal, glistening with her arousal as it foamed around in proof of how deeply the punishment had warped her shame into need. Schlap, schlap, ja. Each sound struck like thunder. Her muffled screams vibrated helplessly against the mattress MMPH. Ashut. As tears blurred her vision, stars burst behind her eyes, her thoughts scattering under the onslaught. The dual torment of his relentless rhythm and the crushing weight on her head pushed her past reason, her body twitching uncontrollably beneath him. Yet Kanzu didn't let her fall over the edge. His pace remained deliberate, cruelly controlled, calculated to drag out her suffering until she was a drooling, trembling, incoherent mess, her mind blank, her will shattered. Before long, the pressure inside him snapped. With a guttural roar, "Grara, take it all, Mikoto!" Kanzu surged forward one final time with overwhelming force, his body trembling violently. He trembled as he reached climax, holding her close. The intensity of the moment left them both breathless and spent. His legs stayed braced on her head, keeping her pinned as shuddering aftershocks coursed through his body. Mikoto whimpered weakly, her body trembling around him in helpless spasms. The warmth of his release filled her completely, its weight and heat forcing a broken, breathless moan from her throat. The denied pleasure trembled just beneath the surface, leaving her shaking on the brink marked inside and out. Utterly claimed. "Teach, thank you F for taking me. Kanshima," she gasped faintly, her voice hoarse and frayed, her body collapsing limp against the bed as she lay spent and exhausted. Kanza looked down at her trembling form with a cold smirk. "Do you think this is the end?" he said darkly, his voice low and edged with amusement. "We're not finished yet. Let's take this to the bathroom." Without another word, he hooked an arm around her waist and lifted her effortlessly, her limp body hanging pliant against him as he carried her toward the bathroom where her punishment would continue. Chapter 37.1. The wedding sometime later, Mikoto, now washed up, entered the room with a tray of black tea and refreshments she had carefully prepared for him. Setting down the tray, she stammered, drawing his attention. "Kansama, it's time for THM," hummed Kanzu as he turned to look at her. It had to be said Mikoto's temperament was truly something. Kanzu was certain that from all the wrestling and roughhousing he had given her just a while ago, she would be feeling the effects for quite some time. He wouldn't even be surprised if she were unable to sit on her, but for the next few days, without feeling the sting despite that. She showed no sign of it on her face, and even brought him tea and snacks, as though wanting to please him. The more Kanzu observed Mikoto, the more a realization began to dawn on him. It's definitely Stockholm Syndrome, he wondered, noting the unwavering devotion she showed toward her abuser, that being him. Even though Kanzu understood it, he didn't care. He was content, no, pleased to have such a devoted woman by his side. By every measure, she was raised to be the ideal wife. A proper traditional woman, a woman of many men's dreams, a true Yamato Nadeshiko type. What Kanzu had initially seen as something casual was gradually turning into something serious. He now genuinely intended to marry her. Moreover, Mikoto had awakened her Manjiki Sharingan and had reached Kaga-level strength. With proper guidance, she wouldn't just be a perfect wife, but a perfect second in command as well. Hazuki probably wouldn't be very happy here that I am marrying Mikoto and intend to have her as my second in command, he thought so. He was certain that Hazuki wouldn't be happy, as that position used to belong to her, but would now belong to Mikoto. But I suppose she would accept it, Kanzu murmured to himself, recalling Hazuki's deep devotion towards him. Regardless of how dissatisfied she may feel, he was certain that she'd accept it, and honestly, she has no choice, she had to accept it. The day after tomorrow sounds good, Kanzu said casually as he sipped his tea and picked up one of the rice crackers. How about officially becoming my wife then? Mikoto was stunned when she heard those words. Huh? What? Isn't this what you wanted? Or have you had a change of heart? Kanzu asked, noting the surprise on her face. Mikoto quickly shook her head. No, it's just that it came so suddenly. I was just a little surprised, that's all. After all, she was the one who had first proposed to Kanzu to marry her. How could she possibly be unwilling? I see if you're not ready, we can postpone it a bit. Do you want to? Kanzu asked. No, the day after tomorrow sounds lovely, she replied with a soft smile. They'll have the clansmen prepare everything then, my dear Mikoto, Kanzu said, smiling. Konshamash Mikoto. She murmured shyly. Isn't that right? Kanzu chuckled, pulling her into his arms. Mikoto was still sore in the butt from the spanking, and sitting remained painful, but she said nothing. Even if it was pain, it was something Kanzu, her husband-to-be, gave her. She was going to cherish it. As long as Kanzu desired it, she wouldn't refuse him no matter what he did to her or desired of her. Aside from his scheming against Kushina, which she still couldn't find within herself to accept, Mikoto had no objections to anything Kanzu wanted. Even if it comes down to plotting against Kushina having been punished by him and made to reflect on her actions, she felt that she might not try to stand in his way and might help him whatever he asked for. She would cooperate without question. The next morning, Kanzu summoned his 3 most trusted subordinates and announced his decision to take Mikoto as his wife. Kanzu-sama yore marin e Mikoto-sama, Hazuki stammered, her voice trembling. It felt as though the ground had collapsed beneath her feet the moment she heard those words. Shin and Suda exchanged uneasy glances at their squad mate, Hazuki. Having been childhood friends and teammates since their graduation from the Konoha Ninja Academy, they naturally knew the feelings she harbored in her heart. And now, upon hearing this news, it was clear she might not be able to accept it. Kanzu also turned his gaze toward Hazuki and gave a calm nod of confirmation. Indeed, Hazuki's chest tightened painfully at his response. She had long known about the physical relationship between Kanzu and Mikoto, but even with that knowledge, it had never truly bothered her. Having known him since childhood, and having served as his discreet second-in-command, Hazuki was no stranger to Kanzu's private affairs. She had seen him take women to bed before. Such things never mattered to her. But this was different. It was one thing for him to seek a woman's body for pleasure. It was entirely another for him to choose one as his wife. Despite all his past liaisons, even with women who had once been close to him, Kanzu had never expressed the slightest intent to marry any of them. That was why Hazuki had never once believed he would actually marry Mikoto. But now, hearing the confirmation from Kanzu's own lips, she realized how wrong she'd been. She didn't know how to react. Her throat felt tight, her hands trembling as she clenched them into fists. Bitterness churned in her heart. Why wasn't I born a few years earlier? If I had been older, things between Kanzu-sama and me could have been different. And why haven't I awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? If I had, he might have accepted me as his wife. All she could do was curse herself for being too young, too weak, too unworthy to stand beside him as his equal. And then, as if reading the turmoil in her heart, Kanzu began to speak, not to anyone in particular, yet every word felt aimed straight at her. I have made my decision, Kanzu said calmly. I will take Uchiha Mikoto as my wife. I wish to congratulate you and Mikoto-sama on this, Hazuki managed to say, her voice trembling. Each word felt like a blade twisting deeper into her chest. Her eyes burned, threatening to overflow, yet she forced herself to hold steady, to speak with composure, to honor the role expected of her. She didn't dare oppose his decision. Above all else, Hazuki had been raised to be loyal to Kanzu. Her mother had drilled that devotion into her from childhood, unquestioning, absolute. And so, even as her heart broke and her desires screamed in silent protest, she bowed her head, swallowing every trace of pain, and accepted his will without a word of defiance. Shin and Suda exchanged a glance, a flicker of pity in their eyes for Hazuki. But since she had accepted it without protest, they had no reason nor the courage to oppose Kanzu's decision. Opposing him was unthinkable. Kanzu was not a man who tolerated dissent. So, without hesitation, both stepped forward and spoke in turn. Congratulations, Patriarch. Mikoto-sama is truly fortunate to marry you, Patriarch. Kanzu gave a curt nod in acknowledgement, his tone steady as he ordered them to begin the wedding preparations. Patriarch, Shin ventured after a pause. Should we send wedding invitations to the other families and clans? Considering the strained relations between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha's clans, it was doubtful that many, if any, would attend, even if the invitations were sent. Send them anyway. Why not? Kanzu smirked. I'm still expecting their gifts. Soon after, news of Uchiha Kanzu and Uchiha Mikoto's upcoming wedding spread throughout Kanagakur. Invitations bearing the Uchiha clan's crest were delivered to every major clan in the village. Uchiha Kanzu actually has the gall to invite me to his wedding, Hayashi snorted coldly. Tossing the invitation aside, there was no chance he would attend. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence, staring at the neatly placed envelope on his desk. He still remembered, vividly, how Uchiha Kanzu had humiliated and tortured his son, Shinosuke. That memory burned fresh in his mind. Unforgotten and unforgiven. Attend the wedding? Hiruzen scoffed inwardly. He was already being magnanimous by not declaring open hostility toward Kanzu. As expected, when the wedding day arrived, not a single representative from any other clan came to attend. Originally,